on late at night as she says her goodbyes. She's close to sacrifice. She knows something ain't right. It ain't easy, and it ain't pleasing. She's just trying to find a way out there. She put our faith in all it's chasing. She's just trying to find love out there, and she cries. I need you, like the wave needs an ocean, like the love needs devotion. I need you, like the desert bleeds for water, like a mission needs a mortar. I need you. Every minute, every hour, I lay broken like a flower, 'cause I need you. I need you. She lost her way in life, feels like a hole inside. She wants to feel alive, and nothing satisfies. It ain't easy, and it ain't pleasing. She's just trying to find a way out there. She put our faith in all it's chasing. She's just trying to find love out there, and she cries. I need you, like the wave needs an ocean, like the love needs devotion. I need you. Every minute, every hour, I lay broken like a flower, 'cause I need you. Like the wave needs an ocean, like the love needs devotion. I need you. Like the desert bleeds for water, like a mission needs a motor. I need you. Every minute, every hour, I lay broken like a flower, 'cause I need you.
One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we'll make bad memories. One more drink, she said. We know there's no turning back now. We'll have to make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we'll make bad memories. One more drink, she said. We know there's no turning back now. We'll have to make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we'll make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. I think I'm losing my head now. My head now. Losing my head now. My head now. I think I'm losing my head now. My head now. Again and again.
One more drink, he said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we'll make bad memories. One more drink, he said. And baby, you got me tripping. We're face to face, about to do it again. Again, again, again.
We've gotta do it again. Again, again and again. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we make bad memories. One more drink,
reach out an arm.
No, I'll be there. I'll help you weather the storm.
Us together, nothing's ever felt more like home.
No, I'll be there.
You will never be alone. All I need is your love tonight. 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 All I need is your
In that moment when you're feeling like there's nothing at all.
reach out to me, know that I'll answer the call.
Us together, nothing's ever felt more like home. No, I'll be there.
You will never be alone.
It was the 3rd of September. That day I always remember. Yes, I will. 'Cause that was the day that my daddy died. I never got a chance to see him. Never heard nothing but bad things about him. Mama, I'm depending on you to tell me the truth. Papa was a rolling stone. Rolling stone. Wherever he laid his
are searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. And you sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We are problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us.
Hey, good morning, Amsterdam. Come on, you can do better. Awesome. So I'm not your MC for today, at least, but you might recognize me when you entered from a huge sign that says interviews. So I do videos for the conference, usually with my friend Tim. Unfortunately, this year he cannot make it. He had to cancel last minute, so I will be doing some videos. And in a second, we are going to show the video of last year. But before we do that, I know that Tim is crushed that he can't be here, and I want to do him a favor. How about I take out my phone and we just try to do a choreographed We Miss Tim. Can we do that? Let's try. So, okay, here we are. 1, 2, 3. We miss Tim. Awesome. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy the video and enjoy the rest of your conference. Bye-bye. So in about 10 minutes, I'm going to be on stage introducing Avenue, so I have to get ready. Good morning, Amsterdam!
Need more content, Tim.
can you just ask me the question so it feels more natural? And when I arrived on stage, I was like quite stressed and really nervous. And then people just started to applaud to me, like, and I felt so better. Than the people were just so welcoming. Just I felt much more relaxed after.
It was amazing, honestly, very good. So I'm blown away. Yeah, for sure.
VueJS Amsterdam! How's everyone feeling today? So how many of you are excited to be here? Woo! And how many of you are ready to see some awesome speakers today?
I am.
Woo!
Well, first of all, we want to thank you all for being here with us. And of course, we are so happy to see so many faces coming from all over the world. We are here from a lot of different countries, so happy to have all these languages together here. And of course, my name is Alba, and I'm here today with Jessie, and we are the hosts of today. So just stay with us.
Thank you, Alba. I'm really grateful and excited to be here. But before we dive in, I just want to say a quick reminder that VueJS Amsterdam is a place where we respect each other, where there's a community and inclusivity.
Indeed. So yes, let's keep it supportive, collaborative, and fun. If you ever need any help, just contact a staff member and they will help you out.
And just one more thing. I want to take a moment to recognize the people that made this event possible.
A huge thanks to our sponsors and, of course, the team behind Passionate People for organizing this incredible event every year.
So let's give them a huge round of applause for Passionate People and the sponsors! Woo! So just to get some data here, how many of you have been to VueJS Amsterdam before? Raise your hand. Oh. And how many of you are visiting VueJS Amsterdam for the first time?
Oh, a lot of new faces.
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow, wow, wow. Amazing, amazing. By the way, Elba, you're a bit of a veteran when it comes to VueJS Amsterdam, right?
Well, actually, yes. I think I'm married to this framework because I came here since 4 years ago and I never left.
Oh. Oh, that's great. So you love Vue.js, right?
I love it.
Awesome, awesome. How many of you love Vue.js as much as Elba does? Hey,
That's
let's
nice.
go.
Imagine they hate it. That would
Let's
be fun.
go, let's go. Well, then you're in for a treat today because we have someone truly special for you and who's going to kick off this conference officially.
Yeah, that's right. He's the reason we are all here today, the creator of vuejs, but also Vite. In case you are not a Vue developer, you can also use it. And a visionary like him has helped us save the way millions of developers are building today, and also us. So
I would like to ask everyone to please stand up. Please stand up, stand up, stand
difficult,
up.
we know. A little bit of a spurt in the morning is good.
And give a huge, warm welcome for Evan Yu!
Thank you. All right, it's always special to be back here. I've been standing here for many times already. Just this morning, the Uber driver asked me, "Is your first time in Amsterdam?" I'm like, "No." But it's fresh and special every time, and especially when I saw so many hands rising up for people who just here for the first time. So absolutely amazing that we keep having so many new faces here every year. So appreciate it, and thank you for being here. So today, again, I'm going to be talking about state of Vue and Vite. So let's get right into it. Vue was created in February 2014. So 2025 now? So wow, 11 years old framework. Sounds like a really, really old framework in JS land. But you know, it's amazing that the community is still strong, it's still growing, and we're seeing new things coming out from the ecosystem, from the framework itself. So some brief numbers, Vue today in numbers. We are over 10,000 plus commits across Vue 2 and Vue 3, including the work in progress branches. We have made over 500 plus releases over the 11 years, 2 million plus users worldwide, 250,000 plus GitHub stars, 6.4 million weekly NPM downloads, and 1 billion plus monthly CDN requests. So thank you for all supporting Vue and keep it growing for all this time. And looking at the numbers, the overall number is plus 35% compared to last year. Vue 3's usage actually increased by almost 70%. And overall, the total download numbers across all Vue versions, Vue 3 now takes up about 70%, and that number keeps growing. In September 2024, which is the current latest release, minor release, was 3.5. So in 3.5, we brought more reactivity efficiency improvements. So this has been a recurring theme in every minor release. Since 3.4, we did a reactivity refactoring in 3.4, we did another one in 3.5, and there is yet another one coming in 3.6. We stabilized reactive props to structure and added a bunch of quality of life improvements like use template rev. We improved SSR with lazy hydration, built-in use ID, and improved web components interop with defined custom elements. We also released DevTools v7 in October. So this has been a major improvement because the DevTools itself is now written in Vue 3. Up until that point, in fact, the DevTools v6 was using Vue 2 to support Vue 3. So in v7, we finally fixed that, and better performance overall. And a huge shout out to the developer, WebThanks Please, that's his ID, for working on this. So now let's talk about what's coming in 3.6. So 3.6 has been in the works for quite a while. It's taking a long time because the main goal of it is to ship a reusable version of Vapor Mode. And Vapor Mode, which we will talk a lot more about in details later, is a big chunk of work. So we'll talk about more details later. So we still have something we need to finish for Vapor Mode to be generally usable. So please bear with us, but that is the major goal in 3.6. And like I mentioned, there will be even more reactivity improvements based on Alien Signals by Johnson, who is also the author of Volar and our Vue language tool. Johnson is also working on defining component type refactors to make component libraries to be able to generate leaner, smaller DTS type definitions, which will help with the bundle size, the distributed NPM package size of those libraries, and also help Vue language tools to be able to do the type checking a bit faster. And also, there's good news because TypeScript team just announced they're rewriting the TypeScript TSC in Go, which will be 10 times faster, and we're actively looking at how we can leverage that to integrate it with Volar. It's still very, very early because they haven't really implemented the JS-oriented APIs in the Go version yet, but we've been in touch with the TS team. Actually, we knew this was happening last year. So we want to make sure the Vue language support is the first one to leverage anything that the Go version offers. And we are also going to move Vue's own build infra from the current setup over to Rodan and OXC, which is fully Rust-powered. And we'll take a look at how fast that can become. So, Alien Signals, many of you probably haven't heard about it before. So, in fact, what is Signals, right? Signals is a concept that maybe in the last 2 to 3 years, has been popularized by Solid.js, but fundamentally, Signals is the reactivity primitive, very, very similar to the shallow refs in Vue. So if you've used refs in Vue, you know what a signal is, right? It's basically something that contains a reactive value and can be tracked for reactive effects. So we have seen a rise of adoption of signals across different frameworks, like Vue being one of the earliest ones to go this sort of tracking-based reactivity route in the framework world. But in recent years, because of Solid.js being very, advocating signals a lot, we're actually seeing adoption of signals in Preact, in Angular, Svelte 5 moved to signals too. So we're actually seeing React being the only framework that's not using signals at this point. And there has been work at the TC39 level to try to standardize signals as a JavaScript language feature that will be implemented by engines. So we can leverage native performance. But before that happens, right, TC39 proposals take a very, very long time. It's usually slow-moving, takes years to find the landing actual browsers. So before that, there are polyfills. So Johnson started looking at signals, and he had some needs for a reactivity library for his own use in Volar. He felt Vue's reactivity system is too all-encompassing. It's too many APIs for his very simple use case. So he started working on a signal library of his own. And turns out he then went into the rabbit hole of optimizing it, benchmarking it, comparing it to other signal implementations, and ended up creating the fastest implementation of them all. So this is a benchmark comparing Alien Signals versus other implementations. So as you can see, Vue's current reactivity system actually isn't performing super well in this benchmark. And the TC39 signals polyfill, which is based on Angular signals, is actually really slow. So Johnson actually was able to re-implement the polyfill using Alien Signals to make it as fast as possible. And this was a relatively early screenshot. So Johnson wasn't really done there, so he kept pushing the boundaries and shipped in every new release of Alien Signals, it just got faster and faster and get more and more memory efficient. So 0.6, there's another 13.4 performance improvement. And in 1.0 release of Alien Signals, we can compare it to the early versions. Just every version, there's some sort of new optimizations that Johnson unlocked. And all of this actually lands in Vue 3.6. Because in 3.6, we have a version of Vue's reactivity system that's being refactored to be using the algorithms found in Alien Signals. And the nice part is, so this is Alien Signals 1.0 versus Vue 3.4's reactivity system. The purple bar is the baseline, which is the Alien Signal time, and the green bar is how long it takes for Vue 3.4's reactivity system. So the port has already landed in Vue's in development 3.6 branch. And The nice part for end users is there are no high-level API changes. It's all internal. You don't need to change anything. It just gets faster and more memory efficient and passes all ecosystem CI, so we believe it shouldn't affect any in-production usage. So things just get faster. And let's now talk about Vapor mode. So where are we in terms of Vapor mode? So I want to do a quick recap for those who are not familiar with the concept. Vapor mode is something we have been talking about for a very long time, but again, it's a huge undertaking because you're essentially reinventing the framework. We are basically re-implementing the whole framework with a different runtime and different compilation strategy. So we're basically having a new runtime package, runtime Vapor, a new compiler, compiler Vapor, and there are bits we can reuse, but all the features we need to reach parity. And because the focus is compatibility, we want to allow users to write the same source code with different compilation output, but also the same end behavior with better performance, right? So that's a lot of constraints and requirements that we have to work with. But this allows Vue users to keep using the familiar syntax and APIs that you use today without having to relearn anything new, but the framework just keeps getting better, and our rendering performance will be able to reach solid.js, which is kind of like the benchmark everyone uses as like the fastest framework nowadays, right? But as an 11-year-old framework, Vue has traditionally, people like no longer talks about Vue being like blazing fast, but Vapor mode is essentially here to change that. So like I said, the biggest goal is we want to make it compatible with existing code bases. So initially, Vapor mode will support a subset of today's Vue features. So if you use a single file component with composition API with script setup, we cover most of the same APIs, probably 95% at this point. But it will not be 100% compatible if you're using, for example, virtual DOM libraries. So we allow piecemeal migration without forcing you to rewrite your entire app. You can opt into Vapor mode at a component level. So you can have just part of your app, which is probably performance sensitive, to be running in Vapor mode, and you can also kind of control the exposure or the risk of such a migration. And then you can slowly migrate more and more parts of your app over to Vapor. So to give you an idea, on the left we have a single file component. This is the hello world that you see when you open the Vue SFC playground. Very simple. We have a single ref, and we have a text binding, and we have a vmodel on an input. On the right, this is the current output, the virtual DOM-based compiler. It compiles something what we call a virtual DOM render function, which looks quite complicated, but in essence, its function calls to create a virtual DOM tree and return it. Most of the work actually happens after this render function is called. All it does is just creating the data structure. The heavy work actually happens at the runtime, where we have the virtual DOM diffing engine to look at a previous copy of the virtual DOM and the next copy of the virtual DOM and to try to compare them, right? So there's a lot of runtime code involved that's not in this screenshot. Whereas in this screenshot, what you see is the Vapor compiler output. It looks smaller. Actually, we omitted the part where the T0 and T1 are what we call template functions that just generates a piece of DOM using a string. So I missed out. I didn't include the part that shows what T0 and T1 looks like. But the idea here is Vapor compiler output. So T0 actually creates this H1 tag. T1 creates this input tag. X0 is what gets a hold of this text node inside H1. And then we have we applies the text model. Then we apply what we call a render effect that takes message.value and applies to this text node, right? Very similar to the code you'd write manually by hand. If you were to use jQuery to do something like this, you'll basically be saying, document create H1, create input, get the text node, and then set up a reactive effect that always sets it to the message value, right? So Vapor compiler output is basically trying to automatically generate the code that you would write, optimized code you would write manually, as close as possible. And most of the work actually directly happens here. When you call this function, the rendering, the bindings, everything is already set up and done. Compared to the virtual DOM render functions, most of the work actually has to be figured out by the diffing engine. So this also allows Vapor's runtime to be much, much lighter. So for example, these helpers, like apply text model, render effect, those are all really lightweight. We don't have to implement a complicated algorithm to walk through virtual DOM trees and compare these things. But the compiler does get a bit more complicated. So this follows along Vue's rendering strategy evolution. So if you've been using Vue in the very, very early days, like in 1.0 days, Vue 1 actually used what we call DOM-based templating. What it did is when you write templates in Vue 1, Vue actually instantiated the whole template as real DOM tree and walk the DOM tree and find the bindings and just mutate the DOM in place. In 2.0, we migrated to, we re-implemented into a virtual DOM-based approach. In 3.0, we added a more capable compiler to generate more optimized virtual DOM render functions. And in 3.6, Vapor mode is essentially what, the next evolution of what Vue's compilation and rendering strategy will be. Okay, so we've been talking about Vapor mode for a long time. In fact, since probably mid last year, we got it. It's being worked on mostly by some of our team members, including XZZ, Kevin, and a few other contributors. So they got Vapor mode to a usable mode. Most work has been happening on the compiler side. But when we come to the performance optimizations, most of the work happened in Q3, Q4 last year. So the progress since then, first of all, we drastically optimized component instance cost. Right? We re-implemented how Vapor components handle props and slots. So now they are lazy computed. We're able to mount 100,000 component instances in 100 milliseconds. That's on my, granted it's on my M2 Pro and MacBook Pro, but still I think that's quite impressive. We also refactored the whole thing for maximum reuse of runtime core logic between virtual DOM and Vapor. So internally now we have a shared generic instance type. So there are Vapor component instances and VDOM component instances. They are different, but they have a significant overlap in the types that we can essentially reuse logic for lifecycle hooks, error handling, provide, inject. All of these things will work together. This is also critical because eventually we want to allow a Vue app to contain a mixed graph of Vapor and virtual DOM components. So you can use Vapor in the virtual DOM component, and then it may be using another virtual DOM component, right? If you want maximum performance, obviously you'd want everything to be in Vapor, but we realize in practice, you probably either have legacy code that you cannot easily just change everything to run on Vapor, or you might be using a third-party component library that's just hard-coded using virtual DOM, right? So we want to support all those use cases. The nice thing here is because of the reuse, when we opt into Vapor mode in a virtual DOM app, let's say today you have a Vue 3 app, and you take one part, maybe one page of your application, you say, let's turn this into Vapor mode. The baseline size only increases by 3.5 kilobytes. Most of the large core logic is actually reused. So that's a very negligible increase on the total bundle size when you opt into Vapor mode, even within an existing VDOM app. And of course, if you use Vapor mode only, the baseline size is around like 10 kilobytes for an entire app. So we also fine-tune the performance. So this is probably the most exciting part because now we are actually beating solid.js and Svelte 5 in JS framework benchmark. So this is probably the framework that everyone looks at when we talk about how fast is your framework, right? And in the past, we're not even showing Vue 3 and React in this graph because they're like, you can see the weighted geometric mean of Vapor is 1.07. I think Vue 2 is around like 1.25 probably, and React is like 1.4, 1.5. So There are variations when we run this benchmark. So in most cases, the number between Solid, Svelte 5, and Vue Vapor will be very, very close. It fluctuates a bit, but they're all on the same level now. So this is based on a work in progress branch, which we haven't published yet. So if you go to the JS Framework benchmark, there is an entry of Vue Vapor that's currently listed. It's based on a very, very outdated version, so that number doesn't count. We'll update that when we have a final release in 3.6. And the nice thing is we're actually not doing any benchmark-specific optimizations. For example, Solid.js is really, really fast in this select role benchmark here. And you can see both Vapor and Svelte is relatively slow in this one. This is actually because vanilla.js uses imperative DOM manipulation. So when you select a single item in a really, really long list, it's just one line of code. But when you write declarative templates, we still have to loop through the whole thing to figure out which one is selected. Solid actually kind of cheats a little bit by using something called create selector. That's an optimization that's basically specifically just for optimizing this specific entry in the benchmark. We can do something similar, but we choose not to because we still beat Solid in this case without even doing it. And another important thing, like I said, is Virtual DOM Vapor two-way interop, right? Running an embedded Vapor tree inside Virtual DOM is relatively easy. Doing the opposite is slightly harder. Allowing them to be nested indefinitely, having a whole mixed graph, is very difficult. Somehow we did it, and the props and slots are all working as expected now. So I was actually surprised I was able to get this working. I expected it to take much longer, but somehow it's working now. I think there will definitely be edge cases when we throw production code bases at it. So do expect this to take some time to stabilize, but basic two-way interop is actually in the branch now. So right now the focus, there are two work in progress parts for Vapor mode. One is SSR hydration, right? So if you have a Nuxt app or you have something like VPress website, you need hydration, you need server-side rendering. The good news here is we are able to reuse the exact same server render output across Virtual DOM and Vapor mode. So the server rendering part doesn't change at all. We do have a different compilation strategy when you compile a component for server-side rendering. So that part is actually consistent across Vapor and Virtual DOM. So both the runtimes will be able to hydrate from the same server output. And we got basic cases working already. But we do need a few more tweaks and tests to cover some of the edge cases. And then there is work in progress of the transition component. This is also largely working. It's now working with vif, vshow, has like in-out and out-in modes. But again, we need to write more tests and then try it in some real cases and see how stable it is. But both of these are making really good progress, and we should have them completed in the next month or so. And finally, some of the rest to-dos are async components. We don't expect this to be super complicated. The complexity probably is how async components work with hydration, but they should not be more complicated than the Virtual DOM counterparts. And then we have other built-in components, keep alive, suspense. Suspense will probably be the last piece for Vapor mode. But keep alive should be relatively straightforward. So we'll tackle that after the transition part is done. So how do we get access to Vapor mode in 3.6? So when 3.6 is released, you upgrade your Vue dependencies. Nothing changes if you don't do anything. But you can start opting into Vapor mode per component using script Vapor or script setup Vapor. You can omit setup because Vapor assumes you're using script setup. And you can create a Vapor-only app with the new Create Vapor App API. So when you create a Vapor app, it actually requires the whole app to be Vapor-only. This allows you to drop the entire Virtual DOM runtime from your code. So the bundle will be much smaller. The downside of this is if you use a third-party dependency, like Vuetify, which is Virtual DOM-based, you won't be able to run those in a pure Vapor app. So you will have to use a traditional virtual DOM app, but you can mount your root as a Vapor app and then only use virtual DOM dependencies. That also works. Features likely won't be supporting 3.6 yet because we don't want to block it for too long, is keep alive suspense. Okay, so we're also going to, in 3.6, we're going to be shipping Vue itself, being bundled by Rowdown, and all the TypeScript transformed by OXC. So in terms of how much faster that is, so here's a basic comparison. In 3.2, that's like quite a few versions ago, we were using a really old setup where we're using Rollup with the TypeScript plugin, which goes through TypeScript itself, plus Cursor, which is a JavaScript-based minifier. Then we use TypeScript TSC itself to generate the definition files, use API extractor for bundling. That whole process takes almost 2 minutes. That was painful. I remember those days, right? So in 3.5, I was like, I've had enough of this. I want to refactor it. So we migrated to Rollup plugin ES-Build, using SWC for minify and everything. And that got us much better, almost around like 8.5 seconds, which is today how the code base is built. So I essentially, every time when I'm trying to make sure everything is properly rebuilt, I run build and I will sit there and wait for 8 seconds. Okay, still annoying, right? So in 3.6, we're going to use Rowdown and OXC. And that whole thing, including type generation and bundling, takes around 1 second. In fact, I think when I did this benchmark, we're still using a separate minifier, OXC minifier through a plugin. So I think today, if I use the latest version of Rowdown with the built-in OXC minifier, it should take less than a second. So that's much, much better, right? I don't even need caching anymore. I can just like rebuild the whole thing every time I want to, and it still be fast enough. Okay, so there's also the upcoming Vue language tools 3.0. Johnson is already working on a preview of version of it. The focus of Vue 3 is really in stability. So we know, when we released language tools 2.0, the main goal was to get rid of the hybrid mode, use a single instance of language server to make things more efficient, but it also brought a bunch of stability issues, mostly because we're using some pretty cutting-edge APIs, and VS Code and TypeScript, there's so many moving pieces, so things can just get stuck or get broken from time to time. So the focus of V3 is really improve the stability, making sure, when you open files, it's always properly working. And there's, looking in the horizon, we are probably also going to be looking at how the Go version of TypeScript can make the whole type checking experience of Vue components much better. Okay, and then there's this interesting thing. So TikTok recently open sourced a project called Lynx. Lynx is this kind of like React Native, but it's actually framework agnostic. TikTok has been using it internally for years, and probably 4 to 5 years now. And they just recently open sourced it, and people have been asking for Vue support in Lynx. So Vue team doesn't really have the bandwidth to take on this whole thing. So on X, I was essentially saying, hey, if anyone wants to work on this, we'd be happy to help and give you pointers and making sure you can get what you need. Lynx team is actually open to this idea as well. So Hux, I actually know him personally for a very long time, a long-time friend. He's now essentially kind of like the public project lead for Lynx, and they actually had this idea in mind. So so they are really open to collaborate with the Vue community to make this happen. And then someone just started working on it, and they already have some prototype that's kind of working. I look at the code, it's not properly using the custom render API yet, but I think it's very promising because we can see from the working progress branch that Lynx is actually designed to be framework agnostic, unlike React Native, which is like really just React only, right? Lynx is actually, we are able to do, potentially have something like Vue Native running on top of it. And the cool thing is, people in the community have been saying that actually, the Vue SFC syntax may be better fitted for something for this purpose, because when you look at, say, links code. Inside the React code, because it's all JavaScript and JSX, they have to use something called like use main thread, a directive, to basically tell you, hey, this function needs to run in the main thread, and this function needs to run in the background. But it's all mixed in the same file. So the mental overhead of trying to determine which function runs in which thread in a native context is quite overwhelming. Whereas in the screenshot here, people have proposed a syntax where, SFC, because we have script blocks. You can just use separate script blocks to determine where the code should run. Right? It's very natural. And a lot of people are really interested in seeing this in action because they do feel like, look at this. This is actually really nice if you want to have high-performance mobile applications implemented using web technologies. But at the same time, you have concepts that's, it's necessary to ensure high performance. You want to separate the computation between the main thread and the background threads. OK, so that's it about Vue. I think Vapor Mode and potentially Vue Native will be really exciting to watch in 2025. And let's talk about Vite and also the work we've been doing at vuejs. So the big picture here is Vite, being the centerpiece that we're seeing in the past few years, has it started in the Vue community, right? But we made it framework agnostic, and we now see almost every meta framework in the market except Nuxt.js. So Nuxt.js is the only one not on the hype train, but everyone else has jumped on the Vite hype train. So Remix moved over to Vite. Angular uses Vite in the step server. Actually, Angular team is interested in looking at Rowdown for potentially, use Rowdown in their build pipelines. And alongside Vite, we also have Vitest, which is quickly replacing Jest as the de facto test runner for Vite applications. And I think a lot of people are using Vitest even if they're not using Vite, right? Because it's just that good. For example, I think Lynx's repo actually uses Vitest. And then we have, so underneath Vite, what we're working on at vuejs is mostly OXC and Rowdown, right? So these are relatively lower level. The goal of OXC is really to have this unified and standardized pipeline, lower level utilities, like all the way from the parser to transformer, minifier, resolver, these things that we typically need not just in a single place, right? Because think about it. Your bundler needs a parser. Your unit test runner needs a parser. Your linter needs a parser. And if you look at your stack nowadays, ESLint has its own parser, has its own ASD format. Rollup uses a different parser with a different ASD format. ESBuild has its own parser with a different ASD format. So today in our stack, we have all these fragmented pieces of tooling that all have to kind of do the same thing, like parse, get an AST, transform, generate code, but they're just not working with one another. It's like black boxes. So you let one tool handle this, it pipes out a big chunk of string, pass it into another thing, and it's inefficient. There are inconsistencies. You have to configure different things repeatedly for the same thing, the same things. It would be nice, and the goal of this whole endeavor is we want to have a unified system to handle all of these things. So we use the same ASD format, the same parser, the same module resolution logic, the same transformer, so that you configure everything once. For example, having Vite configuration as your source of truth, and everything else just works, right? You no longer need to worry about ESLint not understanding some custom things you did in your build config. You no longer need to worry about your test runner doesn't understand the aliases you've configured in your bundler. They should all just understand each other and work together. And that's the vision we're working towards. Right? So the progress here, OXC, we've already completed the parser, the linter, the resolver, the transformer. The minifier is also already usable. We're already having better compression ratio than ESBuild and actually being significantly faster. And the only missing piece really is the formatter, which we'll tackle just a bit later. Rowdown, we released Rowdown beta at the end of last year. And at this point, Rowdown is already at feature parity with Rollup and ESBuild, with slightly more. For example, we have Webpack-style advanced chunk splitting control, which neither of these bundlers have. And Compared to Rollup, we have all these built-in features that ESBuild offers, like define, inject, built-in node modules resolution, so you don't need to use plugins for these things. They're all just running on the Rust side, blazing fast. So the focus right now is to get Rowdown integrated into Vite. So the current integration is unbundled mode, so it doesn't change how Vite works today. It's strictly replacing ESBuild and Rollup with Rowdown. And the focus is really compatibility and stability, because we want everyone running on Vite today to be able to switch over to the Rowdown-powered Vite without having to change anything. You'll probably want to optimize a few of the plugins you're using, if you're using really, really customized plugins. But in most cases, we expect, especially single-page applications, to be able to just switch over very smoothly. Ecosystem CI is at 95%. This means we are putting Rowdown-powered Vite into frameworks built on top of Vite and running their tests. And we have like 26 such integrations. Only 2 of them are failing at this point. And finally, we have Vite full bundle mode. This is currently work in progress. The key here is bundled HMR and incremental build. And we'll talk a bit about why we want to do full bundle mode a bit later. But this is what Vite looks like now. We have a JavaScript core, and then we rely on ESBuild and Rollup for different things. ESBuild is used in dev, Rollup is used in prod, and they have slight inconsistencies, differences. Rollup is relatively slow, and then some React users also use SWC because they want, something faster than Babel. It's a mess, right? So this is Rowdown Vite, which will soon release versions people can use. We unify everything underneath with Rowdown indirectly powered by OXC so that we have consistent handling of all the tasks using the same stack. And then, in the future, the full bundle mode of Vite, Rowdown will essentially take over a bit more responsibility, take it into the responsibility of the bundler, so that Vite's JavaScript side, the APIs, the parts that really needs flexibility, will still be implemented in TypeScript, but more and more responsibility will shift to the Rust side, and it will also be consistent between dev and prod. Okay, so why full bundle mode? This is mostly because we have, as Vite grew bigger and bigger and more users using it, we start to have enterprise users who have projects that's like 5,000 unbundled modules up front when they load the page. And loading so many modules over native ESM just incurs a lot of network bottleneck. It's actually not a bottleneck on the Vite side, it's just the browser is not able to handle that many requests. We've tried multiple different ways to circumvent this, but it's just very difficult. So we decided full bundle mode is really the only way to properly fix this once and for all. And also, full bundle mode gives you better dev prod consistency. So you're running the same bundle as close as possible. And because we want to do this, because our production bundle is ESM based, so we actually invented a new HMR implementation. So it's based on HMR bundles, but it's different from how Webpack does it, different from how, actually Webpack is probably the only one that does it. But it's a brand new format that we basically created just for this purpose. So you'll be able to use Vite for developing your application, building your application, and also bundling your libraries, and they'll be all using the same ESM format output. And simpler custom SSR as well, because we will be able to get rid of the SSR externals and just bundle everything for consistency. Okay, so the rollout plan for Rowdown Vite. Currently, like I said, we're passing 90 to 95%, I think. We're at 95% now. So the phase 1 is we will publish it under a separate package called Rowdown Vite on NPM. This is so that we can make this package have its own semver, so that you can use semver to control how you want to bump it. If we put it under the same Vite package, under something like a tag or something like that, then it loses its own semver, so it's kind of risky for you to just bump it randomly. The way to opt in is essentially use your package manager to just override, basically point Vite to Rowdown Vite, and you're done. This also works for frameworks, if you're using a framework that uses Vite indirectly, so Vite is not in your root level dependencies, you can also use this method. Phase 2 is we'll switch over the Vite main package over to the roll-down powered version, right? And then that version will also give you opt-in to full bundle mode. And phase 3, we will eventually shift over to full bundle mode by default. So this will happen, so phase 2 and phase 3, when do they happen, will entirely depend on how stable and compatible they are, right? Our foremost priority is to ensure all these migration steps happen as smoothly as possible for end users, as little disruptions to your production workflow as possible. So we'll be carefully testing these out with early releases, with early adopters, making sure we catch all the edge cases through ecosystem CI before we make formal switches. And finally, this is something further down on the roadmap, what we call Vite Plus. So if you've used a language like Rust, how many of you have written Rust or played around with it? Not many, but when you use Rust, or when you try to learn Rust, the first thing you probably hear or see is like, they will make you use a thing called cargo. Cargo comes with a bunch of commands. Cargo can basically let you build, compile, test, lint, bench, all the things you can think about developing in Rust. Cargo gives you a command for it. JavaScript never had that kind of experience, right? We're just so used to, when we try to think about the whole workflow of JavaScript, we're just so used to pick and choose and put together like dozens of NPM dependencies to cover all the little things we need. We want to change that, and Vite Plus is essentially what we envision as the cargo for JavaScript. We want to put together these individual things that's currently handled by different packages and give you a coherent and streamlined experience under one single entry point. So this is obviously a much larger endeavor, which is what Voice0 will be focusing on for the rest of 2025. And we hope we can get a version of this to be usable in your hands by the end of 2025. So please stay tuned. And that's it. Thank you. Okay. So before I get off the stage, there is one more thing. Is Matthias here? Matthias? Wait, I think we planned something here, right? No? He's not here? On Friday? Oh, God. Okay, this is all messed up. But okay, but we do have a exciting thing. I'll just keep the suspense here then, right? So stay tuned for Friday. There will be something that we announce on Friday and something interesting to show you by then. So, all right, thank you, everyone.
Well. Now? You can hear me? Yeah? So thank you, Evan, for hyping us of what is coming on Friday. I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
But now what we have next, we have Eduardo San Martin Morote coming from Paris, but he's from Spain, as you can see by his name. And he's an expert on vuejs. As you may know him, he is the creator of Vue Router and Pinia, so he knows our shit. And today Eduardo will introduce us to Pinia Colada, a tool built on top of Pinia that simplifies data fetching by removing the complexity and boilerplate typically involved in this kind of operations. So please welcome Eduardo.
Okay, hello Amsterdam. How are you doing? Really excited to be here another year. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for the presentation. The only thing I need to add is if you want to find me online, just search Pozva on Twitter or esm.dev on Blue Sky. And that I live in Paris, where I organize the meetup, the vuejs Paris meetup. So if you come across Paris and you want to give a talk, give me a call or a message. And today, I want to talk about Pinia Colada, which is a library I have been working for the past year, a bit less, I think, which is a refreshing approach to async state management. I want to show you how to use it to improve the UX. But before, I want to talk a little bit about history of UX. So I want to go a few years back, or more like a few thousand years back, okay? So when we think about UX, it's still a very modern term. But the concept itself existed for a very long time in different scenarios, in different contexts. So we're more talking about ergonomics in the past. And the first time we see this kind of concept arise is in ancient China. We call this feng shui. So you might have heard about this in some YouTube videos about how to position your bed in your bedroom. This is not about that. But the phrase, or I don't have one sentence to describe this because it's very ancient, so probably there is just not one version of it. But it says so. The best space is one in which the arrangement of objects is aligned with the space flow of energy, which is a fancy way of saying make a space that is harmonious and feels functional. So the idea here of the ergonomics is that we are focusing on the space. Okay? How does it feel to be in it? And if we go a little bit further in history, so Hippocrates, is always hard to say that in English, which is known as the father of medicine, and played a major role in the way tools are designed, also workspaces. And he said, when describing the surgeon workplace, that tools must be positioned in such a way as to not obstruct the surgeon, and also be within easy reach when required. They must be close to the surgeon operating hand. So the idea here is not about the space and how it's ergonomic. It's more about how the space revolves around the user. So we come from a flow in the space and how we feel, kind of like a vibe, in the space to a workspace and a user-centric approach. And I think this gets interesting. So the idea here is not about how everything feels, but how a user, in this case a surgeon, feels. So it's specific to the task. And I think that's important. If we go a little bit further, we have Henry Dreyfus, which was an industrial designer in 1955, that said, so this one is a bit long, if the point of contact between the product and people becomes a point of friction, then the designer has failed. If, on the other hand, people are made safer, more comfortable, more desirous of purchase, more efficient, or just plain happier by contact with the product, then the designer has succeeded. And I think this is getting way closer to UI. At the same time, it's not that long ago. The whole idea of feng shui and Hippocrates with workspace are quite abstract. And you may be wondering, how to apply these to web? And I just want you to be a little bit patient because it's going to take a little bit of time. But there is an interesting concept here, is that in the other versions, we were talking about how to create something great, how to make something good. Here, we are facing for the first time the negative counterpart. So we are kind of opposing friction with the flow and how to iterate over something. And I think this is important because nowadays, when we create applications, we iterate a lot over it. And so we have a chance to improve things as they evolve. I know I'm being a little abstract, so I'm not going to get too much into the history, but I cannot go through when was the term coined. The term UX was coined on 1993 by Don Norman. I think he was working at Apple at the time. And so he says, I thought human interface and usability were too narrow. I wanted to cover all aspects of the person's experience with a system, including industrial design, graphics, the interface, the physical interaction, and the manual. So there is a lot more to UX history. By the way, it's a very interesting topic. I completely skipped very important parts. If you want to know about it, search history of UX. You're going to find a lot of interesting articles and research papers as well. But going back to the point of friction, what creates friction and makes a failed design, I want to talk about browsers. When you think about a browser, the main point of contact is the URL. And in a way, it's already friction right away. So let's take a simple example, a static website with no JavaScript. The first thing we do is we visit the website, and then we wait. I did slow down a little bit in network request. And things appear, so on and so on. But I want you to notice something. How did you feel when you see this website? How do you feel when you see it loading? So already, who knows this website? Can you raise your hand? So kind of like the half, or maybe no, maybe 25%. Now I want you to say, who had a positive feeling? Now I know this is very abstract, but just when you saw this website, you felt great, you felt good. A little bit less. Now who had, you can have neutral, okay? Who had a negative feeling when seeing the website? And a bit more than who had a positive feeling. And so this is one of the points I want to show, and this that relates to the flow. All these things are subjective, okay? It depends on, well, when were you born, what you lived. The positive can come from nostalgia as well. In a way, can come from, it's similar to the halo effect, where in the case of interfaces, there are studies that show that because you have a good looking UI, the people are going to form an opinion very quickly, even before using the application. And they're going to think the application is more trustworthy and just more intuitive because it looks better. And the funny thing is that the study shows that people form an opinion in the first 50 milliseconds when the application loads. But, well, most of the time the JS hasn't even loaded. So they haven't used your application. And using the application looks a little bit like this in the static context, of course. You navigate a little bit, and every single navigation is going to create some delay, some kind of friction. Did we fail if we compare to Henry Dreyfus? Not exactly, right? I'm playing a little bit with the words here. But the idea is I'm showing you the static website because I don't need to show you an application of a web app that you use. Probably you use them every day. And you've probably come across frustration, okay, when you have this friction. And it doesn't really come from the wait time, although it can come from the wait time. It comes from the incertitude of what is going to happen. Is it going to error? Is it going to break at this point? Did I do anything wrong? Do I need to start all over again? So that's the part that interested me, because aesthetics are subjective, and, well, you just hire a better designer if you want, or if you are a good designer yourself, you can design your website and spend some time on it. But what matters more here is how do we manage this loading state, the errors, and make everything consistent so that the user feels safe. And you can say that data fetching is easy. So this would be like the simple version of data fetching in Vue. It's just a wait instead of unmounted. You can also use suspense, blah, blah, blah. But the main issue with this version is that we don't have any indication of loading. And this is where problems start, okay? Of course, you can say, hey, I'm just going to use suspense and put a skeleton UI there. Now, skeletons UI, for those who don't know, are these little gray boxes that look like your UI. So they are meant to avoid layout shift, and they give your user an impression of, okay, I know what is going to appear in the screen. But there is an issue with this when it doesn't work. So this pattern in particular is very interesting because it has been overused, in my opinion. Now, the main point is when things go well. But what about when things go wrong? And when everybody is using the same pattern? What happens is that the users are going to associate the wrong times they have and be like, oh no, again, this skeleton UI. I don't know if this happens to you, but it happens to me. When the skeleton UI stays up for too long, I start to stress, like, shit, am I going to have to book my flight all over again? And so the bottom line of all these, what do we do? What do we do to reduce this risk? One very simple conclusion is we need to reduce the wait time to keep the user in flow, to keep everything fluid. How do we do that? We can make our async operation faster. You can move to Rust, whatever you want. But this is not what we're going to cover today, obviously. We can start them sooner. And I think this should start to ring a bell to some of you. And we can also make them feel faster, because this is going to be the most interesting part, is the feeling. In the end, what matters is how the user feels, not the actual numbers, although the actual numbers are correlated, of course. So today I want to focus on these 2 points with Pinia Colada. But I cannot go over without explaining what Pinia Colada is. So just a little show of hand. Who has heard of Pinia Colada? Okay, so my spamming is working. And who has used it? Great, more than I expected. So hopefully the experience is not too bad. It should be even better with time. Pinia Colada is a small layer on top of Pinia. It's a Vue plugin. And it has a few components or a few parts, because component is a little bit different in Vue context. We have a cache, a query cache, which is actually a Pinia store. We have queries that we define with useQuery and define query, and we have mutations. Now, the difference between these two is that a query is any operation that reads asynchronously. So it doesn't have to be just the GET request. It can also be a POS, for example, a search. But basically, it's anything that lists, search, or detail data from the server. And mutations are kind of the opposite. Any operation that can write to the data on the server. We're going to see that they're quite connected. And this is the biggest part where we can improve things. And we also have, and it's also light and extensible. So I like libraries which are light. That's why the router is also very light. It's like 6 kilobytes. Pinia is 1.5. And this is about 3 kilobytes. But we have an extensible API that is pretty nice. And it's going to be very important. So let's start by talking about queries in the simplest form. So this is just having variables to show that we're loading and that we have errors, which we probably already have in many cases. The queries are going to be the most important part. And we have two required parameters. One is the key. The key is going to tell where do we store the data, the state, the error related to this query in the query cache. And then the query is just going to be the function that returns the promise of the data. Now, among all we have all the things, of course, but the most important parts are going to be the state, which is going to contain the error, is it pending, and the data, and the async status, so every time you reload. Because one of the interesting things is that it automatically refetches when needed. And then we can use this information whatever we want. The important part is that we have a very low-level access, so we can check if the status is loading. Usually we have the error first. If there is an error, we want to display it in a way or another, ideally a way to recover, which I'm completely going over here. Then we have the data, and if you really want to, you can display a skeleton. I wouldn't combine the loading with the skeleton, but just for the example. Now, what is exactly this state? State is actually a union of 3 different states. And we have 3 different properties. So we have the status, the data, and the error. And based on what status we are on, we have a discriminated union in TypeScript. So that's why it's useful, because depending on what you check for the status, you know that data and the error are going to have a certain shape. Now, I don't need to go into the details of these. I think most of the information you can figure it out pretty quickly. But there is a lot more to get from the queries. So the same way you have this state, we also have individual access to the properties of the data, the status, and the error. This is because they map well to the way we define a template, and this is important when you are expressing your HTML. You want to have something that is connected to your data very directly, so you don't have to create too many computers in between. On the surface, this seems like very simple, right? We also have these 2 functions, refresh and refetch. But what's interesting is that we can call these in any places we want, the use query in any components we want. But because we have the key that is the same, we're going to have a shared data, kind of like a shared store among them. And so that means that no matter how many times we call refresh, we're just going to have one call because we did them close enough. In fact, the promise returned by refresh is going to be the same if they happen very closely. So this is going to simplify things a lot, because very often you have the query, the data being used in multiple places, but you want to update it at the same time because you know, and I'm going to talk about that in a moment. And you don't want to worry about, do I have a part that is not consistent? Did I change my profile picture, but it didn't change on the navbar? Did I mess up something? And so this inconsistent part is one of the, in my opinion, one of the parts that also makes your user lose trust. Because if you don't know if your data updated and you see things different, then you're not trusting the application anymore. So this is where the centralized data come in, and this is where we can get into the query cache. The query cache gives us access to any entries we want. And when I say access, we have access to a lot of information. And when I say a cache, people often think, isn't the cache about doing less requests? Well, in the case of a client-side cache, it's not the case. When you're on the server, yes, you want to have a layer of server with a cache that prevents the server from running too many requests, and you just have a fast, close to the user data center. On client side, I would say the role is actually the opposite. You want to do more requests, but you want to do them at the right time. And the power comes from knowing locally when was the last time you fetch. Is this data up to date from my knowledge? And so we're going to automatically trigger the refetches. And because we have this connection between the components that can act upon some data, having this centralized place, which is the query cache, somewhere, and being able to say, hey, this data changed, and it will automatically refresh everything behind the scenes, that's what makes it interesting and easy to just focus on the data and the operations you need and adapt your interface to it. So the query cache is accessible like this. So it's a store. So it's use query cache. It can be a query client. The name doesn't really matter too much, honestly. And as any other cache, we have a concept of fresh and stale data. And this concept is going to be very important because every operation we do is going to revolve around this. Okay? So fresh data means the data is up to date. I don't need to fetch it again. I can just display it, and it should be more or less up to date. It doesn't have to be 100% precise, and this is also important. If it's outdated for 5, 10, 15 seconds, most of the time it's fine. But you can also force this if you need to. Stale data, on the other hand, is when the data needs to be refetched. It doesn't mean that we are immediately refetching, okay? When data is stale, the store knows that it has to be refetched the next time it's needed. And you can tell it to do it at any time, and that's the important part. So you will notice also that query doesn't have an argument, because otherwise it wouldn't be able to call it automatically. And you can customize how long the data is fresh in the store. By default, it's 5 seconds, but you can change it globally. The idea is that very often you go to a page, you go back, and you don't want to refresh the same information. And this is also useful when you have authenticated sessions, because a cache usually cannot store, or you shouldn't store, authenticated information on the cache, because it's shared. But locally, you can. So you avoid doing another request and showing any kind of transition between pages. You can just go back immediately, which is great. For example, useQuery automatically triggers a refetch if stale when we focus the web page. So if the user went to another place and they come back, we automatically refresh, so only if needed, and when we mount a component that calls useQuery on the data. But how is this better? And I want to tell you a little bit small story. There is an airport in Houston. It was in the 90s. And people were feeling a lot of complaints about the wait times for luggage, the baggage claim. And the way it goes is, in that time, the people arrive by plane, they take 1 minute to go to the baggage claim, and they wait 7 minutes. That's the story for the luggage claim. Now, 7 minutes, it's very, very short, I would say. I've waited only 7 minutes. Most of the time it's half an hour in Paris, but whatever. And they were filling complaints right away because the place to fill complaints was also very close. So what do they do? They move the plane, the arrival, to be 6 minutes or 7 minutes away from the baggage claim. So people would just spend 7 minutes walking to the baggage claim and just spend 1 minute getting the luggage. And so like, yeah, this is so fast. But in reality, they were tricked. And I'm sorry to let you know this, but most of the time we're just tricked by the applications into believing that the experience is great. Not always, but very often. How does this apply to websites even? The idea is that the perception of speed is way more important than speed, and that sometimes it takes tricking the user into, or just keeping them busy for some time to make them feel like things are faster. But I wouldn't apply it so lightly. I like to refer to these response times, which comes from a study from Jacob Nielsen in 1993. This study reveals that anything that takes less than 100 milliseconds is exactly the same as instant. For the user, it's as if no time elapsed. So you shouldn't show any loading at all for less than 100 milliseconds, 0. Under 1 second, the user stays in their flow of thought. So they know what they are doing. They are not thinking about something else. Oh, what was that? The bed? Where should I position in my room? They keep thinking about, okay, I'm buying something. Should I use my business card, my personal card? So under 1 second, you don't always need to show a loading spinner. Okay? Where is a little bit more tricky. And under 10 seconds, you need to tell the user that you're loading. But over 10 seconds, you have to know that they're probably going to context switch. They're going to probably open the social media on the side. They're going to open the email, stuff like that. So in these scenarios, it's very, very important to tell the user that something is happening, and it might take time. And you might be thinking, my API is never going to take 10 seconds to respond. What you're talking about? Well, until you introduce the AI, and you have a LLM trying to figure out some response for 10 seconds. And it's going to happen. Times are going to go shorter, but responses over 10 seconds are not that uncommon nowadays. So one of the ways we can do this with Pinia is actually very simple. We delay spinners. It's not out of the box, because we don't want to have this impact everybody. But there is a Pinia Colada plugin, so it's a plugin for the plugin. I know it's funny. But we just specify the amount of milliseconds we want to delay. And there are studies that show that you can delay the spinner up to 400 milliseconds. The idea is that don't show the user that you're loading until you know you're really loading, okay? And so they will believe things are very fast. You can try this yourself. Delay a loading in your own application by 400 milliseconds, and you will see how it feels instant. It feels like, oh, it didn't wait at all. On the other hand, if you have this spinner flash, that's so bad, because this flash of something really captures the attention of the user. And so they're probably going to be like, oh, what happened? And I need to talk also about mutations, because I'm talking about the queries a lot, and it's very important because it's the information we show. But the place where we create friction the most is not when we read data. Most of the times there are no errors when we read the data. Most of the times the errors come from mutations, when we change something. And so mutations are very simple in Pinia Colada. We just need a function. And this time we can take arguments. We can pass anything we want, because we cannot execute automatically a mutation. We have to trigger it manually. And we have access to the same state on queries, so it's consistent. You can use the same abstractions to show some loading or graying out stuff, etc., etc. So the key is to use them both together. But how? When you use a mutation, most of the time, you know what your user is going to do afterwards, right? This is case-based case, but if a person updates their profile, they probably want to see their profile updated. If a person posted something, you probably want, let's talk Blue Sky, Twitter, blog, they probably want to see their blog appearing, or the tweet, or whatever. So a very simple thing you can do, without changing the logic at all of your application, is invalidating the query. Now, the reason this is interesting is because mutations and query do not always exist in the same place of your code. So it's very annoying if you have to connect the two things together. Having this centralized version of the cache allows you to tell the store, hey, invalidate these queries. So for example, I updated a contact. I know that the contact list is no longer up to date. You probably need to refetch it. And the contact with the ID I just changed is also not up to date anymore. So update that as well. And the store is going to mark the data as stale. And if they are being used somewhere, it's going to refetch them. You can also force, of course, the refetch by passing an option, but the idea is that you know the flow of your application. You know, and you can track, you can have analytics on what the users do. try to do that to start fetching before. It's just prefetching in a way, okay? Except that prefetching is usually connected to loading a page and stuff like that. But you can also apply it for mutations. So when you change data, you can prefetch what the user is going to look for. If you know that users go to the home page afterwards or to a search page, just charge that instead, okay? So predicting the future is, it's a fancy name, but we can even do better. So what we know already is prefetching, right? But can we even go into the future? And the answer is we can. We can do optimistic updates. Now, this is a very long topic, so I'm going to go a little bit fast over it, but know that documentation is quite extensive on the Pinia Colada. I want to show you a little demo. And I cannot run that into an iframe, so I need to just do it here. So this is Attidon. So this is a Nuxt application where I implemented the optimistic updates. And so the way it works is that when I adding a to-do, I'm sending the information to the server, and I know what the server is going to reply back. So I don't wait for the server to tell me what is the new data. I just update it locally and still get the new data. I optimistically know, I know what's the good outcome of this operation. So if I type very fast, I can add as many to-dos as I want. Now, never mind the toast. That's a very bad practice. I already told Sebastian a lot about it, but he insists on keeping them. Now, if I make the cache slow, I just deleted everything, and you can see the toast. This is why the toasts are really bad. They come afterwards. So I could still interact with the application as if it was instant, because most of the time, things are going to work, right? So you need to optimize a little bit for this optimistic path. That's going to make your application feel much better. And here you're going to see that adding things are a little bit different. You see how they are grayed out? You still want to give the user feedback if you know that your application, for example, is going to be used a lot on the subway, and that you know that you're going to have a flaky connection. Because in that case, you know your audience, you know the context in which they use your application, and you know that they are going to delay some of their operations. Graying out is one technique, by the way. You can also use a loading spinner. Just consider that showing a loading spinner somewhere can also drive users' attention to it, while graying out is a little bit more subtle, and it doesn't necessarily drive that much attention. Okay, going back to the, let me remove the mouse there. This is the code for the mutation. Now, it's a bit long, and I don't have much time left, so I'm going to go over a little bit quick. The mutation is pretty much the same. But then we have these hooks. These hooks are going to run before and after the mutation. So first thing we do is on mutate is when the mutation is triggered. And what we do is that we clear out the input immediately so the user can keep adding new to-dos. We get the current version of the data, and we patch it with the new version. So that's the get query data and then send query data. Then we cancel any ongoing queries, because we know that if there was any query that was already fetching this information, it's going to get an outdated version of the to-dos. So there is no point in keeping them. And then we return this information so we can use them in the other hooks. For example, the success. If the success happens, we can, I don't need to do this, but we can replace the data locally with the version that was sent to the by the server. When we settle, so both rejections and success, we invalidate the queries, so we want to still get a fresh version of the server. We want to make sure that we have correct data. Is important. And if we error, this is the big chunk, we need to roll back. Okay, so this is the most complicated part, in my opinion, about optimistic updates, is that you need to handle the rollback. It's not that much code. It's still, in my opinion, sometimes better to have more code than a convention, because depending on how you work with project, the more conventions you have, when you come back to the project after a few months of working something else, you're going to be like, where does this import come from? And it's going to create a new set of new problems that are really annoying. And the last part is also, this is the interesting part, is the rollback. If the information change, and our version on the cache is the one that is still there, we know that it's no longer up to date. If it's something else, it means that some other mutation changed it, so we don't want to update that. And I'm going really fast again, but it's a very interesting topic, and as you saw with the demo, it really creates amazing experience, no matter the connection. So how does it work? Another big chunk of code, I know. The query cache is a Pinia store, so we can use on action. A lot of people forget that Pinia is not just DevTools and a cute logo. We also have a very nice plugin API. We have on action that allows you to just, based on any action and is fully typed, do something. And so the query cache has a lot of actions that allows you to kind of hook into the events as if they were events. And so you can, for example, create new properties that you add into the query, and these are returned by the use query. So for example, isDelaying is a property that we have access to when we call use query. And we can even override the properties that exist in the entry that are native, like async status, data, etc., etc. And also fully type safe, of course. You can add options. You can add properties type in a type safe version. There is a lot more, but I want to recap a little bit what this Pinia Colada is a tool that avoids, so things you should remember and that are easy to do with Pinia is you can avoid showing loading state too quickly, and you should definitely do this. This is a very quick win in your applications. Just try it for yourself and you will see that it's much better. Using centralized data allows you to have consistent state across your application, and it's very, very important. Invalidating queries as soon as you know that a new version is ready, because this is the equivalent of prefetching, but also for updates on your data. And use optimistic updates to make the application feel faster, because the perception of speed is always better than the speed itself, even though it's correlated. And get creative. The reason I'm talking about Feng Shui and Hippocrates, and I have other examples like the elevators and these interactive floor maps for the kids in the malls. Touch grass sometimes. It's nice to get some inspiration from real-world things, because we are in a digital era where the interfaces are a lot touch-based or mouse, but a lot of the context from physical world still applies. And the wait times are still the same, right? And the flows of things, the distance between things still looks a lot like real life. So sometimes I think it's interesting to look into other things, like for example, video games with another example, level of detail, and they have other things. The loading spinners are more playful. So you know your audience, you know the flow of your application. There is no silver bullet, okay? Sorry to break it to you. There are a few things that are really can be applied everywhere, but reducing friction with async state is really a consistent way to improve the UX. And improving the UX of your application is going to drive more users to your application, make them buy more things if that's the point of your application, etc., etc. Sorry for it being too long, and thank you for having me.
Nice. Thank you, Eduardo, for this masterclass. I guess after this and AI, I will lose my job, but, well, thanks to you. Okay, so up next is Jan-Nicolas Voetman, a developer advocate at JetBrains, here to shed some light of a tool that we often underappreciate, that is Volar. In this session, Jan-Nicolas will take us through the features of Volar, showcasing why it deserves more attention. So please give a warm welcome to Jan-Nicolas.
Sweet, thank you. Welcome. How's everyone doing? So good? Ready for coffee? So for the next 30 minutes, I'll take you through the world of Volar for a little bit, and I want to start with a little story. So when I went to university, you did not see that? So when I went to university a couple years ago, I had this professor that was like white-bearded, gray hair. You know exactly the kind of person that I'm talking about here, I assume. And he told me literally like, well, you know, you should really use Notepad++ so that you don't rely on tools like syntax highlighting and stuff when you learn to develop, right? Like very outdated way of thinking about things, but let's stick with it for a minute. So in preparation for my talk, I thought, okay, what if we didn't actually have tools like the Vue language server, for instance, when we would develop day-to-day applications with 90s tools? So one of the first things that people always think is like, well, the language server provides syntax highlighting, which is actually false. There are APIs in the language server protocol allowing for semantic highlighting, but truth be told, no one uses those. So instead, most syntax highlighting is either provided by text-made bundles, which is used in VS Code, or in WebStorm, we're using the AST natively. So I like to always make little fun of text-made because it's nothing but a fancy regex basically saying, oh, if you detect like style, then make CSS highlighting. It's a little dated, but whatever. The other thing that you don't have are all these fancy tools that you think you might have, like auto-completion, TypeScript integration, refactoring, auto-imports, documentation. All those things come from the language server itself. You still have formatting if you rely on Prettier or something, or ESLint has some kind of formatting too. But that's pretty much about it. So everything that we like using in our day-to-day work other than AI, we don't have. And having that said, a couple words about myself. I'm Jan-Niklas Wortmann. Hello, thanks for having me. I'm developer advocate at JetBrains, so I know a thing or two about developer tooling. Where's this pop-up coming from? No, I don't want to do an update. I'm also a member of the reactjs core team. I'm an Angular GDE. I just snuck into this conference. And I'm also running a newsletter, the Weekly Dev Brew. I maybe have a thing for coffee if you don't know that, so we can talk about that too if you want, but let's stick for Volar for now. Or not. So Volar is known as the engine under the hood that powers the Vue language server. Volar itself is much more than just a Vue language server, though, because Volar is also, for instance, used in Astro. We had Ian here last year, I think, talking about Astro. And there's so much more even that Volar powers these days, like MDX, Ember. Parts of our Angular integration are powered by Volar inside WebStorm. I know that the analog team is looking at Volar. So Volar itself is really more like a framework for building language server. And before we talk about that, like a couple of features that Volar brings out of the box, more or less, are all these things that you really, really like. The integration of like making a TypeScript-powered framework with Volar is very seamless. We will look a little bit how that looks later on, but you get all this feature more or less. It's probably like 20 lines of code, I would say, maybe 30. And because language server is such an arbitrary abstract concept, like there are either those kind of people that work with developer tooling and language server and know exactly like the ins and outs, and there are normal developers that are just like, well, I want my dev tools to work. So I always talk a little bit about language server and the protocol itself, because the way this works is mostly you have a server that, in the case of the Vue language server, is part of the VS Code extension that you install, for instance. So you have a server binary that gets started, and then you have the IDE that talks with that server. So you have the IDE that ships the client, VS Code, WebStorm, whatever you use, and that talks over standard in and standard out with the server, either as part of the binary or whatever where it's coming from. And the message format looks kind of like this. So it's using JSON RPC under the hood. There's just more an implementation detail. It doesn't matter that much. It comes with a fancy ID that the language server can, or the client, can identify the requests. And then there are several methods that you can have. I picked an example here for text document completion, which is pretty much like you're saying console dot, and then you would expect like log to show up or info error, those things. In this case, it also, or in the case of text documentation complete, it also shares the file name, which is pretty common. Like most language server methods work on a file-by-file basis. And in this particular case, it's even like at the current position of the cursor, because you don't need to know other completion suggestions. The response would then look kind of like this. You have the ID again. Again, the client can say, oh, this is the one that I'm waiting for. Or there's even like cancellation mechanism. If you have already like typed in more characters in the meantime, it can toss those requests. And then there are the completion suggestions with fancy documentation and all the things that you might be looking for. So fairly straightforward. And I'll probably mess this up throughout the talk, so bear with me for a minute, but the terminology is kind of confusing because language server, LSP, and language server are all different things, but everyone uses them kind of the same. So the thing is, language server, or LSP, is language server protocol. So a language server implements the language server protocol. Make sense? Makes sense. And a language service is then an implementation for a certain language. So for instance, Volar ships a language service for HTML. The Vue language server uses the Vue language service to provide Vue support. I know it's complicated, and again, I'll probably mess this up, but that's theoretically how this interacts. And Volar comes with a lot of those services already out of the box. So here's the list that I hope is still complete. So it comes with CSS, Emmet, HTML, JSON, Markdown, Prettier, and Pretty HTML. It also comes with Pretty, I already have Pretty HTML. It comes with Puck, Beautify, Sass, TypeScript, 2/, and YAML, even though you shouldn't use YAML because it's the worst. Right after TypeScript enums, but close, very close. So the way that the Vue language server now works, if you look at the implementation, it's very lean. It's literally just saying, hey, this is how you parse a Vue SFC, and then divides all those files into HTML, CSS, TypeScript, and ships that to Volar, to the respective services. That's mostly it. You can also have like custom plugins if you want, but that's a different detail. So the Vue language server is really just a thin layer on top of Volar, if you want to think about it like that. And the important thing that the Vue language server does is really the parsing of the single file component, and then provides all those to Vue's code, WebStorm, whatever, NeoVim if you like. And the concept that is a little bit difficult to grasp, because we like single file component for like the nice developer experience that they provide. You have everything in one file, you know exactly where stuff is. But from like conceptually, a .vue file is at first not known. So what we need to look at here, and what also Volar and the Vue language server then does, is they have a virtual file representation. So each .vue file matches to a virtual .vue file that then gets split up into the TypeScript part, the HTML-ish part, because it's not native HTML with the mustache and stuff, and then also the CSS part. And taking away the scope, which is also not strict CSS, but you know that. So, and then we also have like funny things where we expect, for instance, TypeScript to work in the HTML part, in the script block, for instance. So HTML-ish is the best way to describe it. And so the language server, what it does is it divides this Vue file into 3 different files that then interact with each other. So we have the TypeScript part that we expect to be available in the HTML part. That is not a browser thing. Like if you have developed just like raw HTML, JavaScript, that's not a thing. That doesn't work like that. So what the Vue language server does here is providing the TypeScript context in the HTML file. But there are also other TypeScript features that you just expect to work. So for instance, if you have like a Vue component like this, besides the fact that it's not doing really anything, you expect certain things to work, right? You expect to have full control over TypeScript. You expect the interface to be declared and then used. You expect to define props to work, and when you use that component somewhere else, you expect the TypeScript context, as I mentioned. And all those things go hand in hand together here Oh yeah, and you also have optional chaining, which is another nice TypeScript feature that doesn't, depending on your browser version, doesn't even work. So there are also nice things like this. And again, as developers, we tend to be a little bit spoiled. I certainly am. So we basically, if we start working with something like that, we just expect all those things to work, completely ignoring the fact that there's like a shit ton of work involved. The thing that Volar excels at really is like this cross-file analysis. Particularly in like the TypeScript context, it's very important that you can reference the code from one file to another. Usually the LSPs as is really a file-by-file basis. And mostly even most actions and methods are available just at the position of the cursor. But you need to have this analysis that you know, hey, where is this view component coming from? That you can directly go to the definition, for instance. Those kind of things are really difficult for a language server to implement itself, and Volar did this in a really elegant way. We already heard Evan talk about this earlier, but there are several iterations over Volar that made it more performant. And also, they have a plugin architecture that makes it really nice for other frameworks to hook into it and build on top of it, like Astra did. Astra is still the best example for that. If you feel fancy and be like, oh, I want to really get into developer tooling, first, don't. Second, if you still want to do it, there's a VS Code extension called DevTools for Volar, or Volar Labs, which is really, really nicely because it actually shows you this different virtual files, and you can see how it's parsing, because the parsing is not fun. If you consider like trailing commas or like WSL, for instance, has a different representation for end-of-line carriers and those kind of things. It's absolutely not fun. And I also want to spend a couple minutes of how we use the language server within WebStorm, because I think that's kind of interesting compared to other models. Oh, there's a camera. So the way we use the language server in WebStorm, because we still use in our Vue plugin, we do use our LSP client. So WebStorm has a platform plugin API for LSP clients, and there we use the language server. The thing that we now do is we feed those information into our internal model that we have. We still do like native AST parsing of the single file component, because we still implement syntax highlighting, for instance, ourselves. So all those things get fed into our internal model that then at the end power existing features that we have for debugging, testing, documentation. And the interesting part of that is that we this way can also further provide refactorings. For instance, one thing that we do is if you refactor a CSS class name, it will automatically be in every file where it's referenced, which is a nice thing that we get for free by using our model. So having this hybrid mode of like having something or a lot of information coming from the LSP language server, having a lot of information coming from the language server, but also then have our internal model representing this allows us to build features on top of the language server in a very elegant way. For instance, we did that for Nuxt, the other release. I just don't exactly remember what we did, but we have some fancy Nuxt features. There is a lot of confusion. And from a marketing perspective, this was not the best way to phrase things, but there's this feature Volar thing going on, and it's still floating around a little bit. And it boils down more or less to the same with like takeover mode versus hybrid mode. So I want to spend a couple minutes talking about that. The thing with feature, it's basically the Vue language server 1.x, right? So like the first major release of the Vue language server. The second major release of the Vue language server was named Volar, because in that transition also they extracted parts of the API into its own framework and used Volar under the hood there. But still, the Vue language server was called Volar, which I still confusing, because if you now Google Volar, you first get to the Vue language server. Under the hood, though, they fundamentally work different, very, very differently, because the takeover mode was basically an attempt to make the TypeScript language server, or to tackle performance issues with the TypeScript language server. So the way that takeover mode worked was basically, if you've checked the documentation, you know what I'm talking about, but it basically told you, hey, deactivate the TypeScript language server in VS Code, and feature or the Vue language server handles all requests from for the TypeScript language server, because under the hood it still used the TypeScript language server. So that was that. From a configuration aspect, it involved like a lot of manual steps. So that was kind of awkward from like a usability. And with Volar, the other approach they took, and that's also how a lot of other language server works these days, is they call it hybrid mode, where they still have like a little binary with like Vue-specific things, but most requests are getting directly shipped to the to the TypeScript language server, and the Vue language server is more of a plugin to the TypeScript language server. So with this plugin architecture, you basically tell the TypeScript language server, hey, if you get a .vue file, I can handle this for you. So this way, you did have the performance improvements in the case that you still have primarily one binary handling the TypeScript code, and therefore just one binary allocating the memory. But you also had an extensible architecture with this plugin architecture. And you didn't have the awkwardness with like takeover mode where you had to configure or manual things yourself. And because Johnson felt fancy and released the alpha for Volar 3 last week, one thing that is a little bit different to what I said here, it's like still primarily using the hybrid mode. It's really more of like the way the Vue language server binary and the TypeScript language server binary are still talking about. Because they used like a piping architecture, and now they, I think it's standard out, but I'm not entirely sure. So from like a user perspective, nothing really changed. From that aspect, it's more like a breaking change for IDEs, because they need to, the way the messaging forwarding is handled is now different. Okay, we talked now a lot about like Volar, Vue language server, this, that. I do want to give you like a little bit more code, because we are developers, we like looking at code. So the way you would build your own language server, again, if you feel fancy, with Volar, the way this basically works is, and there's a starter template that is great for getting started. You're basically establishing the connection and creating the server that then listens to input-output. Again, you obviously need to have like a client integration with that. This is just the server part. So the client integration with VS Code is 10 lines of code. The client integration with JetBrains IDEs is 10 lines of code. There are GitHub repositories for all of that. Just check those out. But looking at the language server again, this is how you start the server itself. The other part that you then would need is within that initialization logic is saying, okay, what do I want to handle? And in our particular case, we're registering a language plugin. So we are now saying, okay, I don't want to, HTML is kind of outdated, so let's make a new HTML. And in our new HTML, the way this works is we say what language ID we have, so all .html1 files get redirected to this language server or get handled by this language server. And the part that I didn't write down here because it's unnecessarily complex is how the file would be parsed. So the splitting up into the virtual files, that is the, no, I don't have a slide for that. I thought so. So the way this works would basically be like looking for script tag and saying, oh, the script part, that is TypeScript code. The template part, that is HTML code. The styles, that is CSS. And then you have like 3 different virtual files out of that the language server can interact with. Good? So talking a little bit about the future of Volar. One thing I think that is interesting is that Johnson relentlessly tries to make the language server faster in various approaches. So all the major version changes are always performance improvement. Using alien signal, for instance, as Evan told us before, is a way to make the performance improvement work. Obviously, the TypeScript language server gets a nice improvement now with the Go implementation. Actually, funny story with that, the TypeScript language server is not a language server. It's not implementing it's also written in the blog post, the TypeScript language server is not implementing the LSP because the TypeScript language server was older than the LSP. So it's kind of like a baseline. There are similarities, but it's not quite working the same. But the nice thing is now the new TypeScript language server is going to be an LSP, which is going to make the work for Volar a lot nicer as well. I'm pretty sure there are more integrations coming from. I'm, for instance, talking to the folks from Knip the JavaScript library that detects like unused files. Great library if you haven't used it, by the way. And they are looking for an implementation with a language server based on Volar. If Johnson ever decides to raise VC money, he should think about making it AI-powered because that's the way to go these days, apparently. The thing that I really love about Volar is that it's such a fundamental baseline for developer tooling. So if you want to develop something yourself, like Vine, for instance, Volar is a great way to get this started without like going full-blown, oh, I need to do like developer tooling, like in the holistic way. It's a great baseline to get a wide range of support, more or less out of the box. And with out of the box, I mean within like 30, 50 lines of code. I do like this slide so much because I got very excited about like this talk. It's like a topic that I feel passionate about. But I totally acknowledge that just because I feel passionate about it doesn't mean everyone else does. So I probably worked on this next section more than on the rest of the talk. And the thing that I came up with why I think you should care about things like Volar basically boiled down to this concept. And or this quote from Galileo, if we ignore the unnecessary use of gendering here in this quote because different times, but it basically says you cannot teach a man anything, you can only help him find it within himself. So with this talk, I mostly hope that I shared my passion for developer tooling a little bit and kind of sparked that curiosity in you, hopefully. And if you ever feel passionate enough to be like, oh yeah, developer tooling, I'm going to work on developer tooling, Volar is a great way to start this with sticking in your ecosystem and giving you like a nice head start. So having all that said, thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you, Jan-Nicolas. Now we have a 45 minutes break. So enjoy some drinks, go and grab some stuff from the sponsors' stands because you have free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? And see you here at 12 o'clock. So don't forget to get back.
Prince Johnny, you're kind, but you're not simple. By now, I think I know the difference. You wanna be a son, someone. Remember the time we went and snorted a piece of the Berlin Wall.
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake and the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. You are not the single type, so baby, this the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high, faded off this touch. You don't need a lonely night, so baby, I can make it right. You just gotta let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it gets set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I know what you feel like, feel it coming. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I know what you say right there, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I know what you say right there, I feel it coming, I feel it coming, baby. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming, babe.
Keep my hands on myself. Pick up dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Kiss my little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Got another mouth to feed. Leave it with the babysitter, mama call a grave digger. Gone
Yeah, your love is an abyss for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Not I had your fill, but I feel it still. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life, yeah. 'Cause I was sitting there bored to death, and in just one breath he said, you gotta get up, you gotta get off, you gotta get down, girl. You know you drive me crazy, baby. You've got me turning to another man. Called you on the phone, no one's home. Baby, why leave me all alone? And if it wasn't for the music, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. You know I hopped into my car, didn't get very far, no. Before I had you on my mind, why be so unkind? You've got your women all around this town. But I was trapped in love with you, and I didn't know what to do. But when I turned on my radio, I found out all I needed to know. Check it out. Last night
Woohoo! Welcome back for the break. I hope that you enjoy some drinks and some swag. And now, next up, we have Rijk van Zonten, co-founder and CTO at Directors, and it will come with a special guest that I can say right now. Today, they are sharing strategies for handling multiple data sources, optimizing performance, ensuring consistency, and building resilient workflows that avoid common pitfalls. So stay here and watch this talk. Please welcome Rijk and a special guest.
Let's see, this will come on. Here we go. Perfect. All right.
Okay, you can switch on the big screen.
Yeah, wait 1 second. Oh, we are up. Perfect. Hello, hello everyone. Pleasure to be here. Very glad to have all of you in the room today. This is exciting. Real quick before we dive in, as you might have noticed if you looked at the schedule for today, there was supposed to be a talk by my friend Guillaume later. Unfortunately, he got himself injured over the weekend. Nothing too life-threatening, luckily, but he wasn't able to make it this year. So I do want to say, on behalf of myself, the rest of the Directors team, everybody here presumably, we wish you a speedy recovery. All the best. So what we've done now is we kind of combined our two sessions together. So I was going to introduce sort of the problem spaces that we've been working on. He was going to introduce some of the solutions that we've been working on for those problem spaces. So I merged it all together. So if it feels like this is a little haphazard, rest assured, it is. So let's start with a quick show of hands. So we'll start with an easy one. I'm assuming this is most, but we'll see. Who here is working with some sort of backend API data in their Vue apps? Either a BFF or just, okay, yeah, that figured. Mostly everybody. So who is using data from multiple APIs at the same time, or multiple endpoints, different, basically the same crap, right? So who has done that and had it work sort of the right way from the start? Right, me neither. Well, this is great then, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. So this talk is just for you. So imagine, you're building a Vue app, you're pulling in some data. You might be pulling in product inventory from Shopify. You might pull in some data from a CRM to stitch it all together. You might have some real-time pricing information from a socket API. How do you make sure you keep all of that stuff, all of these different bits of data in sync? How do you do that performantly? How do you keep it reliable? Especially when networks and computers, let's be honest, are super unreliable, right? It's the challenge of data federation, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. I'm Rijk. I'm Dutch-born and raised developer designer. I live in Brooklyn, New York at the moment. I'm the co-founder of Directus, which is a backend platform designed to help you tackle some of these data challenges in your Vue apps. So it's a backend platform. Think about it as basically the best parts of a backend as a service combined with the best parts of a CMS. So we see it used for a wide variety of data use cases, things like all the way from website content management, CRM use cases, or any sort of proprietary data thing in between. It was heavily based on APIs, hence this talk. We have REST APIs, GraphQL, real-time APIs, things like that, and then a data studio that's totally built in Vue and Nuxt, hence we're here, to help sort of the technical and non-technical users work with that data. So while we were building Directus, we've obviously learned tons of things because we've been working with, our own data APIs, external APIs, building a Vue app for a couple of years. And we learned a lot because it turns out this stuff is quite tricky. It's a little difficult to do, really. Loads of edge cases, lots of different types of users, so therefore every design decision that we make, both technically and from a user experience perspective, really has to be made with a lot of care. For example, in our own studio, we end up federating data from a range of different sources. We have a bunch of system API endpoints from our own system for things like permission management or authentication. And we mix that in with data that's provided from the user. So we have a bunch of different databases to connect to, some other sources, third-party APIs. There's then also plugins and extensions that might change that data. Long story short, there's a fair share of front-end data problems that we have to be tackling every day. Just as we did while building this studio, you'll eventually find yourself, and based on the raised hands earlier, this is already the case, you'll find yourself juggling data just to and from all of these different places, all of these different data sources when building Vue apps. There's quite a lot to take into account when it comes to handling data from all these different sources performantly and reliably, important word. So we're taking this opportunity here today to go over some of the major factors that we ran into while building Directus itself, and then how we've solved that over time. Starting with the easiest of them all, caching. So we've had a great chat earlier today by Eduardo, and I'll mention him a couple of times because there's some really fun stuff happening in this space. But first and foremost, a little bit of caching feels like a super obvious thing, right? It's like, well, yeah, you make it fast, you don't do the calls. Big whoop. It is by far the easiest way to make an app more performant and reliable. But it is also way trickier, right? It's one of the trickiest things. I mean, we like to use analogies a lot at Directus, so I kind of say, caching, it's kind of like a fridge. You put a bunch of stuff in it, you forget it's there. After a while, it starts to smell, right? It's just that it's messy. It's messy. So when it comes to Vue components and you're fetching a bunch of data, let's start with a super basic, barely working example. You just fetch a bunch of data, show it in a component, life's good. Well, until it super isn't. A couple of immediate flaws and obvious things that we've seen before 100 times again, right? It's what about loading states? What about error handling? Things like that. We could start quickly throwing in more and more boilerplate to make that happen. It's a lot more verbose. It still kind of works, kind of doesn't. Don't do this, not an example of how to do this, right? But as you can tell, as soon as you render this component a couple of different times, or you have multiple components doing the same thing in the same way, you're fetching tons of data over and over and over again. So one easy start to improve that is by moving some of that logic externally and share it between different components. This is basically how stores came to be and how you fetch data modernly now. You make the new async function in some different file, and you use that async function to fetch the data. Therefore, it's always pulling from memory instead of the API, if it already exists. Kind of technically works. It's even somewhat reactive, because if you use the vue rest for this, then it will trigger updates and things like that. Nah, that being said, you know, this will grow very, very unmaintainable over time. Now, this is really the domain of Pinia, right, at this point. Again, shout out. Throw it in a store, make it easier to use. You get great dev tools. You get way better state management. Makes it a breeze. Big shout out. Big fan. And then from what we saw this morning, you know, Pinia Colada makes it even easier by just wrapping it all in a sort of JAMstack-like query abstraction that helps with the querying and the query level caching. So caching is the easy part then, right? Now we're done. Great, love it. It's basic memory query caching and request deduplication out of the way. But there is a bit of an elephant in the room when it comes to query level caching, right? So that is where you make a request, you cache the exact output as is. And that is what happens if two different queries contain the same data. It sort of overlaps like a Venn diagram, right? What happens if that data is used in different places, but it's sort of coming from the same source in the API, but it is two different queries? If, for example, I have a directory of users and I click on one of the users in my app to go to a detail page or a form or something like that, am I now refetching that user from a different query? And how do we keep those two things in sync? So in order to do that a bit more efficiently, you want to end up normalizing some of the cache. And what that means is that rather than caching based on the query itself and the direct output, you normalize the data that comes out of that query in its own sort of data store. So you can then make sure that different queries that access the same data always pull from the same source. And that, again, in that same example that I mentioned, right, if you have a list of people and you click on one, you already have that person, because you already fetched the information for that person as part of the list. So why fetch it again for the detail page? They're two different queries, but you're fetching the same data in a different way. It is definitely a little bit more advanced in that sense, and there's a lot of bottlenecks and additional boilerplate that is involved in doing this. So I'll try to condense it a little bit with some pseudocode to get the idea across. But this is, again, not a sort of functional thing, right? Don't go take screenshots and use this in production, please. So in this brief example here, we're storing the records about the individuals as just a list of people, right? So in this case, just a simple array in this example. But you see we have two different queries. So we have a query to get many people at the same time for sort of a listing overview of like a directory. And then we have a sort of detail page variant of that, like the get one. Simple example, I know. But at the end of the day, as you can see, in the get many, we store it all in that same array. So therefore, when we do a get one, we can pull it from that same array. And that also means that we just normalize that cache now. It results in a better caching performance because you only fetch the same data entity once, but there's tons more overhead and boilerplate, as you can already see, because this is already growing big and we're only doing one thing. I don't want to spoil the session tomorrow about Nuxt content too much, but I did see that their major upgrade that just recently shipped is doing a similar thing now, where they're pulling the content documents from a database that runs in the browser rather than doing individual lookups to the files. I can only assume it's for very similar performance reasons, right? And it shows in that release. It's been way fast. Big fans again. So with sort of that caching and that normalizing idea out of the way, we're fetching and refetching it from the cache in basically the most optimized way I can think of. However, once you do go the normalized route instead of the query caching route, we create a bit of a new problem, and that is mixing these different sources. So in a query-based cache, you could end up querying a bunch of nested relational data, for example, as part of one query, right? So in the, let's say you're fetching blog posts, you might have some information about each individual author as part of each post. When you're normalizing that cache, ideally you want to store each of those authors separately from the posts. So therefore, if you query an author, you don't have to go, make a new query. That does mean that you have to do a bunch of stuff yourself, right, to make that work. So if we use that previous example as a starting point, once we start dealing with multiple data sets and therefore multiple calls, we have to add new query functions into the mix that will combine all of that normalized data back into the sort of shape that you need it for in your front end. So for example, here, my little pseudocode thing, I threw in an article interface here, and each article has one author, therefore there's some nested relational structure going on, right? In the get articles with author query now, I'm explicitly saying, well, when we're looking at articles, I want to nest all the authors. So my little simple map example here is just pulling what is the author of the article and then nesting it under that article itself when it's being used. I sort of omitted, because there was only so much code on the screen, but you can imagine that within that articles with author function, you do also have to account for, okay, if we're trying to read the articles that don't exist in our normalized cache yet, where do those come from? Or when I have an article with an author that doesn't exist in my normalized cache yet, where does that come from? And when and how do we fetch that? And of course, we still need the other queries for getting the individual people or the list of people separate from this. So again, I just omitted it for brevity, but you can imagine this is already growing quite big. If you're not careful with how this is architected, at this point, the cons of maintenance and growing code base and complexity very quickly outweigh the pros. Keeping all of this code or keeping the code maintained and tested will just get exponentially harder the more and more entities you're trying to manage. Because even in this example, this is just articles and people with 3 different queries. This is already going to be a tremendously large and complicated thing. There are some abstraction libraries that handle some of this normalization, especially in the sort of GraphQL ecosystem. We've seen quite a lot of things pop up in that world, where they normalize the individual sort of resolvers as the data points. You know, Apollo is a great example of an ecosystem that does that. So with the basics of mixing those data sources figured out, it is getting overwhelming, isn't it? If you start normalizing the data, it's a performance improvement, it's great. But now we're making it way complicated for ourselves. But bear with. There's 2 more additions that I want to throw into the mix that we ran into when building directives that are directly related to this whole. First and foremost, real-time updates. So now that we have a cache and we have the stuff locally, what happens if something changes on the back end? Right? Because we're fetching a query cache first, ideally, because that's the fastest we can possibly make it. Something changes on the API. How do we invalidate that cache? It's the classic joke, you know, everybody here knows it. Cache invalidation, one of the 2 hard things in computer science, right? With naming things and off by 1 errors. So how do we do that? There's various strategies for cache invalidation at this sort of client level. You can invalidate it after a certain amount of time, you know, a couple of seconds if you have stuff with high repeat reads, but frequent updates, you can make the time lower. You could do it more of a least recently used style, where you say, okay, the stuff that is frequently accessed we keep, and then we sort of invalidate it over time. My preferred approach for this, and how we handle it in the studio too, is more event-driven. So whenever something changes on the API, inform the front end somehow, and then when, and only when, something was changed in the back end of it all, do we invalidate the cache on the front end. So in order to do so, you have to listen to events coming from the server somehow, and then refresh the cache. This is going to be super specific based on what tooling you use, right? So for the directives API, the WebSocket spec is very different than from other tools, mostly because there aren't really a lot of standards around what, you know, the event formats look like and things like that. So again, this will be a little bit of an abbreviated, you know, example for the sake of getting the idea across, but this is, your mileage may vary based on what you're doing for real. So in this little updated example here, now connecting to a WebSocket using just a plain old JavaScript WebSocket object with a simple event listener that says, okay, whenever an update message comes in, do a thing, right? It allows us to run a little bit of code whenever the server tells us an update happens, but now the choice becomes, how do we update that cache accordingly? We could just invalidate the whole cache every time, because, you know, if you're dealing with relationships, you don't quite know. Something changed, therefore we have to assume the client is out of date, therefore do a new fetch whenever the next call is being made on the client. It works, but it, you know, you end up replacing the cache so often and invalidate the whole thing. We can do better. We can do a lot better. Ideally, the API that we connect to tells us not only that something updated, but it tells us what the thing is that changed. So if the backend informs us what individual item in what data set has changed, we can invalidate that one individual record from our normalized cache, but keep everything else in place. If the cache is query-based, however, like we saw in the beginning, that becomes a bit trickier, because now you could have an author of an article in both your article data set as a nested record, or in your people directory data set, and you have to invalidate them in multiple places. So this is where the normalization really starts to help out a lot with the real-time event handling. So in the normalized cache, you can invalidate the individual record that has changed. Therefore, the next time a call is being made for that data from whatever query source that is, we can just refresh that one particular data point instead of everything. Even better would be if the API tells us not only what item changed, but what things within that thing changed. So for example, if a person's name gets updated or something, I want to know what person got updated, but also what is the new name. Because that way, instead of invalidating that whole record, we can just update that one little field in our normalized cache. That's the sweet spot. Not easy. Don't try that at home. Then, to make that a bit more complicated, you also want to make sure that whenever an update happens from the server in that fashion, that you re-render the Vue components in the right way. Right? If you already use Pinia or refs for maintaining that store, some of that stuff comes out of the box and is taken care of. But it is one of those things you have to test a lot with to make sure that it's handled gracefully. So now that we've worked in some of the real-time event-driven cache invalidation, we're left with one last topic to tackle here. Mutations. Reading data and caching it is one thing, of course, but a real app will change a bunch of data as well. So for that specifically, in the context of directives, we're dealing a lot with forms, so that is, as many a topic. Form handling. There's a lot of state management, not too dissimilar what we saw in the very first caching example. You're going to deal with loading states, dealing with error handling, etc., etc. In a very bare bones environment, it's already getting a bit small on the screen. There's just tons of boilerplate required. For forms specifically, you also ideally have a single source of truth of what the V models can point to from the actual inputs, which adds a new layer of complexity, because you cannot necessarily make that reactive object the cache itself, because then you're directly modifying the cache without saving anything. So you have to make some sort of copy out of the cache, make that copy reactive to use it in a form. And then once that form is submitted, you have to both update the cache locally and submit it to whatever data backend you have that it needs to go to. So therefore, whenever another client connects and pulls it from the API, you make sure it's up to date. Once again, an area where you really don't want to handle too many things by hand yourself. If you find yourself building a lot of these types of API handling things within components, please do ask yourself, is this what we want to be doing today? The answer probably isn't. Pinia Colada, again, once again, a great, fantastic way to sort of simplify a lot of this, right? We've seen it this morning. I hope you caught that talk. If you didn't, please check out the recording. I could do a whole session just on the perceived performance of form data handling. And I have, actually. It wasn't last year here, but I did do a talk on perceived performance and the user experience of it all in Vue apps. Please do check that out on YouTube. Just search my name, you'll find it. So with all of these pieces in place, we've now greatly improved our data handling strategy. We've made it a hell of a lot worse when it comes to actually building of it, because this is just a tricky topic to fix, right? We've created a lot of new problems in doing all this. The combination of all of these examples, the code that you end up with, very, very verbose. It's hard to maintain, tricky to test. Making sure that it remains reactive when you want it to within Vue and not when it shouldn't be, difficult topic. We did end up in a situation where we just, whoops, pushed a little bomb onto GitHub, and now we re-render the whole app every time anything changes. Not good. Not good. Don't do that. We'll be the first to admit, this is not the kind of stuff you really want to be doing by hand and rolling yourself. So where do we go from there? Now what? We know what these pain points are. We know what our wish is for sort of the perfect setup in how we handle this sort of local state invalidation and cache handling. But what we've kind of learned in the last 25 minutes or so here is like, is this just needlessly complicated? Did we just waste a bunch of minutes? Did we just waste my life? I'm never getting back? Well, As I highlighted in some of the other examples, and that we've seen in talks earlier today, and I'm assuming later and tomorrow as well, there are some great libraries and tools available to help with one or more of these problems. Pinia Colada is amazing, Apollo Suite is amazing, the GraphQL space has a lot of great stuff in it. Many more projects are starting to come up as well. That being said, what we found trying to refresh our own app and implementing this sort of production ready is that once you combine these 5 major points together, things still tend to get exponentially complicated. So we were looking at all of these existing solutions and thought, well, what if we just made another one? That's typical, right? Screw it, we'll do it ourselves. So to tell you a little bit more about that, please welcome Directus' Head of Engineering, Nuxt co-creator, my good friend Alexandra, to the stage to tell you a little bit more about where we're going from here.
Okay. Hi everyone. Happy to be back on stage. It's been a while. Don't see you with the light, but guess you are still 1,000, which is scary. Today I'm thrilled to introduce something we have been working on with Guillaume since few months, and it's a new open source library designed specifically for the Vue and Nuxt ecosystem, and it's called AirStore. AirStore is built to address data management challenge across projects and all size, from small application to large size enterprise system. So basically what's Raik explain all the challenge and problem during 20 minutes. So what is AirStore? So it's a reactive data store built to provide finesse data management for any Vue app. Yeah, I say Vue in French. That's what Evan asked. So some of the key features. We get a normalized reactive cache. At its core, AirStore provides a normalized reactive cache, ensuring that all your components always have up-to-date data, which is the main goal for store, but also collocate queries. So it's allow you to collocate queries directly within the components that need them, keeping your code clean and maintainable, because as mentioned, our goal is large-scale application. Form state management, it's also shipped with a form API to simplify form state management and validation, making it easier than ever to work with dynamic data in your app. Local first and real-time experience, that was our main objective when we were working on that project with Guillaume. Be able to have this local first approach. It's definitely a different experience when you have to deal with an app which is local first, except sometimes on Notion. Adaptable plugin system. We want to be agnostic and be able to configure your storage no matter your sources, the way you want to fetch it, because we all have to deal with some legacy stack and API, unfortunately, and the way where data was structured at that time wasn't really think for the future, let's say it like that. So let's get started. Super simple installation process. For Vue, you install the npm package airstore/vue, and for Nuxt, npm install airstore/Nuxt, and it's a Nuxt module, obviously. First step, once we got this package installed, when you have to deal with data, there is always this first step, which is define your data model. So to do so, we can create a data model in a single file. In this example, that's a to-do data model. Not very fancy, but a great example to start with, where we can leverage TypeScript to define the type. And you can see this dot model, which injects your model into AirStore. So in one file, you can define multiple models. So you can define your whole database, for example, in one file, and if you have to deal with multiple databases, you create multiple files. Second things, which is super important, as Rag mentioned, when we have to deal with data, we also have to deal with the validation of it. So for more control of your data model, we can define some default schema validation using the schema property. This is useful for validating data, for create or update operation. So the schema can be defined using any validation library. In this example, we are using Zod, but you can use any kind of library that implements standard schema. And then relation. So any important feature when dealing with data model is relations. So we can use the relation property in the model definition to define the relation between models. The relation property is an object where the keys are the name of the relation and the value are objects that define the relation. You can define one-to-one relation, but also one-to-many relation by setting the many property to true. That was the first step. So we get our data model set up. We get our relation. And because we know we have to deal with the mutation, we define some schema for validation. So by default, AirStore doesn't make any assumption about the way you fetch data in your app. So plugins allow you to extend AirStore by providing your fetching logic. The main use case for plugins is to add support for different data sources, such as REST APIs, GraphQL APIs, local storage, and others. Plugins can also be used to add support for different data formats, such as JSON, XML, or CSV. Here, a quick example about a plugins for your REST API. So to define a plugin, you can use the define plugin helper to get autocompletion and type checking. The plugin is an object with a name and a setup function. The setup function is called when the plugin is registered. It receives a plugin API object that contains a useful method to customize the store. Then, in the setup, you can leverage hooks. Hooks are the primary way to extend the functionality of the store. They allow you to run custom code at different points in the lifecycle of the store. The hooks are called in the order that we are defining it. So in that example, which is super simple, you can see that we are calling our API in their own format, leveraging the payload to pass data, and that plugin is just one connector. So if you get multiple API to deal with, you just need to create such plugin. Like what Raik mentioned, and our focus was about real-time, so obviously this is an example about a plugin with WebSockets. Oh, it was fast. So in this example, you can see better than me. We get a hook for subscribed, unsubscribed, and init. So you can subscribe to channel and topic. Super simple. You will have more example on the documentation and the playground to play with it. So we get the data models. We are connecting them with their sources through plugins. Now it's time to play with that with data queries. So AirStore provides 3 ways of fetching your data. The first one is query composable. So we got 2 composable, query first and query many. By default, it's reactive. That means it's first try to find the value on the cache, and if it doesn't find it, going to fetch it using your plugins. The second one are cache read. So pick first and pick many, which is a way to fetch data only in your cache. And the third one is single query. So find first and find many, which is run only once your query. But also, because we get a way to query data, we need also to find a way to, depending on your data, how you want to fetch this. So we define fetching policies. So first, the query composable as mentioned. We get the query first. You just use useThrow, get your key, and do your query first with some key parameters. Same for query many with those parameters, but you can also do it with fetching relation. As mentioned, we define the relation in our data model, so we can leverage the include keyword to link your relation. Query composable are the recommended way to fetch data from the server. They are designed to be used in Vue component and return a reactive result to be used in your component. Now speaking about policies, we get two ways to define your policies for your query, for fetching. One which is globally. When you create your store, you can define the fetch policy, but also when you do your query in your components, you can also specify which policy you want to leverage. There is 5 policies available. Cache first, which means only the cache. Cache and fetch, which is the behavior that the query will first fetch the data from the cache and then the adapter plugin updates the cache. Fetch only, which is the third option, means that the query will only fetch the data from the adapter plugin. The data will be stored in the cache when the query is resolved. Cache only means that the query will only fetch the data from the cache. And the no cache option means that the query will not use the cache and only fetch the data from the adapter. Third one, collocated queries. The main advantage to have a store that is sharing the state of your data is to be able to leverage that querying in multiple components. Which means in this example, if you are using a user in your header, because you are login, you want to display your username, you are doing this query first to your air store. And if you want to use it in your profile and an update appears, the centralized cache ensures that the data is up to date also in the user profile component. So no matter where you're doing the change, they are all in sync. So AirStore automatically normalizes the data, ensuring a single source of truth. If a request piece of data isn't yet in the cache, AirStore will fetch it on demand, making sure your app always has access to the latest information. That was data query. Now we get the data, it's time to update them with some mutation. And let's see how mutation works in AirStore. The 3 mutation that we know is create, update, delete. So let's start with create. To create a new record, you can use the create method on the store. Super simple. This method takes an object with the property of the record you want to create. Then we get the update. So to update an existing record, you can use the update method on the store. But you can also use directly the $update method on the record itself as a shortcut. So you don't need to specify the ID. Same for the delete. You can leverage the delete method directly on the store or the $delete on the item. The fun part now, form handling made simple. Forms are a core part of most applications, and we want to make working with them seamless. AirStore includes a built-in form handling abstraction that makes it easy to manage form state, track validation, and respond to real-time events affecting the form data. No more scattered state management, just a straightforward and reactive approach. So We see in the first step how we define the schema in the data models. Now it's time in your component to leverage that schema in a form validation. We have several special properties. We have a $reset, which is a method that resets the form to initial state. We have a $save method, which saves the form and create a new item. We have also $loading, booleans for indicate whether the form is being saved, and $error, a $schema for the validation, and a $onSave, which is on the example, which is a method that registers a callback to be called when the form is saved. Speeding up a little bit, I'm starving. So by default, so for the few who knows me and the work we did on Nuxt, DX is a core value, and I try to bring that as much as we can with Guillaume on the directives team. So our expectation was a great DX by default. So since all data returned from AirStore is reactive by default, you don't have to worry about managing state update manually. Your component automatically updates when data change, providing a smooth developer experience without an unnecessary boilerplate code. And of course, you have seen it on some example, but full TypeScript support is included out of the box, providing auto-completion and type safety to supercharge your development. Obviously, I couldn't build a solution without having a built-in Nuxt support. So for Nuxters, we have created a Nuxt module that will automatically scan the AirStore folder in your Nuxt app for models, scan the AirStore/plugin folder and register plugin, create the store, handle SSR payloads, expose the uStore composable type accordingly to the model. And the big one, we have the Nuxt DevTool integration by default, allowing you to inspect the cache state, monitor data mutation, and debug query seamlessly. Last but not least, open source. So today we are super exciting to officially launch AirStore as a standalone open source project. And it's ready to use now. It's available right now on GitHub. We would love to have your feedback on that. Give it a try and help us shape the future of AirStore by creating your own plugin. Big shout out to Guillaume, who couldn't be here, and the huge work he did, especially last night with me. And thank you all for your time. I can't wait to see what you are going to build with AirStore. And now it's time to React to be back.
Well, thank you, Raik, and of course, Alex, for this amazing talk. Now, just an announcement, Guillaume didn't make it, so our last speaker before lunch will be Mustafa Said, an expert in both Vue.js and the backend world, here to show us how Vue goes beyond the frontend, because it's not just that. So in this session, Mustafa will introduce us to the powerful combination of Laravel and Inertia JS. So please help me welcoming Mustafa.
Zie jij wat op Outline? Ja?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, schakelen we door. All yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. What an exciting day. I mean, it's really cool. I knew that the stage was huge, but I never thought that it would look so little in front of it. But anyway, let me introduce myself. I'm Mustafa. I'm the Director of Education at Better Brains. So I work with a super talented team to provide an exceptional educational experience on Vue School, mastering Nuxt, mastering Pinia, and more to come. Also, I'm a Vue.js educator, so I was the lead instructor for the Vue.js Masterclass 2024 edition. It's a flagship course, like 12 or 13 hours course, and it's all about how to use Vue.js to create a real-world application. It's on Vue School. Check it out if you have time. And also, out there in the wild, I'm a full-stack developer. And for the majority of the projects that I work on, I use a single framework. I guess you all know what it is. It is the legend, the Nuxt.js framework. And it's really cool, right? So you can do a lot of things with it without having to worry about connecting the front end with the back end, without having to worry about a lot of stuff. Nitro is there to help you, and it just works, and developer experience is simply perfect. And for some other projects with unique requirements, I find myself leaning towards my other favorite stack, which is Laravel for the back end and Vue.js, always Vue.js for the front end. And this is exactly what I'm going to talk about today, which is Vue.js beyond the front end, and we are going to discover how to use Vue.js with Laravel using Inertia.js. But before we talk about the Inertia.js story, let's start about how it all started with Vue.js and Laravel. And in my opinion, it started with this tweet by Taylor Otwell, who is the creator of Laravel. He was saying, current React learning status overwhelmed. Who knows what he's talking about? Like, React is super easy and simple. But anyway, he continues, learning Vue.js because it looks easy and has a pretty website. And ever since, a collaboration started. And it's between Avenue and Taylor and the Vue.js ecosystem and the Laravel ecosystem as well. A lot of help or a lot of effort has been into action so that both of them can be used together easily and for everyone to utilize the benefit of the other framework. But there is an important question. Why would you ever use Laravel with Vue? I mean, for a front-end developer or a Vue.js developer, it kind of doesn't make sense a lot when you think about you have to create or you have to learn a new programming language, like PHP, for example, especially PHP, if you want to have a backend for your application. So you must have a very good reason to learn PHP or to learn Laravel in general, so that you can use it. So, the next slide. Actually, I should go to the next slide now. But anyway, there are many reasons for you to learn Laravel, or for you to try to learn PHP so that you can use Laravel for the backend. And I was planning, yeah, here you go. Anyway, so those are the reasons. Those are my reasons that I think for those specific projects with unique requirements that I mentioned at the beginning, I need to use Laravel because of this. You gain access to a collection of a very well-maintained first-party solutions for most of the problems that you will encounter or the challenges that you're going to have when you are building your web application. So, for example, Laravel Sanctum. It is a package, a first-party package developed by the Laravel core team, and it allows you to easily get or create some API to authenticate your users. And you can consume those APIs easily from your web application or from your mobile application, whatever you want. Also, there is Socialite. And this also related to authentication, so you can allow your users to log in using GitHub, GitLab, Instagram, Facebook, X, whatever. It's totally up to you because everything is integrated already, just with few minutes spent on that and you have it working. Also, Laravel Cashier makes it super simple to have an e-commerce website, to have any paywalled content on your application, and it is quite simple to use as well. You have integration with Stripe and Paddle, and a lot of cool stuff. Also, Laravel Reverb. You have a real smooth integration, and with WebSockets, you can have real-time applications in sync with your databases. And by the way, we have a course on that on Vue School called Real-Time Data with Laravel Reverb and Vue.js. It's by Daniel Kelly, and it's really cool. Check it out. And above all of this, like all of these are very good reasons, and there are many more, by the way, that are not on the screen right here, but my favorite part of this is the starter kit for Vue in Laravel. Has anyone tried that? Can I see some hands? Okay, there are a few of you tried that, so I think you're going to be impressed. What you see right here is the starting point. It's like, I want to start a project, and bam, you have that. It just takes few seconds to run a command, and that command is going to give you the UI with some authentication things that you would have spent hours putting it all together and making it work. So the user can register, create an account, they have a dashboard already, and they have a profile that they can change anything in it. They have a password reset system where they receive a unique link to their email, and they reset the password just like that, and this is just the starting point. And I feel, or all the time, this is my most compelling part about Laravel, which is the starter kit. And recently, it's using Tailwind with Shadsi and Vue. What about Shadsi and Vue? Have anyone tried that? Awesome, yeah. So a lot of us tried that. It's really cool, and you can customize the components. You have it in your code base. Just do whatever you want with it. So there are many benefits that would be compelling for you to go into the Laravel world and leverage its backend. And all of this without needing a deep PHP expertise. I mean, you would think that you need to be an expert in PHP so that you need Laravel, but this is not true. I actually believe if you're already a developer, you just need few hours to go through the documentation of getting started and how to get started with Laravel, and bam, you're there. You can get started with Laravel, and anything else needed in your project, you're going to learn it progressively. Like, as you build your application, you're going to learn it, check out the documentation, and that's it. You don't need anything else. So, yeah, you don't have to be a PHP expert. Actually, in Laravel, it has its own syntax. It feels like it has its own syntax. So almost forget that you're actually writing PHP. So let's get to how to use Laravel with Vue. There are different techniques, and the first option is for Laravel Blade hosting the whole Vue instance. And in this technique, what we do is basically we use Laravel Blade, which is the templating engine for Laravel. And in this one, in the HTML portion of this file, we just add a div to mount our Vue application with a script leading to the Vue instance. And this feels like as if it's you're creating a Vue application, like a standalone Vue application, but it's housed inside a Laravel application. So that's basically what it is. And what happens is that as soon as this Blade file renders in the browser, then the browser is going to use your Laravel instance. So use your Vue instance. So Vue serves here as the core application, and you can communicate with the backend only with APIs. So you need to create APIs in the Laravel side of things, and then communicate between the two using APIs. And of course, Vue router managing client-side navigation, because this is a single-page application, and it's a single Blade file housing this Vue instance. The second technique is very similar to the first one. Actually, it's exactly the same, but you can decouple them completely. So you can host your Vue instance or your Vue application separately from your Laravel backend. But the communication still goes with APIs, and Vue router still manages client-side navigation. Option number 3, we're just taking out Vue, and we're adding Nuxt.js, which is a very good option, and a lot of people are using that already. And it's really super efficient. What happens is that you have your Nuxt application decoupled from the Laravel backend. You create your APIs on the Laravel backend, and you start communicating with APIs. And in this approach, Nuxt handles client and server-side as well, navigation, because Nuxt provides us with universal rendering mode, and that's going to make everything easy for us when it comes to server-side rendering. So this option as well we went for in the Laravel Backends for Vue.js 3 course by Daniel Kelly. This is a very good course, 3 hours course, where we do exactly what I just explained, including setting up authentication APIs and all of this. So check it out as well. Option number 4 is Laravel Blade hosting Vue single file components. And this is the option that made sense for majority of Laravel developers, not Vue.js developers, because basically you have a Laravel application, and whenever you want something with the JavaScript Vue dynamic magic, you just add the component inside your Blade templates. So if you have maybe a Blade template for the user profile, and you only want the dashboard to be dynamic with JavaScript and all of this magic, you just add the Vue component in there. And in this approach, the Laravel serves as the core application, and the data are passed from the Laravel backend directly to your Vue components using props. So in this approach, we're not creating APIs. You don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. And you keep managing the server-side routing with Laravel. So those are the 4 options that people has been using, and it's good. Like, people use that in production, and it is really good. But there are some challenges come with them. Well, view navigation overhead, if you are not very familiar with Vue Router, if you're not a Vue developer, or if you're used to Nuxt doing it for you, like making your life easy. You don't have to worry about that, just creating a few files here and there. Unless you use third-party package, which is the amazing one by Eduardo, the unplugin Vue Router. Without that, you would have to actually do Vue Router navigation and setup and all of this by yourself. Giving up Laravel routing and middleware, so you give up the features that you're actually using Laravel for, like route group middlewares and all of these things. So you would want something smoother, but what you get is that you're actually giving up a lot of things for the sake of just keeping Vue Router to do everything for you. Laravel APIs for Vue. So in most of the options that we discussed, you have to create APIs. And if you're a Vue.js developer, you're not going to feel thrilled about creating APIs in PHP. That's what I assume. Also, server-side rendering complexity. It becomes very complex in some of the options I mentioned to have server-side rendering. So yeah, that will be a problem. Also, global components bloat in some of the options that we discussed. It is challenging for us to maintain performance because we are going to have to register globally most of the components or the Vue components that we have in the application. So yeah, it brought a lot of challenges and a lot of problems. So I myself didn't find, I would never sacrifice the user performance for the developer experience. This is just me. I just prioritized the user experience first. So for me, as a Vue.js developer, why would I have to go through all of these challenges if I have another tool that can do me the back end? I would just think, okay, well, yeah, Laravel gives me some good, quick solutions. They are well maintained, they are super cool, but yeah, I have to deal with all of this and that. So I'd rather build them from scratch myself. So you would think a lot of thoughts. So I want to use Vue.js for my front end. I want to take full advantages of the Laravel features or the first-party solutions that you just showed on the screen. I want to build a solid single-page application, and if I want to, I can have server-side rendering as well. But what I don't want is that I don't want to have to build APIs in Laravel so that I can use Laravel and get benefits that you just mentioned. So this is where Inertia steps in and change it all. Inertia who? Well, rest assured, it's not another front-end framework. It is something completely different. It is called the modern monolith. And recently, it became the first-party official JavaScript and Laravel library. Before that, it was a third-party thing, but now it was totally and 100% maintained by the Laravel core team. And what it does is that it serves as a smart approach for building single-page applications for Laravel and other front-end frameworks. So it doesn't only work with Vue.js. You can use Vue, React, Svelte, and still keep the features of Laravel server-side routing and controllers and all of these cool things. And if you're not familiar about them, I promise you just spending few hours, that will be more than enough to get you started. It's designed for Laravel, Ruby on Rails, and Django developers. And here is an example right on the top of how we can do Laravel Vue collaboration without having to build APIs. We would have this user's controller on the top, and what it does is that it has an index method, and here we are fetching the active users ordered by name, and we are getting the ID and the name and the email only. And then we are returning, we're not returning JSON, we're not returning anything, we're just returning inertia with the render method, defining in the first argument the name of the component that should render when the page is visited. So we're talking here that the user's component is going to render, and then we are passing the data that this user's component should receive. And on the front end, in the Vue side of things, what we do is that we just accept it as a prop, like we usually do, and inside the template, we just use the data. So it feels, for Vue.js developers, so easy. You're just receiving any data you want as a prop directed to the page component responsible of rendering this page. But it's kind of crazy. We're not using APIs. How does it work? It's a PHP, it's JavaScript, so it's back-end, front-end. You need to have APIs. I don't know. It's just complicated, and it doesn't make sense. So how does it do it? How can Inertia achieve this with such different things, different programming language completely? Well, let's break down the flow. In the initial visit, the request goes back to the server, which is, in our case, it is Laravel on the backend. And then Laravel responds with the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all of the files needed. And inside the HTML, if we take a look, we're going to see something unique here, which is the data page attribute on the div, where we mount our Vue application. This data page right here is basically saying which component that it should render, which component the Vue application should render, and also the props, or the data that you passed to this component. Then what happens is that this is sent back to the browser. Inertia does its magic with Vue.js so that it replaces the page, or it adds the missing data that it got from this request. So this is on the initial visit. This is the cycle of how the initial visit goes. So about client-side navigation, it doesn't, like for Laravel, if you're using Blade, it will cause a full page reload. But in this case, it doesn't cause a full page reload. It will be a client-side navigation, the smooth one for single-page applications that we are used to. The request goes to the server, but this time it has different things. First of all, it's an XHR request with headers xInertia set to true. Once the server sees that, Inertia says, hey, I know that guy. I know this request, and I know how to deal with it. And then it responds this time with JSON. It doesn't respond with HTML anymore. This is a client-side navigation with this header, so I know how to respond. It's JSON, and inside the JSON, it's going to have the data it needs. And then it replaces the data dynamically in the page without doing a full page reload, which is very similar. Like, we know how this process works in Nuxt, so we're not strangers to receiving only the portions we need updating, instead of just doing a hard refresh and reloading the entire page. And in our case, for client-side navigation in Inertia, we're not using router link, we're not using anchor tags. We are using a special component that we import from Inertia, which is called link. So it's a lightweight wrapper around the standard anchor tag, and it intercepts the click events, does the magic that we just mentioned, which is knows that this is an Inertia client-side request, so it sends only JSON data for the data needed updated. So we have an SPA haven here, which connects the Vue front end with our Laravel backend. You get to use Vue components with Laravel server-side routing, and no need for Laravel APIs. You don't have to create those anymore. It just works smoothly as one entity. So it's a smooth sailing for Laravel developers and also for Vue developers. For routing, you don't need Vue router to handle client-side routing anymore. All of that is done by Laravel routing, and you are using Inertia render. Like we saw, we specify the name of the component, and then we pass the data we want passing to the front end. And also, in this case, in this example, the first one is the courses component. So this is going to render the courses.vue component inside resources JavaScript pages directory. As for authentication, you get to keep what Laravel has, which is it has already by default support for authentication, and you can expand on that using the packages that we mentioned at the beginning, like Sanctum and Socialite and any other package that you want to have in your application. Also, server-side rendering. This is possible thanks to Inertia. You get to have that, and you get to have happy search engine crawlers. Sharing data as well. So this is a different concept here, because sharing data is different. When we use Vue.js, we use Pinia for sharing data and state management. But when we're using Inertia, there is no need for that. We have this share method right here provided by Inertia, and we can do it synchronously or asynchronously. So here, we're providing the app name, and it is app name in the config. So whatever it is going to reflect on all of the pages. Every single page is going to receive that the app name is this name inside config app name. Or we can do it async, which is only when it's needed by passing the second argument as a callback. Accessing shared data on the front end is super simple. We use this use page composable imported from Inertia. We can wrap it inside a composable, a Vue composable, or you can use it directly in your component. It depends on the use case, but here in this example, we are housing it inside a composable. So, and then you just use it like that. You just initialize the composable, get what you want from it. We're getting the shopping cart here, for example, as a shared data, and then use it inside your Vue components. And also for SEO, you get the head component. This is a special component that you can have any tags inside. As for the link component, there are different use cases here, and they can feel a little bit strange. But right here, you have the as, where you can control how this link is going to render as in HTML. In this case, we are using it as a button, so it's going to be a button. And also, you can define the method. So what does this do? Like, it's a button, and actually, it makes a post request to the logout. Like, let me go back. The post request goes to the /logout endpoint. So it can be whatever you want to be with whatever request type you want it to be. Also, you can attach some data, which is pretty cool. And you can attach headers as well to your request. And for the forms, it's very simple as well, because you have this use form helper from Inertia as well. And it gets rid of all of the boilerplate you have to set up to have forms. And like you see here, we import the use form composable from Inertia. And then we say that we want an email property inside this form with two-ways binding, and that's it. You have the form. And what comes with it is what really makes it special. It supports get, boast, put, patch, and delete as well, like you see here. So this is how you control which type this form should be. And also, if there are any validation, you're going to have them automatically added to the form errors property and then inside the property name of whatever the field that you want to check on. And finally, it can track the form's processing state, so whether it's processed or it's still processing. Also, we have remembering state, so let's say that the user filled some data in the form and moved to another page. When they come back, the form stays with the same data that they left. And when using Inertia with Laravel, you get CSRF protection by default. And when making Inertia requests that includes files, Inertia automatically detects that you have files, that you're making this request in this form with files, and it will make the request, change it into form data object. The form helper also provides easy access to the current upload progress, which is a very cool feature if you're uploading a file. And it also supports partial reloads. So let's say in the next slide, here we have an example where you want users to click on a specific link. Let's say you're going to render this as a button that is going to sort the courses, or it's going to fetch the courses, only the free ones from the database. So what we do here is that we fetch this, like the link is targeting this endpoint, and what happens is that we're only specifying by this only prop that we want to reload the courses portion of data inside the page. So with that, Inertia, Vue, and Laravel work smoothly together so that you can have an efficient and reliable backend with all of the cool features and first-party packages that we discussed. All of this very smoothly and easy. So you can have your server-driven single-page applications. It still have more features like polling, prefetching, deferred props, infinite scrolling, lazy loading, and all of this comes with Inertia version 2, which is new, but now is stable, and you can safely use it in production. And by default, when you start with the starter kit for the Vue starter kit, you have it already. Like, you're just going to have Inertia with the latest version, which is version 2. But this is not only the only way to use Vue.js with Laravel. You can also explore splayed and hybridly, but those are, in my opinion, are not yet production ready, but they're worth exploring. But this is not the final thing. Crazy stuff are ahead. Do you see that? Where's the script tag? Yeah, I think it's cool, right? Yeah, well, anyway, it's going to make it easier to have Laravel backends because the idea of it's created by Aaron Francis, and I heard him talking that it actually was inspired by how easy Nuxt do it and how amazing Nuxt is. So he thought about that. Why won't we actually have this for people who want to use the backend as Laravel? And it's called Laravel Fusion. Explore that. It's not yet ready for production, but feel free to check out Fusion PHP on GitHub. But it's really cool. I think it's going to make a lot of changes because when you hear him talking, he's literally trying to make front-end developers don't have to interact with Laravel controllers and all of these things. Like that's the vision. Eventually, you won't have to deal with that, and you're just going to do everything here in the Vue component. So that's it. But before I go, I just want to send you, or to give you a reminder, that Mastering Nuxt is going to have a new edition. It's the 2025 edition. It is by the amazing Michael Thiessen. It's called Full Stack Unleashed. Scan the QR code or visit masteringnuxt.com/2025. It's going to be awesome, full stack stuff with AI and a lot of cool things. And also, you can invest in BetterBrains, which is a very cool thing. BetterBrains is the company behind Vue School, Nuxt Certification, Vueforge, and a lot of other cool products. So you can start investing in BetterBrains and help us reach more people, or reach more goals. And we're also sponsoring a lot of events for the community and Vue.js ecosystem. So if you want to find out more about that, here are the links. And finally, please visit us at the booth. We're going to be happy to meet all of you. We have a lot of swags, so grab some. I'll post all of the slides here on my social media accounts. And thank you all. Go build something good with Vue and Laravel. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Mustafa, for this masterclass again. And now, the moment we all have been waiting for, lunch break. So, just to let you know, we have 1.5 hours to eat whatever we want. There are vegan and vegetarian options marked in every dish, but if you have any allergies or intolerance, please ask the crew member. I have, so I will do. And we will be back at 2:45, and Jesse will be covering the afternoon. So, see you now.
Where's the love song set us free? Too many people down, everything turning the wrong way round. And I don't know what life will be, but if we start dreaming now, Lord knows we never clear the cloud. And you've been so busy lately that you haven't found the time to open up your mind and watch the world spinning gently out of time. Feel the sunshine on your face. Send a computer now, gone are the future, way out in space. And you've been so busy lately that you haven't found the time to open up your mind and watch the world spinning gently out of time. So busy lately that you haven't found the time to open up your mind and watch the world spinning gently out of time. Tell me I'm not dreaming, but are we out of time? We're out of time, out of time. Out of time,
There's no light that we could see as we listen to the sound of the engine failing. I feel like I've been living in a city with no children in it, a garden left for ruin by a millionaire inside of a private prison. You never trust a millionaire quoting the Sermon on the Mount. I used to think I was not like them, but I'm beginning to have my doubts about it. When you're hiding underground, the rain can't get you wet. Do you think your righteousness could pay the interest on your debt? I have my doubts about it. I feel like I've been living in a city with no children in it, a garden left for ruin by a millionaire inside of a private prison. Feel like I've been living in a city with no children in it, a garden left for ruin by and by as I hide inside of my private prison.
When the day is short and the nights are long, it's a different world where the rules are wrong. I will go home with you, or whoever is sure. Are you sure? And I don't care if you love me tomorrow, John. Love me tonight, and I will be alright. I'll be alright. I'll be alright until tomorrow night. It's oh so long. Meet your friends at the bar, and is that who those people are? They seem so very far. They seem so far. Is that who they really are? And on the jukebox is your about you, and I can't get through this at all. Constantly thinking about you, and I can't get through this at all. Constantly thinking about you. All right, welcome back to the second part of day one. How many of you had a good lunch? And how many of you are excited to see some awesome speakers for the second part of this day? Awesome, I love the energy, great. My name is Jessie, and so I'll be hosting the afternoon. And by the way, didn't my fellow co-host Alba did an amazing job this morning? Yeah, awesome, awesome, awesome. So, quick announcement before we go up for the next speaker. JetBrains is hosting a meetup tonight at 6 o'clock at their office in Amsterdam. And you'll hear Daniel Ehrenberg dive into the history of TC39, JavaScript Decorated Proposal, and Ujjwal Sharma will explore ATN on the web. So if you want to hear more great talks, you want to connect with more developers, that's the place to go to tonight. Now, but are you guys ready for our next speaker? Awesome. So we have Alexander Lichter, a Nuxt.js core team member and Vue expert that's going to help us write better and more efficient composables. Because the composition API has been around for over 4 years, getting developers more power and flexibility. But what truly makes a composable great? So that's what Alexander gonna teach us about. He has worked with many developers on projects and see where things could go wrong. He will share with you proven patterns and best practices to help you write better, more efficient, and cleaner composables built to last. So give it up for Alexander, everybody.
All right. Vue.js Amsterdam. How are you feeling? Yeah, that's the spirit, folks. That's the spirit. And you see right here nothing, because I want to start with a very easy question. Now, you all had lunch. It was tasty, right? You all had a full belly now, I hope? So yes, perfect. So who of you actually writes composables up here, right? Okay. We'll do the other way around. Who's still using Options API? A few people. Yeah, here's some views. Yeah, some views also. Okay, great, lovely. I mean, that's perfectly fine, but who of you writes good composables, actually? Who thinks that? 4 or 5 hands. We have to talk after this talk, okay? If you know all the shit here. Right? Great. Okay, so now let's talk about the composable handbook, is how I would call it here, because we all should stop writing bad composables. I mean, it sounds a bit easier than it is. Otherwise, I could just say, like, okay, here are the docs, and that's it, right? But that's not what we're here for. Not at all. So a few words about me. I'm Alex. I'm a web engineering consultant. I am, well, speaker, instructor, podcast host. Anyone, any Deja Vu fans in here? A few people. Yeah, otherwise, check it out. The only English-speaking running Vue podcast at the moment with amazing guests. So yeah, don't miss it out. Also, yeah, on the Nuxt team, I do some videos every now and then. Thanks. I have a website as well, and yeah, let's talk about the agenda, because, well, first of all, I want to talk about the mission, right? We have a handbook, so our mission is why composables. Then the foundation, what is a composable? Organization-wise, like where, and also what to put in there, actually, right? And, of course, we want to lead by example, so we take a look at examples from people actually doing that day by day. And last but not least, the best practices part, like how do you actually write good composables? Because it's not as easy. Okay, and there are a few more things we can go through later on, right? So if you find me afterwards having some questions around that, feel free to do that. But actually, we will have to focus on a few parts. So let's just focus on these, right? We don't have infinite time. Okay, why composables? AKA, what's wrong with the Option API? The answer is nothing. Nothing is wrong with the Options API. It's been the identity of Vue.js for a while, and it won't go away. So everybody that's comfortable with the Options API, don't worry, it will be fine. We heard it multiple times. It's a common question, but the Options API is here to stay. Low overhead, that's like it's there, it's implemented on top of the Composition API, actually, not the other way around, with little overhead, so it's fine. But the Composition API, well, first of all, it's future-proof. Hey, to all people who want to use Vapor mode, right? Also, there are a lot of packages out there that might not have a way to deal with them in the Options API, so you have to use a little bit of the Composition API. Also, please don't mix them, right? In the component, at least. Ideally, also not in project, but I know it's difficult. Better TypeScript support, right? Also, now with the Options API and defined component, it is not as bad as it was in the past, but with the Composition API, it's totally fine. You just write JavaScript as you would think, but there are magically types. So great. Of course, it's also easier and more predictable to share code with the Composition API. One of the biggest benefits, besides a few other things we'll learn today. So composables are great for that. It's a bit overused, though, but we'll come to that. And whoever is dealt with like mix-ins, no worries, these times are over if you use the Composition API. And of course, separation of concerns. We'll talk about that as well. Plus, it's a bit closer to just JavaScript, right? No magic this somewhere, no like interesting options floating around. There's also, of course, there are always downsides, right? There are trade-offs. I'm not saying the Composition API is the silver bullet. We should all do that, but you probably should. Still, it's more difficult to use without good patterns, let's say, best practices, which is also why we're here, right? Separation of concerns. I made a little infographic. I inverted that so you don't like, you know, white mode. We don't like white mode most of the time. So think about that. In the Options API, you had data, you had props, like your state, right? Then you had watch as a key, and all your watches in there. You had computed, right, methods, if you still remember that, and lifecycle hooks like mount, before mount, and so on and so on. So you group by these options. But in the Composition API, you say, okay, actually you want to group by feature. So you want to say, well, if I use mouse composable, or like use message, use text, you put a few things of each of these categories in there. Tiny bit of state, possibly, maybe a watcher, maybe lifecycle hook. It doesn't have to be everything, obviously, but you can just reuse these parts and then not group by option, but actually by feature. And, well, if you think about it, in normal JavaScript, that's actually quite similar, or in normal TypeScript. But let's go to the foundation. What is a composable? Anyone could tell me here what a composable is? A few people? A few single hands. Okay, you read the docs, that's great, because the docs say, in the context of Vue applications, a composable is a function that leverages Vue's composition API to encapsulate and reuse stateful logic. Easy, right? We're done. No, of course not, because people usually read that and think, okay, wait, what does it actually mean? So when is a thing a composable? Okay, Vue's API, well, I tried to make it a bit more digestible. We have a checklist, right? It's a handbook, so we need rules, we need checklists, best practices, and if one of these criteria up on the screen in a second is fulfilled, then it's a composable. And you should treat it like a composable, right? Also come to that. So, if your function uses another composable, it's composable. So really simple, right? It's infecting, so to say. If you use a composable, well, you should also treat that function as a composable. Lifecycle hooks, right? If you use API, if you use lifecycle hook, it's a composable, easy. The reactivity API, ref, reactive, computed, composable. And often neglected, dependency injection. If you use that, provide inject. Same idea. Okay, 4 easy things. And what would be a handbook if we wouldn't have some examples? So let's just think of example number 1 here, right? We have a function, interval function. We have like a bit of TypeScript. If you're not into TypeScript, ignore the types. That's fine. A clean function, and so on, and some lifecycle. So now we just do a simple check. Who of you thinks this is not a composable? Hands up. All right, we do the other way around. Who of you thinks this is a composable? Hands up. Hands up, okay. I see a lot of hands. Great, you've seen the last slide. I'm happy about that. This is a composable. It's actually adapted by, from Vue. So why is it composable? Well, we have lifecycle hooks. On mounted, on before unmount. Easy peasy. Great. Okay, next one. Awesome. Composable, possibly number 2, right? Okay, on user speaks German. We have something with like navigator languages. We have some checks, some local storage, something else here, and then we return true. Okay, we try again. Who thinks this is not a composable? Okay, we try our way around. Who thinks this is a composable? Okay, a few hands up there, I see. Most of them said no. And to be fair, this is a bit of a tricky one because it depends on what something else would be here, right? It depends, it depends. But in that case, if it's just this part, then no, it's not a composable. We don't check any of these boxes, no lifecycle hooks, no provide inject, no reactivity. We just query the local storage to get something and yeah, check. This is actually for my website, really funny to just show like, hey, I also speak German, not only English. If people actually have the German language in their browser settings, right? So it's fun. Okay, but of course, if you do something else there that might be, usually I would suggest, okay, this is like a very simple utility function. Just extract it, use it whenever you need. You can use it in a composable, but yeah, it's not one like that. Number 3, also ignore the naming, right? We all know composables should start with use, but in this case, we just say, okay, if it's a composable, we add the use, otherwise not. So we have a function called user. The user here, some history, some fetching function, some stuff. And once again, we do the same. Who thinks this is not a composable? Okay, who thinks this is a composable? Okay, most of you think that's a composable. Very good, very good. We're learning so fast here, guys. That's amazing. Yeah, and why is it composable? Anyone can tell me? Ref, wonderful. Yes, ref, computed. We have some reactivity. Perfect. Great. And one more. Yeah, it's not a mistake. These are 3 lines. What do you think? Is this a composable or not? A composable? Hands up. Okay. Someone said nope already. Okay, good. we know. Yeah, that's not a composable. We don't use any Vue-specific APIs. There's nothing stateful here. It's just a very simple export of, well, that formatter. Okay, great. Then we know at least what composables are. Sometimes it's, of course, a bit more difficult. These are some examples, but still. Now that we know what it is, we have to think about, okay, where and also what to put into our composables, because honestly, that's the interesting part. And for that, well, how do you organize your code in vanilla JavaScript or TypeScript or in any other similar language? If you think about it a bit more. You usually put code together that belongs like to the same concern or topic or feature, right? So you co-locate that thing. And then you start writing your code, and you start writing 10, 50, 100 lines, and then you have like this gigantic block of code. But luckily, there is something called a function, right? So you use functions to group parts of code that belongs together. You encapsulate them. Sometimes you want to say, okay, I have some code duplication, I run it twice, and you write functions. So It's kind of what you all do in JavaScript or TypeScript, I hope, that you shouldn't write like 500 lines just like that. It's maybe not that maintainable. And of course, then you want to use these functions and other functions. So we have functions, calling functions, calling functions. So simple composition. I don't have to tell you that, like we're all developers, we know. But what I want to ask is, eventually with these layers of, or like levels of abstraction, why don't you all do that in your Vue code as well? Huh? Why not? Okay, look, I have a very simple example for that. Let me scroll up here. It's a bit bigger, I know, it's my component view, only script setup part. I could also live code it now, but time is running. We'll go for it step by step. I also zoom a bit more in. We have some imports, we can ignore that. And what do we do here? We have an original message, we have like an isShown ref, we have an isRandomText_shown, isReversed, some reversed message here that apparently is computed and can like reverse the original message, doing that. And then we have a watcher for this isShown. Great. It's always resets that isRandomText_shown value to false. If there is no new value, okay, we ignore that. And then we do a 50-50 check. Wonderful. And after the 50-50 check, if it works out, we set isRandomText_shown.value to true. Okay, so we have some random text stuff. We have some reversing things. We also have a thing to toggle that reverse. And also a message down here to say if it's reversed, show the reversed message, otherwise the original one. And the first thing, if I look at that code, which I wrote myself for that example, right, but I've seen way bigger components as well, it's like, you don't really see what belongs together here necessarily, right? There are multiple concerns in that component. So we have some things with random text, and we have some things with the message, and reversing that, and showing that apparently as well true if this is shown. Yeah, so this, we don't have the template part here. That's not that important. It just, well, you can toggle this, there's a vif, and so on and so on. But what I usually suggest, we just go through the things that we've seen. With like, okay, let's start with co-locating code that belongs together, right? So let's do this. Ooh, magic. So what's happening is we move the reversed message closer to the original message. Okay, here's the ref defined, and then oh, there's a computed only based on original message. Why not putting that straight under it? Because it obviously is related. Great. That is reversed also comes after that. We can also add a space here after the toggle reverse, but I want to keep it, well, kind of short. It's quite long otherwise, right? Because, okay, is reversed, fine, toggle reverse, they kind of belong together. And then, with all the things, all the pieces in place, there is a reversed message, and original message, we have our final message we want to put out. And yes, this seems to be a bit overcomplicated for a simple, I send a message, but bear with me, usually you have weird business logic around that, right? And then we have this like text shown thing, so like the other concern, that we say like, okay, fine, is shown, is random text shown, and then we watch this and do our random things. And we show some random text within VF in the template if we want to. Cool. Now, are we done here? No. Very good. Fast answer. No. Perfect. We need a composable, yeah. So what usually people do is, let's create a composable. Let's do this in the next step. And there are a few more things happening here. We have this original message, right? And we start with one composable, use message. Now, we put in this original message. It's actually a very nice pattern. I'll show you in a second. And then out there, we get the toggle reverse and the message, which also means everything that's happening inside that composable, that doesn't matter. The component is none of their business. The component is like, OK, I get something back. The rest I ignore. We have the texture on things, they stay the same. Let's take a look at the use message composable here. First, input could also be maybe ref, right? So, but I made it a bit more obvious. We can take a ref or just a plain string. And then we say, OK, in case it is no ref, let's transform it to ref to just deal with that, right? There are also easier ways to do that, but still, we take that. And then we deal with all the reversing in there. Once again, if we take a look up here, the only thing that's exposed is toggle reverse and the message itself. So the component doesn't have to bother with like, how does it work? We can take a look at the use message composable if we want to know. Also, it's put at the bottom for a specific purpose, because if you want to know what the component is doing high level, we look at the code happening there. If we want to dig into a function a bit deeper, we can have a look. We can jump there or scroll down. OK, then we have all the reversed things here, right? The is reversed, the toggling, the message, and eventually we return these things. So the cool part is, obviously, if it's actually a ref and something changes, so that's another part of the composables, you should work with reactivity. If you pass in something reactive, then the composable should react to it. So let's say in this case, yeah, if the message changed, the reverse message should also change, which easily happens if you say, OK, there's a ref, It's fine, we can deal with it. If it's not a ref, it will be always static. It's also fine, and it will simply not update. But that's also a key part, that composables should work with reactivity. And for example, all the composables out there, and a lot of libraries, they do. They accept reactive and also non-reactive values like this. Now, we also mentioned the whole topic of extract composables, right? And usually, when I, for example, give workshops, then people are like, oh, great. I start with a new file called useMessage.ts or .js, and I put this over there. Who of you would say, like, OK, let's extract the composable here, because it's kind of done? A few people, yeah. OK, so the problem there is, if you would take that out, and it's very specific to that component itself, why? Right? We want to collocate things that are, well, related, that are important for that component. And if you're not planning on reusing a composable, then don't extract it. Then leave it right there where it belongs. It belongs to that component. And this is what people call inline composables. Ooh, crazy. And now we're like, wait, composables are there for extracting, but now just keep them inside the component like you do with helper methods. Just treat them as composables. And then, once again, going back here real quick, call them on the top. And it's also fine to have dependencies. If you say, OK, I need the message from useMessage in another composable, that's all fine. That's not a problem. And I said, yeah, let's do leading by example. And some of you might know this screenshot here, right? Options API, composition API. In the light mode version, I inverted that. Anyone seen that screenshot so far? Anyone? Yeah, almost everybody. Perfect. So this was also in the RFC for the composition API, obviously. And it basically shows the groups, right, the color groups by concerns, so like by feature. And I've heard that question like multiple times. People are like, OK, I can zoom in here. It's pixelated. It's hard to read. So what we'll do, we'll jump right in there. Crazy. Which is actually a file that's Evan, that's why leading by example, right, converted for exactly this RFC. It is the right-hand side of that screenshot in that gist. And it's a file that was basically used in Vue CLI back then when Vue CLI was still a thing. It was also still there to look for the options API part. And interestingly, if you think, like, OK, inline composables, that doesn't ring a bell really much. In a way, let's take a look at that file, what's happening. So we have some Vue Apollo, some Vue router. OK, some imports, right? Fine. OK, some reusable functions, not specific to this component, so extracted composables, right? Use network state, use path utils, and so on, fine. GraphQL, some MISC stuff, and what's that? Network. Const network state equals use network state. Folder, OK. Use current folder, and we pass in the network state here. And if we scroll further down, reusable functions specific to this component. Here we have use current folder data. So what was actually right up here. And all the time, all 4 or so years along, this was the pattern people could have followed and probably should. But I know a lot of you don't. So honestly, just give it a try. Don't extract everything straight away. Keep it in there and actually encapsulate your logic into composables. Like, I know, who's actually a fan of OOP here? Are there some OOP fans in here? Some people may, I see the backend folks as well. Great, perfect. Think of a composable also. You encapsulate stuff. It's not like a class. It's more ergonomic. It's reactive. But the same way, OK? Some solid principles can also apply there. Like, why not, right? But you should think about that when creating a component, because I've seen a lot of huge components, like multiple thousands lines of code, and it's really hard to maintain if you just imperatively like write that all the way down. And also, please, if you're more leaning towards the options API, don't start writing like data and then write all your refs, right? Or like, I don't know, watchers and then write all the watchers. Please group them nicely, very nicely, by concern and not really by the type it is. OK, so we've seen that wonderful file. Let's talk about some best practices, because we all want to know how to actually write good composables. And this handbook comes with some rules, right? And we start with rule 1, don't. Don't write composables. Use vuejs instead, right? So if you think, oh, there's a general purpose composable for a use case, and commonly, if you think a little further, it's like, okay, it's not only me. Go to vuejs.org, search if it's there. In like, I don't know, 95%, 95.7% of the cases, someone wrote it, it's tested, open source, it's documented, and it's reliable. So in a lot of cases, like, oh yeah, I want to do something with an interval and reactivity. Yeah, use interval function right in there. Event handler, event listener cleanup, everything's also right in there. No problem. There are a lot of good things right included in vuejs. So please, if you think of like, okay, I can generalize it somehow, maybe there's a good option. Vuejs is one of the things that's in so many projects, and it has all the right to be. Also, please give a huge applause to all the contributors to vuejs in this case, because they're doing an amazing job. So big shout out. But now, of course, let's get a bit more real. This is important still, because if you can leverage other libraries that are well maintained, you should, I would say. Okay, rule 2. This is something interesting. Don't make the composables async. Who is regularly dealing with async states in Vue.js? Anyone? A few people. So in your Vue component, your Vue SFC, it's fine. You can await them, right? Then maybe if you use Nuxt, suspense is dealt with, like you're dealing with this under the hood, it's all fine. But if you have a composable that uses another composable, for example, like yours, like you nest them, compose them nicely, and you make one async and then always awaited, you always force, first of all, things to be awaited, so you always end up with asynchronous components even though you don't need to. The other thing is context, right? So don't await your composables inside other composables because the context might be lost. So the current instance of Vue might be gone because of async nature. In single file components, there's a lovely blog post, by the way, from Anthony Fu about that. In single file components, this is handled by saying, okay, I take the current instance, like I save the context in between, I run an async operation, then I restore it, but it only works on top level in single file components, right? In Nuxt, we also do this in like plugins and middleware to basically make sure, okay, the context is still there. And until async context, or like async local storage, doesn't land in JavaScript as an actual feature, this will also take a while until it works. So you might lose context and you deal with like, I don't know, Nuxt instance unavailable. It's a very common problem in that node. Some might be aware of that. So try to not make them async. Also, there's another pattern, right? We use Vue. So instead of saying, okay, I await until that fetch call is done, let's just say I define a ref, let's say result. It's null by default. I do the fetch call, and whenever the fetch call is done, I set the value of that result all the way to the value, or to the error if there's an error. Maybe I have an extra error ref for that. So you don't really need to await them. You can just make use of reactivity and then say, okay, whenever things change, I can react to that. So that's great. Definitely make sure, take a look that the composables are not async. Unless, yeah, as I said, await them in your SFCs, that's fine. Another one, we talked about context now. Don't call them without context. That's also an interesting one because composables, people are like, we talked about what a composable is, we need like the use prefix we've seen multiple times, but where to actually use them? So only call them top level and single file components, right? Or in other composables, because, yeah, okay, you have a composable using other composables, and then at some point you go all the way up, and at some point this composable is called in a single file component. So they all have the Vue context, it's all fine, no problem. But also there, please only in other composables top level. Don't say like, oh, my composable, I have a function in that, like a helper function, dare call another composable. No, that's not okay. That won't work. Or it will, and you will have some issues, and things break, and you're not aware of that. Don't call them in event handlers. Please don't say like on-click do things. Please don't do this. Also, please don't call them on the server as like a Nitro instance or whatnot. Doing server-side rendering, different story, we can do that, but Vue composables need a Vue context. And it's not there if the Vue application is not even booted up, right? So this is a very good example, right? We have on-click and say we do some use fetch there, and on-click we fetch some stuff. No, don't do this, okay? Check your code right after, like next break, right? After the other amazing talks, check it, please. Make sure it's not there, otherwise just file an issue. It's like, okay, add that sticker, it's fine. All right, and another one, this is more to make sure that your composables are actually nice to use, so to say, and are not misused, especially if you work with a bigger team. It's like, okay, someone creates a composable, it works very well, and then people just misuse it everywhere. This is more or less the life of an open source maintainer, just you have your colleagues, right, not the whole world. Also very applicable. So what I mean with this is, let's take a look at another example. And we see here, all right, we have a ref from Vue, we have a function called use notification. I made it a bit easier, right? This is not how we do notifications. But let's say we have a message, and then we have a function called setMessage, or like add notification, or whatever. And then we return both. What is the problem with this composable? Yeah, you can, perfect. You can mutate message, correct. So in this case, it might not be a big drama, but let's say this is a more complex thing. You want to do things when you set the message or add a notification. Yeah, and someone's like, okay, I'll just take message from that composable, say message.value is something else, or message.value push if it's an array or whatnot. You want to avoid that. So you can avoid it in a very easy way. You just make it read-only, right? Also import it from Vue, or if you have auto imports, it's also fine. So make sure that if there's a way, like a set message, to mutate things, then make it read-only. It won't really hurt in this case, especially because then people stop misusing your stuff and use them. Set message function is covered. Oh, cool. All the extra work I do is already done in that function. Great. And one more rule, because we're slowly going towards the end here. Do not use global refs when using SSR. Who of you is using server-side rendering here? Okay, like 1/3 of the people. You'll be really excited for tomorrow, I guess. Well, yeah, global refs, it's really interesting. Let's take this example. You want to have a global state. Let's say you have a user. Sure, you have a function like a composable use user. You fetch things, and they say user.value, and then you await a fetch call with error handling whatsoever. So this is fine. This works pretty well in a plain Vue SPA. No problem at all. As soon as you do things on the server, you have an issue, because this here is global state. And while you want global state, this is the whole idea, like it should be global. I want to have it accessed everywhere, because if I pull it in, it will be a new user every time I call use user. That's a problem. If you do this and call it on the server, that global state will persist throughout multiple calls. So you end up with user A having user B set up maybe if you don't fetch it, or if you check things. Horrible errors happening because of that. So what you could do here are two things. First one, you could use Pinia because, well, global states, not a bad idea. Or the second one, if you use Nuxt, just use useState. Pull the user in, say, okay, I use useState. Ideally set it to set a key for that, and then start with, for example, no. And you're all fine. useState will handle all of that. We'll make sure it's transferred over to client as well, so no problem. So please don't use global refs. Also there are memory leaks. Some of you know how hard it is to debug these, right? Where you have like the RAM is increasing, and then going all the way down like a free fall tower because your server crashed. And it's rebooting. It's not very pleasant to debug, but this is a very common problem actually. All right, and there are a few more things, but actually we'll come to an end here when it comes to composables. Because, well, as I said, there are a lot of good articles. Also, we have a whole episode, Michael and I, and Deja Vu about that, so definitely listen to that if you're interested. But there's one more thing I want to announce here in a personal matter, because, yeah, some might know, as I said, Nuxt team, some content here and there. But every now and then, it's also time to embark on a new journey. And don't worry, I don't go to React or Angular, so. Well, in a way, maybe, because I want to announce that I join Void0 as a DevRel from today on. Yeah, so thanks to Evan and the whole team for the opportunity. And that still means I have a little bit of time for some content, some open source, so I won't go away or anything. But that's that. And if you're ready for more, if you want to follow along, yeah, there's a YouTube channel, video once a week. On Friday, there's the next one. And Deja Vu podcast, if you want to know more about Vite, right, this amazing build tool you're all using, I hope you are. There's an episode with Patak from the team, so with Matthias, coming out tomorrow. Definitely check that out, Deja Vu FM. And yeah, other than that, I just want to thank my sponsors a lot that also allowed me to work on open source in my spare time, so to say. And of course, I want to thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be around. Just say hi and ask away. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. Wasn't that amazing, guys? Thank you. So, we've had some amazing speakers today, but let's make some noise because the first lady is going to be on stage today as our next speaker. And she's going to be talking about accessibility, which isn't just about best practice anymore, but it's going to be legal requirement. With the European Accessibility Act coming into effect, it's important, more important than ever, that developers know what's changing and how things are going to change on how we build them. So our next speaker, Luella Kremers, will walk us through what it means for Vue developers and how you can put accessibility into your natural workflow of your Vue workflow. So give it up for Luella, everybody.
Okay, everybody, thank you for being here. Wow, huge crowd, thank you. Today, we're going to talk about the European Accessibility Act and what this means for you as a developer. It says Vue.js developer on here and web developer on screen because I changed a little bit to be more fitting for your job world. And I started to get interested in the European Accessibility Act or in accessibility in general when I was still studying for my bachelor's. And I had to do a research in accessibility. And I went over to web shops that were actually selling products for people that were blind. And I contacted them and told them, okay, when somebody that's blind is using your website, they can't actually order something. What do you think about that? Because you're not accessible. And they told me, well, we do not care. They can just ask a family member. Who cares? So that's when something switched in my brain, and that's when I started getting all into accessibility. Little side note, I'm actually a backend developer. Sometimes do a little bit of full stack with Vue.js, but I am a backend developer with an extra interest in accessibility, so I want to take you with me on that. So today, of course, we're going to talk about the European Accessibility Act. We're going to talk about the WCAG, WCAG, some people call it, and how to improve your Vue.js application or how to start Vue.js applications to be fully accessible. Spoiler alert, of course, you're here to learn about the law and how to not get fined and how to not get sued. However, I hope this also kind of makes something go off in your head to maybe think about people that you might not have thought about before. So instead of just learning how to comply, to just also care about your users. So just a little quiz. How many people think that 1 out of 6 people live here with a disability? Oh, that's quite a lot. Who thinks 1 out of 20? Oh, that's even more. Who thinks 1 out of 40? Also some heads. Okay. Well, the real answer here is 1 out of 6 people. Now, these people aren't all blind. You also have to keep in mind dyslexia, ADHD, autism, blind, deaf. Everything in this is in the 1 out of 6. But they all have to be taken care of when looking at your web application. And I always hear companies saying, yeah, okay, but our users are very technical. They're very smart. They do not need that extra help with accessibility. Right? They are technically very smart. They know where to click and when. If you do UI tests, you know that that's not true already, but it is not true. 1 out of 8 men is colorblind. This means if you have a yellow button with a white text, good luck. They're not going to see it. And that's 1 out of 8. So there's a big chance that somebody that uses your website is colorblind. 1 out of 10 people have a learning disability. Think about ADHD, autism, or some kind of thing that makes it harder to go to an education or something like that. If you have a UI that's very hard to see, if there are a lot of buttons, a lot of clicking, they can get overwhelmed and it will shut down the application. And 1 out of 6 people will experience hearing loss at some point of their life. This means if you use a lot of videos and you don't have any subtitles, well, that's also a large margin of your user base gone. But there is more. You can have a permanent disability, but you can also have a temporary or situational disability. So you need to imagine that I can break my arm today, and then I can't use both of my arms anymore, both of my hands. That has to be taken care of. But also, somebody that just had a child and needs to take care of it while also being on a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting, those people also need to be taken care of. Of course, blind people, but also a distracted driver. I know people that are actually going to the car kit and are reading up web pages while they are driving. That happens as well. Situational, I sometimes like to watch videos on the train, and the train is very busy. I don't want everybody to hear my audio, so subtitles on YouTube are sometimes very helpful. And also, of course, if you have some kind of voice application, you also have to take care of, for example, the non-verbal, but also the people that have heavy accents. Now that you know what kind of people are out there, possibly in your user base, I want to get into the User Accessibility Act. So the User Accessibility Act is a directive set up by the EU. A directive means that the EU wants all EU countries to do something, a goal or a result, by a certain date. For the European Accessibility Act, this was brought up in 2018, and it has to become law for every EU country by June this year. This doesn't mean that you only have to be involved if you use or if you work for a EU country. This also means that if you work for an American country and they take their servers or they open their services for European citizens, then they also have to comply to the European Accessibility Acts. And it's not just websites, you also have to think about ATMs, operating systems, TV equipment, phones. Those also have to be accessible. So, but what or who needs to comply for websites, for example? Well, public sector websites already had to be accessible by 2016. This was another act. It's kind of the older brother of the European Accessibility Act, so it's not kind of the European Accessibility Act, but it looks like it. And for the private sector, it's banking, e-commerce, media websites, think Netflix, NOS, those kind of websites. Travel websites, KLM, Dutch railway system, buses, everything in that kind of sector has to be accessible. And telephone and TV services, think a Vodafone, for example. These are all very important for people that are, for example, blind, that they can also use it. But you have to keep in mind, you only have to be fully accessible. If you are business to customer, so if you have a business-to-business company, you don't have to be. You need to have over 10 employees and over 2 million in turnover annually. If you don't have this, then you don't have to follow it. I would recommend to follow it because it makes your UI look better as well. But if you have a blog website or if you have a personal portfolio website, you don't have to care about this. Now, the big question is, what is going to happen when you fail to comply? This is a brand new law, so we have to see what the EU is going to do. But there are these kinds of similar laws in the US already. What you see in the US is that people are, or big companies and also smaller companies, are getting sued for millions and thousands of dollars. So that is your risk. You can get sued or you can get fined. How this is exactly is going to look like if you don't comply here in the EU, you have to wait and see. But that can happen. Now, how do we actually comply? Accessibility people always have one framework that they follow to be accessible. That is the WCAG, which is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is recommended to use at all times. And it's created by the W3C, which keeps in mind or registrates all the basic principles of how you also use HTML and CSS. Now, those, or the WCAG exists out of 4 principles. And those are these. So perceivable, if somebody is blind, they still need to hear and touch things. That still needs to be a possibility. If somebody is deaf, they still need to be able to view stuff and touch things. If somebody can touch something, they still need to be able to hear and view something. Operatable is to provide a way to use your website with a keyboard. So you always need to be able to reach important parts of your website with your keyboard. Now, U is to keep it simple. Keep your UI simple and consistent so that people that have, for example, autism can also use it without getting overwhelmed. And robust means that it works on multiple devices, that it works on multiple web browsers, and that it works for different voice-over technologies. Now, there are certain compliance levels for the WCAG as well. A is the must-have, AA is the should-haves, and AAA is, yeah, what would absolutely be great if you had it. So AAA is really hard sometimes, especially for bigger applications, to comply with. So by law, you have to comply with AA, which is the should-haves. And A, yeah, you should just always keep that in mind anyways. So if you look at the WCAG, you should always follow the WCAG 2.1 AA. Why? The 2.0 was, I believe, from 2004. So that's quite old. So they made a new version, which is the 2.1, which we are currently following now. And they access four principles, well, I already explained it to you, with 50 different success criteria, which is quite a lot. So, well, you can understand we only have half an hour. So I can't go into everything, but I think we will be here for, I guess, 2 hours. I actually give full workshops on how you can get your website fully accessible, and that takes like 2 to 3 hours. So I will not bother you with that. But what I can help you with is getting the low-hanging fruit, like the things that I see happen most on websites. And WebAIM, which is a non-profit that does research on how much accessible different websites are, does a research every year for the top 1,000,000 most viewed homepages. Do this every year and then come back with the results, okay, which errors were most found. And what turns out, the average amount of accessibility errors found for a web page on the top 1,000,000 of websites is 56. That's quite a lot. That surprised me. But I can also show you what's the most, what happened the most, or what they saw the most. These are these. So low contrast text, yellow on white, light blue on white. Missing alternative text for images. So having no explanation for images when either an image doesn't load correctly or when someone is using a screen reader. Missing form input labels, empty links, empty buttons, and missing document languages is also a big one. 96 of these were already found, and the other stuff were more complicated accessibility issues. And these were the most common errors of the last 5 years, so it is consistent. Now, how to discover your own issues? The best way is to research by a panel. For example, I know the Dutch Accessibility Foundation has a panel of people that are blind or have epilepsy or have ADHD, where you can go to and ask them, hey, we want to do research on our website. Can you ask like 3 people that are blind to check our website? And then they will get a bit of money for that, and then you will come back with, okay, this is what's wrong, this is what needs to be altered. There are also accessibility audits from external people that will also come back with a report from their own developers that are specialized in accessibility. And those people can come back also with a research report, and then you can do whatever you want with it internally. And of course, you can do it yourself. So I think that's the most interesting. So let's get into that. The first thing is semantic HTML. People love to put divs in divs in divs in divs. The screen reader doesn't like that much. If you turn the screen reader on a website that's full of divs, the only thing you will hear is div, 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 div. Now, good luck finding your way to the website if that's all you hear and you can't see it, right? So try to change everything in HTML or in your Vue.js templates to some kind of semantic version of it. So use header, use nav, use main, use article. There's a whole list of them if you Google. Also some that can quite surprise you. So take a look at that. And also, of course, Vue.js wants to help you with that. So they also have a whole page on custom stuff that you can use to make your application more accessible. Now, once you have that, what you're going to start with is going with a keyboard, do tap, 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 tap all the way to see if you can get everywhere without having to use your mouse. And you can also use a screen reader. It takes a bit of time to get used to it, but if you watch a video or 2 for 20 minutes, you will get the hang of it eventually. For Apple users, I've seen a lot of MacBooks around here. So you can use the standard voiceover, which is hidden in your settings. And for Windows, you have to install NVDA because the Windows screen reader sucks. So, I'm being honest here. I'm a Microsoft MVB. I have a special title by them. I get to go to the headquarters every year, but the screen reader absolutely sucks. So, yeah. Now, you also have browser plugins that can do it automatically. Keep in mind, it will only fight 50% of all the issues that you have on your website, so I would also recommend doing it manually with your keyboard, but you can also use this to make it easier. And you can do testing, you can do unit tests. I've also heard that you can do it with Playwright nowadays, so if you want to learn more about that, there is a session about testing on Friday with Playwright. But what you can use is JSX or VitessX. JSX works fine, even if you're using ViTest. I don't know why, but it works. So I'm going to show you that. So let's look at some code. First, I'm going to duplicate my screen. So welcome to my beautiful Vue.js fan site that definitely makes over 2 million a year. This is it. And the easiest thing you can start with, of course, is just tabbing, seeing if every input, if I can get to the buttons, so that I can tell it's actually usable by keyboard. If I'm done with that, Firefox and also Chrome, and I believe Safari too, also has an accessibility tab. And in here, I can say all issues, and it will already tell me, hey, this text is poor contrast. Hey, this image doesn't have all text. Hey, this text box doesn't have a label. So you don't have to install anything if you don't want to. This is a great start already. Now, if you actually do want to test, if you do want to scan your website or your web page quickly, there are two options. The first one is Wave. Let me close this, otherwise it's going to be very quick. Which will show you kind of the same, but very low contrast, and then a reference to where you can find the solution. Same here. You can use that, but the one that's most used, let's see how I can close this. Oh, there we go. Is X. That's used by Google, by Microsoft, by Facebook. All the big companies use X. That is hidden in your console here at X DevTools. There you can say, fully scan the page. Yay, thanks. Where you can just see all the issues as well, and from here on out you can fix it in your code. Go back and forth, see if you can get to 0 or to nearly 0. And you can see it here, it checks on the WCAG 2.1 AA, so that's fine. Now, if you really want to not have any accessibility issues, you can do it with unit testing. So I'm going to show you that as well. By the way, this is the code with Bootstrap, because I found that very easy to do. I'm not a CSS writer, guys. I'm a .NET developer, please. So in here, I have a template, and I have some components as well. And this is too low contrast, spoiler alert. This is missing alternative text, spoiler alert. But here in tests, I made an app.spec.js, which has the JSX plugin that you can install via Yarn or via npm. You can put it in here. And what you can do is say it has no accessibility violations, and then you can ask, okay, can you fill whenever an accessibility error comes up? So I already done it, just in case it took 5 hours. So let's do that. And when you do that, you will see this. So it will show you, hey, HTML found image has a violation. Image needs to have alternative text. Here are the solutions, here is the link. And you can continue scrolling, how long you want. And if you put that in your CI/CD, for example, you can catch all of that before it actually goes live. Now, that is what I have when it comes to code. Let's see if I can, well, let's just do it like this. So for some extra resources for the people that are interested, here are a lot of links. So the law description, very long, but if you're interested, you can take a look at it. It's in Dutch, it's in English, it's in French, you can't imagine, or they probably have a language for it. The WCAG 2.1 document, also very long, but also very interesting. The Microsoft Inclusive Design, also very interesting to get some more sense of who you're actually designing or building a web app for. And VDA, that's the extra screen reader for Windows. And the Web A1 report, which goes more into how accessible the top 1,000,000 web pages are. So with that being said, feel free to find me online or to just talk to me while walking around for the upcoming 2 days. I will put the slides and the code on my GitHub repository, which is under speaker sessions material whenever you need it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the amazing presentation, Luella. All right. I hope you guys are ready for the next one. I'm really excited about the next one. But before we go into that, is there anything? Before we go into that, I have a confession to make, actually. And I really hope that you guys will still let me host the rest of the day after this. Okay? So drum roll. Oh boy. So I'm a react.js developer. But I know. But I love learning new things, okay? And that's why I'm here, just like all of you are here too. And so I looked at the Trash.js lab site created by Alvaro, our next speaker. And that lab site, if you haven't checked it out yet, it's amazing. It looks so cool. It even had me thinking, maybe it's time to switch to Vue and 3D, right? So Alvaro is here to show you how he built a multiplayer 3D game with the library he built himself, Trash.js, and I hope you guys are just excited about it as I am. Give it up for Alvaro!
Okay, awesome, thanks. Hi everyone, how's it going? Are you enjoying the conference? Come on, I know it's almost coffee break, but a little bit more. Are you enjoying the conference? Okay, awesome. So I'm really happy to be here. This is the first time I do this talk, okay? I prepared it especially for this conference, so thank you to passionate people and all the organizers of vuejs to have me here again in the stage, and for all of you to come and see how we created a 3D multiplayer game with Trash.js. Yeah! Okay, so the first question is, can you actually build a 3D game with Nuxt? So a couple of weeks ago in my socials, I shared this teaser. I don't know if it's visible there, but it's basically a D&D dice, a D20, with the Nuxt logo, with the question, can you build games with Nuxt? So coming soon in Vue.js answer. So it's a really simple question, but actually, yes, you can build them. The next question will be, should you build with web technologies, right? We're going to figure out that later in the talk. For now, let's talk about the first act, because all these D&D adventures comes in arcs, okay? So the first act is motivation. This is a photo of me. I always loved video games, okay? And this is a picture of me with my cat, Gerald. He's called Gerald because Gerald of Rivia from The Witcher 3. And I'm pretty sure that he loves to play video games with me. I'm like, look at his face. He's probably loving it, right? But since I was a little kid, I always wanted to be a game developer. Life happens, and then you change your career. And then I ended up being a web developer. But in one point, like, I was lucky enough to grow in the golden era of the first 3D games, like Crash Bandicoot, Final Fantasy, all the Nintendo games, Super Smash Bros. And lately, The Witcher 3, which was like a top point in my life as a gamer. It was the best game I ever played. But lately, I have invested an unhealthy amount of hours in Baldur's Gate. around more than 500 hours. Why? This game is amazing. It's made by Laravel and Studios. It's based on Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if you're familiar with the game. It's actually like a video game representation of the rules. It has an amazing community, an amazing mod community. And yeah, I love you, Larry, and I had to say, like, they introduced in a game photo mode just for the lols, you know? So that inspired me to, okay, let's see how we can do it with 3D and try to build a game, right? But first, how do you actually build a game, right? So here is a really simple diagram where I will try to explain real quick. So every game out there has a state, okay, where you save all the variables, and then you interact with that state with an input. So it could be your keyboard, it could be your mouse, it could be the controller. Then you have a renderer that is constantly rendered the scenes with the objects inside. So you have a camera, you have a scene like this, and then you have some lights, right? That's a scene that you're going to see as a video game. And then you have some assets like models. It could be, I don't know, a tree model or a car model, etc. There is also game logic, where you check the collisions, the physics, but in this specific case, we didn't need it, okay? Because of how the game is. So let's talk a little bit about the stack. First of all, I choose Tres.js because it's well, the 3D wrapper for 3JS and WebGL. Then I decided to use Nuxt, and I will explain why, in combination with Nuxt UI. It's like, okay, Nuxt UI in a video game. Cool. So why Tres.js? Basically because right now it's the best solution out there to build 3D scenes or 3D applications with Vue. It's based on 3JS and WebGL. It uses a declarative fashion, so you will create scenes as you will create UI components, like a button. Same concepts. It has around 100K downloads monthly, all thanks to like contributors, people in the community, so I'm really happy about that. And it has a Nuxt module available, thanks to Danny Rowe. The screenshot is actually another game that the community built. It's a space game that you can play in the website. So next question will be like, why Nuxt UI? So Nuxt UI is the official Nuxt UI library. It's Tailwind-based. It's completely typed. And if you go to the website, it's really nice because you can try it out and see like the different options with the title. So it was important for me, if I'm going to do a game, I want to focus on the game mechanics and the game 3D part. And having a UI library that does everything for me was pretty enough. So it was really comfortable to use. I had to give kudos to the team in Nuxt Labs. Give it applause. If you haven't tried it yet, I totally recommend you to do it. So going up to the game architecture, this is a really professional diagram that I did before the talk to try to explain more or less the layout. So it is a 3D canvas in the back, supported by or provided by Tres.js. Then you have some models that I bring from a game asset pack from Kkit. This is a really cute wizard here. And I'm using Nuxt content for all the metadata of the classes. So it's a wizard, it has a hit die, like the saving throws, what is the principal ability, and so on. And then, for example, if you're going to roll a dice for an action, you're going to have a model that is a UI component from Nuxt UI. I want to give a big shout out to Kkit because I'm using his Adventures character pack. It's fully rigged. Fully rigged means that it has all the bones. Okay, really important in modeling. It's animated, so I didn't have to animate anything. It was out of the box. It's optimized for game engines like Godot or Real or Unity already, and it's free for personal and commercial use, which is amazing because I can actually use it in this talk. I sent the slides, and he was really happy that his assets were used in web, actually. So big shout out to Kate Losberg. And to follow on this stack thing, now that we have the UI part covered, we need a state, right? So at the beginning, I was using Composables, like plain Composables, shallow reactive to save some 3D stuff. But in one point, I realized, like, why not using Pinia, right? So essentially, because it was easy for me to scope everything in stores, and then being able to use the dev tools to see how the game state was changing depending on the actions, right? But if there is one big truth in gaming, is that it's always better with friends. So what we are going to do is add some multiplayer into the game, because it was not difficult enough. Let's add multiplayer, right? So for this, I consulted the Nuxt team. I think it was actually Alex who told me to use Nitro WebSockets. And the cool thing is that Nuxt already supports this with an experimental flag. So it's a built-in WebSocket solution that has real-time bidirectional communication, and is perfect for the game synchronization. All I needed to do is go to the Nuxt config, add a property for Nitro, and then set experimental WebSockets true. So I already said that gaming is better with friends, right? So today we're going to do something different. I want to invite to the stage to Daniel Rowe, Alex Litzer, and Jacob. Ah, it's so cool.
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Where should we sit? Like right behind you?
Where you want.
No. Is there there's space over there, maybe? Yeah, just here, I guess.
So if live coding wasn't difficult enough in a conference like this, we're going to do something completely different. We're going to do live gaming, okay? So the idea is to do a D&D session here, live on stage. So what could be wrong, right?
What could go wrong?
Is now a good time to tell you that I've never played D&D?
No worries.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just roll the dice.
You roll the dice. Yeah. Now, for you that are familiar, D&D is a game that you have several characters, and then you can perform actions with dice. So you, as a master, you set the difficulty of the action, and then if you roll the dice, yeah, nice. But have you ever played? I know you play D&D, and also you. But have you ever played in a stage like this?
A stage?
No.
First time.
Definitely not.
Is it possible to win?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in.
You already won. You won the whole audience. They're looking at you, expecting you to roll 20. Ooh. Ah, the D&D nerds are laughing. It's like critical success, as on.
We have some stickers in the Storyblog booth, so if you want a critical success or this is fine, one failure, we have them there, okay? So what we are going to do is host a lobby, okay? So I'm going to create the lobby right away. It's going to be Vue.js Amsterdam for 4 people. Nice. So the stage is open. Daniel already joined, okay?
You're saying I was first.
You were already winning.
Oh, you have to click on the arrow, not on the...
Yeah, you can click on the arrow.
Because this... Oh, okay, yeah.
Maybe I have to change it later.
That's fine.
You'll also notice I'm already ready.
Oh, are you waiting for me? Could it be?
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Cross your fingers. How do you say drum what?
Drum roll.
Drum roll. And let's start the game. So let's see. Yeah, we have the character selection going on. Okay, so the idea is now that the different players are going to select their character. So you have the artificer, you have the druid, you have a joyful paladin from a Storyblog. So who is going to take that one? You have a rogue, and you have a vampire. Blood Hunter vampire, a tiefling, which is a fighter, and we have a wizard. Really cute wizard. He actually resembles my girlfriend. Okay, so let's see which one I'm going to use.
Difficult choices here.
You should be the rogue.
I'll be the rogue then.
Okay, which one do you select?
There we go.
Is the paladin the rogue? Okay, so I'm going to choose the artificial because it's my favorite one. Oh, we are all there.
Ooh, and we can move.
We can move.
No way.
So this is the WebSockets working. So believe it or not, this wasn't working 5 minutes before the talk. So no pressure, but please an applause because it makes... Okay, now it comes the cool part. I want to invite one of our players to try to lockpick the chest. So if you click in the right, like a context menu, let's see.
And you do it. Do it, Daniel.
Wants to do it.
Okay.
Just do it.
There is a lockpick button. That is going to open a roll dice.
Uh-oh.
But actually, which character are you?
19? Woo!
So
you're natural.
That was not supposed to happen. I mean, actually, it was high. Like 18 is like, okay, this chess is impossible. And actually, I asked Alex to be the rook because he has a bonus. But it's open.
We don't need the bonus anymore.
We don't need it anymore. So if we open the chest, guess what it is inside?
Oh.
Okay, so that's pretty much it.
But wait. Can I click it and it's synced? Like I click on it and it's opening?
Yeah, it's opening in my...
Oh.
So it's also in the WebSocket. We are trying to communicate the JAMstack, and everything that you do in one is going to be reflected in the rest.
That's so much better than playing with airplanes in the browser.
So to thank you guys for doing this with me, like embarrassing yourself doing D&D.
Daniel won, like he won the game. He didn't embarrass
He actually
himself.
won the game. So I give you something, a little, like...
No way, thank you so much.
Gift, a thank you gift.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoy it.
That is a nice one.
Thank you very much. There's an applause for our guests, our players. Man, that was great.
We should all do a session in real life or like stream it.
Well, actually, I was thinking of streaming the process. If you guys are interested, I want to continue making the game because it's really fun to do. So I'm planning to do live streaming on Twitch every Thursday at 6 p.m. more or less, 6:30. So if you're interested to come, actually in the slides I have the repo. So here I'm going to talk a little bit in the 10 minutes that I have about the lessons that I learned about this project. But if you feel free to join and help us building, I'm planning to do way more game mechanics, like actually the turns to defeat an NPC or like a boss, and do the dice rolls for damage or having the armor. Like there is so much cool stuff that we can build with this. So I invite you all.
Awesome. I'll join. Thank you so much.
Nice. Thank you. Woo. That went great. All right. Now I can breathe. Okay, so we have 9 minutes where I want to like share the things that I learned, because it's going to be impossible for me to explain how I did the game, okay? But the code is out there. I do want to talk about the lessons that I learned by doing this, right? And maybe answering the questions that we have at the beginning. So the first thing is that organizing your 3D assets, so the chest, the character, in Vue components is really important. Here I have all the components. They're mixed between UI and 3D, because in Trest you can create your own components with your 3D objects inside and then use it as you will use it in Vue. Okay? So the chest is a 3D component, the character is a 3D component, and it uses props as well. So I'm passing the character and the player ID from the game state, and then I'm just loading the resources from the public folder. I have all the models there, so I just fetch them, and I use them with a primitive that allows you to enter it in the scene graph. Then I was incredibly, positively surprised how well Nuxt UI mix it up or blend with the game. So the game is in a canvas. It's just a HTML canvas. But I was able to, with the ray casting, it's a terminology in 3D that allows you to see where you click in the 3D object is seen. And if I'm hovering the chest here, I'm able to click or right-click in context menu and open a view component from the Nuxt UI library for the context menu. And depending on if it was closed, so if it's locked, okay, to show the menu for lockpicking and the callback, or if it's already open, just open the chest and synchronize with the WebSocket. So I was really surprised how well they went together. Also, the dice roll, it was a model from the library as well. What else? Yeah, I use Nuxt content a lot because there is a lot of metadata in a game like Baldur's Gate or like D&D game where you had to define, okay, what the characteristics of every class that you have. So you have Artificer, you have Wizards, you have everything. Okay, so here I can say, okay, how much it needs to like roll a dice to hit somebody, or like the primary ability is intelligence, what saving throws, or the proficiencies that they have. It could use light armor. It's really like, it can go really deep. It's a complex game. But then Nuxt content was amazing because I could organize everything in JSON files like you have there. So I have the classes, I have the levels, I have the templates for the original characters, I have the races, I have everything there. Then I can go to a Pinia store, like the use game store, and I have a method where I'm just basically loading, by using a promise, I'm using query collection to get all the origins, all the races, classes, and saving on the state so I can then reference them with each other, okay? Then also something that I really like about the Nuxt part, like the Nuxt content config, is that I can define the schema of those objects by using define collections. So in define collection, I can say what type of data, and then I can specify like what the schema is going to be. So name is going to be a string, slug is going to be a string, and so on. That was really helpful. I was really like happy of using Pinia for the JAMstack because I not necessarily have a lot of opportunities to use libraries of the ecosystem as much as I want. So I really like about Pinia that it helped me condensate like this or scope every part of the game, like the game store, the UI store, the different stores into specific files. And then I just create like, for example, the game store is the players, the mode, if it's single player or multiplayer game. I have some computer properties already from the state, and then I'm just returning this. And if you see in the right part, a screenshot of the game, that's the state of the multiplayer, not the single player, where you can see the array of players there and the paladin and the character name that I'm using. So it allows me to debug really easy all the things in the game. Something that I did learn is that don't store any 3JS object, especially if you're serializing or persisting the data. 3JS objects are incredibly complex and nested, and they can create circular dependencies that are not fun. So your game is going to drop FPS like crazy, like Pokemon game, okay? So they are going to go really bad on performance and ruin. So use shallow ref and shallow reactive as much as possible when you're dealing with activity and 3D objects. Nitro WebSockets. I never used it before. Super straightforward. I just have to add in the servers folder API and then WebSockets with define event handler. And then inside you have different methods. So the open method is whatever somebody connects to the WebSocket, what to do with that. So I'm checking the PR ID, I'm saving it in a map to know what players are connected. And then, for example, I have the message part where I'm receiving all the messages that are going on in the WebSocket, and I'm doing different actions depending on the message. So if somebody's trying to connect and receiving a player connection request, and I'm just handling the player connection logic. I'm saving it in a state with the peer ID so I can identify who is who. And then something that I really like, I was able from the client to send messages to the server. So you remember in the game when I was clicking in the floor, the character was moving to that position. So instead of sending the position all the time in the server, what I just did is just whenever I click the floor, I know where I click, so I get the coordinates. I send them to the WebSocket with the update player position, and then it's going to broadcast it to all the different players to know where the player needs to go. Also, I can use vuejs, I think. It's a use WebSocket composable from vuejs, where I just listen to the WebSocket and then I can do logic. Like, for example, whenever my connection is established with the WebSocket, I want to set the peer ID on my user store to hold that peer ID there. So, back to the main question of this talk. Can you build a 3D game with Nuxt? Yes. Should you? I mean, why not? You know? Because it was incredible fun. I have a blast. It was 1 month of development, like after hours and so on. I did have some, Storyblock is really nice because they give me time on my actual work to do open source and do something like this in Tres. It provides a nice, like Nuxt provides a really nice server and UI layer, so everything was really simple to combine together with the WebSocket as well. The DX, to be fair, is the best out there. We are competing there with Astro, but I mean, the DX is amazing. And it blends incredibly well with Tres.js. The Tres.js is a Vue library, and everything went perfectly with it. Like, this is deploy. The game that you saw, it was going to be in my machine, and people were going to connect to my machine. It wasn't working. So Daniel Rowe actually deployed it 5 minutes before the talk to a server, and you saw the server. Like, everything went perfectly. So this is a great way of learning game mechanics with a familiar stack. So if you're using Vue in your projects, and you want to learn something like 3D, or you want to learn gaming, why not trying to do a side project about a game in 3D? And the community is actually amazing. So I'm going to wrap really quick because I have the counter there saying me like I'm over time. So next steps, the DLC. This is the PR that I was telling you. So that's the repo. So if you want to join, give it a star. Okay? If you enjoyed the talk, give it a star. And I'm going to be streaming the game process every Thursday from 6 p.m. Okay? You can contribute if you want to, and please check the Discord of Tres.js to check the updates of the community building this. I want to give a huge applause to all the contributors in Tres. Without them, this will not be possible. Thanks to everyone that is contributing to Tres and making it successful. And if you want to contribute in a monetary way, you can always sponsor the project. Thank you, like StackBlitz, for sponsoring me last year. So my name is Álvaro Sabu. I'm a developer experience engineer at Storyblock, Venezuelan, but living in Spain. All my stuff there. My portfolio I never finish. And thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Alvaro. The game looks amazing. Okay, guys. So it's time for a coffee break. So please be back around 4:45. We'll start with our next speaker, and enjoy. right, welcome back. How was your coffee, guys? Good? Awesome. So how many of you are working with forms in Vue.js? Raise your hand, right? And how many of you have struggled with making those forms dynamic, scalable, and just less painful? So forms may seem simple, but not all forms are equally created. But what really sets them apart? What makes them different? And are we always using the right tools to build those forms? Well, these are some of the questions that Adam Bennett will answer for you today. As the creator of VueForm, he has spent the last few years building tools to make form development easier for the Vue community. Today, he's here to share those insights that will help you rethink on how to approach forms in your Vue.js applications. Give it up for Adam Bennett, everybody.
Hey everyone, quick question for you. How much of your life do you think you spend sleeping? Just shout in your guesses. 1/3, yes. Now tell me who has a very good bed at home. Just raise your hand. Yeah, like almost everyone. This makes sense because if you spend as much as 1/3 of your life with something, of course you want to have the best equipment for it. Now, what else do we spend 1/3 of our lives with? Debugging, meetings, useless meetings, composition versus options API arguments. Yeah, so basically it's work. And for the most of us here, it's development. But the thing is that in development, it's not always obvious what the best tool is. Let's take forms as an example. A form can be as simple as a single slider that lets you pick how much you want to spend on a hotel per night. But a form can be quite a complicated one, maybe with a form with hundreds of fields that you have to fill in to get a personalized insurance offer. If you ever struggled by using the same tool to create both types of forms, you are probably missing out on the benefits that different tools can offer. Imagine that you start working on a new project and you get this design plan. And this design plan has a couple of forms. What's common about them is that they look completely different in different parts of the layout. Now, this isn't because designers hate us, it's just that they want to have the best design that caters user experience. I like to call this category of forms UI-first forms. But as developers, we like to think in terms of reusability. So it's very likely that we only have maybe just a single drop-down component that we have to fit into different parts of the layout and mesh the design. So one thing that's very important for us is to be able to do these design customizations very easily. If you're using a UI component library like PrimeView or ShadCN or something similar for these type of forms, I think you are already doing it right. Because UI libraries are designed to be very easily customized, for design-wise. In fact, they are always experimenting with new ways how they can give you the most freedom in customization while keeping their components reasonably reusable. Because as developers, we argue about a lot of things, but there's one thing we all agree on, and that is that we want reusability without any kind of limitation or difficulty in shaping things in our way. But that's not how it works. There's always a trade-off because tools are optimized for different scenarios, which means they will perform worse in others. So what about forms where the design customization is not the primary aspect, but maybe our focus is on gathering a lot of data and we have to render a ton of fields? I like to call this category of forms data-first forms. And in data-first forms, we can easily have hundreds of fields. And so one thing that is very important for us to be able to create these large forms quickly and easily. But these forms introduce other common challenges beyond creating fields, like how to handle nested data, how to repeat elements, how to break them into multiple steps, and so on. If we try to rely only on the UI component libraries that we use, we will likely get annoyed a bit, because we're going to probably have a ton of markup, and we're going to have to solve the same problems over and over again, and we don't like repeating ourselves. So the question is there a better way to handle with these type of forms? You probably see this coming, that I'm here to tell you there is. My name is Adam Barrett, and I created VueForm, an open source form framework that aims to help you with this problem. About 10 years ago, my brother and I were running this small development agency in Budapest, Hungary, and we were facing these challenges over and over again. I mean, it was 10 years ago, so everybody was basically still using jQuery, including us, but there was not even a proper validation library out there. So I created a solution for our company to help with the form development, and it kind of worked. Later, I talked to other people, and it turned out they did the same, except that I really enjoy working on this tool, and I stick to it for the last 10 years. And the result of that today is VueForm. And VueForm has 3 main goals. First is to make form development easy and simple, so it increases your productivity. Second is to provide out-of-the-box solutions for common form-related challenges, so you don't have to solve them over and over again, so you have less maintenance work and your project becomes more scalable. Now, the third is to provide a common language for developers when it comes to forms, so it enhances collaboration because it's easier to work on someone else's code. But let's see it in action. After you install VueForm in your project, you're going to have a couple of global components registered. And one of them is VueForm that will serve as a wrapper for our future forms. And VueForm comes with a couple of form elements, like drop-downs, sliders, date pickers, but it has a few more advanced ones, like spreadsheets, matrices, signature, etc. What's common about them is that all of them are available in the open source library, and they are free to use for everyone. And this is how you can add them to your forms. This form is going to have a text input for the name, a rich text editor for the bio, and a slider for the height. But this is too generic. Of course, you want to add properties to it to customize it. You can add, for example, a label, or define how many columns it should take up in a row, or add validation rules. But you can do a bit more advanced stuff, like adding conditions to it. In this case, the password element is only going to be part of the form if the user indicated that they want to create an account by checking that checkbox. But conditions can be used for other things, like make an element conditionally required, or read-only, or disabled, and so on. Here's another example. Imagine that you start working on a new project, and you have to create a blog engine. And you have to allow your users to create articles in multiple languages at the same time. In VueForm, you can prefix certain elements with a T, indicating that they should be translatable, and add the multilingual tag to the VueForm component. And the result of that is this: a form that has a language selector, and users can switch between them and fill in the field values in all of them. Now, when the form gets submitted, each field is going to have an object value where each language will have its own different content. The next example is about selects. And select is the most versatile component of VueForm. In fact, I have a separate library for it. It's called VueForm Multiselect, which, by the way, has just recently passed 8 million downloads on NPM. Can I ask if anyone here is using VueForm Multiselect? OK, few people. So Select has quite a few features out of the box, but when used in VueForm as a framework, it can be enhanced a bit further. Let's see how. So this is one way how you can define options for a select in VueForm. And in this case, this is a list of users. But we usually don't store our users on the front end, right? What we likely want to do is load them from an API. So we can also assign an endpoint to the select, and it will load its options from there dynamically. But we can take this one step further. Let's say that we have a country selector that usually comes with a state selector. But we know that states are not for all the countries, but now just to keep things simple, let's say that they are only for US and Australia. But now we have to know what country is selected in order to know what states we should load. To do that, we can add a dynamic query param to the states endpoint that points to the country element. Now what happens is that the state list is going to be empty by default, but when the country is selected or changed, it's going to refetch its options. To keep things more interesting, let's add a third selector here for the city, which will depend on the country and the state as well. And the result of that is this. Okay, one last example here. Say that we have two fields, and the first is an input field, and the second should show some kind of a calculated value of the input field as the output. One way to approach that in view form is by subscribing to the change event of the first input field. And by this, we have access to the element, which is basically the view component of the text element itself. And by this, we have access to this component properties and methods. And one property that each viewform element has is form, which is basically the wrapping viewform component. And this viewform component has an L method that gives us access to all the other elements in our form. And currently, we need our output element, and we can use its update method to update its value with our current value times 2. A different approach is by using a static element as the output, because static elements in view form can contain anything like string, HTML, or other components. And what's cool about it is that it also has access to this L property, and we can use it the same way to gain access to the input element and use its value times 2 to display as the content for the static. This is just a very simple example, but imagine the flexibility you can have if you can have access to any of the elements in your form this way and basically do anything with them. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are many experienced developers here now thinking, okay, this is nice, but what happens in the edge cases? Will viewform ever stand in my way and I have to do crazy workarounds just to get some stuff done? Well, one of my main goals was trying to make sure that this never happens when I started creating viewform. Viewform is designed in a way that you can customize, extend, or replace any part of it using a progressive approach. But what does it mean? First of all, we have CSS variables. Viewform comes with almost 400 CSS variables that lets you customize colors, font size, padding, spacing, and even background colors in like different states like hover and focus. But not everything has a CSS variable, and sometimes you want to change the actual classes of the components. You can add, remove, override, or replace any class of any component in viewform using this simple syntax. But sometimes you don't only want to change the classes, but also change the DOM structure of the components. And for this, you can use alternative templates. In viewform, each component has separated business and templating logic, which means that you can assign multiple templates to the same component without affecting its business logic. What does this mean? Here's an example of the file element, and here's the image of the file preview when the file is uploaded. If we set view image, the file element is going to pick a different template for the file preview, and now it will have an image. We can use this to create as many templates as we want, maybe a PDF preview or a video preview for a file element, or in fact any other component, or we can use this to replace the default templates of the components in viewform. But sometimes you also want to extend the business logic side of things, and for this you can use plugins. This is a very simple example of a viewform plugin that, as you can see, gets applied to all viewform elements using regex, but this could be applied only just a single element or like 2 elements or actually any other component of viewform. And what this particular plugin does is that it adds a unique ID to all of the elements, which means that you can access this unique ID in the elements templates. Or you can write another plugin, maybe for viewform, to override the data that gets submitted to use these unique IDs for the elements as keys instead of their names. And of course, you can create custom elements in viewform, because you probably have your custom components and elements in your design system, or you want to use third-party tools like TinyMC, while you can add them just like regular elements in viewform. I'm not going to get too much detail into this right now, but you can check out the website if you're interested more about it. Okay, I already showed you that this is one way how you can create forms in viewform, but there's another way. And that's by defining an object of elements and pass them as the schema property to the viewForm component. But if we can do this, we can also do this. We can use a single object to define all the properties of viewForm and use vbind to assign all of them to it. In this example, I used almost everything that I showed you before. Translatable elements, async options, conditions, and so on. So the point of viewForm providing these features out of the box is not only to save you time, but also this: to be able to add advanced features to forms using only a single and simple object, so you are still able to serialize it. Serialization is the process of converting data into a transferable state that can be reconstructed later. In other words, we can turn complex forms into simple JSON and store them in a database. This also allows us to dynamically create forms using almost human terms. I want an input if X is selected, or I want to load my options from my server, or I need a form with 3 steps, and so on. Because data-first forms can be very often defined like this. It's not like you need a custom-looking birthday or email input for your insurance application form, right? We are focusing on gathering data, and we might not even get separate design for these type of forms. If people who aren't actual developers, our boss, our client, our PM, or PO, are defining these requirements, we are basically just the hand that assembles them, and it's boring. If you are using viewForm, you are probably already at the more productive side of things. But wouldn't it be great if you were only needed for maybe 10% of the things that actually need your valuable development skills? And instead of receiving written requirements from your PM, you would get a 90% ready form without too much effort on their end. viewForm comes with a free-to-use drag-and-drop form builder, and this is just one case it can help you with. People without any coding knowledge can make use of basically 90% of viewForm features without having to learn anything about viewForm first. It can be used to help the work of your development team, to allow anyone in your organization to create forms in any workflow, or to let your actual end users to create dynamically forms in your application. And I think it's the best if I show you it in action. So this is the builder. And one important thing that you need to know about it is everything that you see here comes from the open source library. It's just that it has a UI to it. But as you start building forms in the builder, the result of this will be the same as if it was created by a developer. So in this demo, I'm going to create a registration form of some kind. First, I'm going to assemble the form, and then I'm going to export it in a demo project and start filling in the data. So let's get started. OK. First, let's start by using an AI assistant tool. And I already prepared a prompt which says that create a form with the following fields: first name, last name, email, and password. And I hope that the internet works. Yes, it does. So this is a very simple registration form. Thank you. Actually, we don't need this title here, and we don't need this button, and I need the last name here. So I'm going to create a form with 4 steps, and for this, I will need the steps component. I'm going to add the 4 steps here. The first is going to be account details. The second, profile. The third is to-dos, and then schedule. OK. So account details is ready. For the profile, I will want to use a rich text editor, text input, and the gallery field. OK. Now I'm going to rename the editor to bio. The text input to hobbies. But I don't want this text input to have default options, so I will remove them. And instead, I will enable the users to create new options on the fly. And the gallery seems fine. So for the to-do, what I want to have is a list where the users can create to-dos and add them dynamically. And for this, I'm going to use the nested list here. And everything that you put inside here can be repeated. So I will use a text element for the to-do. And I need the radio tabs here. And this will be the ready state. And I want this to have two options, for the 0, no, and for the 1, yes. Okay, by default it should be no. I'm going to resize it, and I'm going to make this to-do disabled, but only if the ready state is equal to yes. So the to-do will no longer be editable if the user sets the to-do as ready. Now I need a few headers here. This is for the to-do. Let's clone this, and this is for the ready state. Great. Now for the last step, I'm going to create a small timetable using the grid component. And this comes with a grid designer. And here you can set, columns, rows, merge cells if you need to set the aligns. You can do basically everything with it that you can do with the CSS grid itself. And I'm going to need 4 columns here and 2 rows. And this will be the available. This is morning, this is afternoon, and this is evening. Now what I need here is a drop-down that says yes or no. So let's add a select element here and call this yes, no. I don't need a label, but I need to have 2 options. For 0, no. For 1, yes. Great. Now I want this select in all the 3 places here. So I'm going to create a new element type. That will be called yes, no element. And I'm going to save it, and you can see here that a new category appears that says custom, and now I can reuse this element in our form. Great. Now let's add some styling to our grid. Let's make this bold and centered. And finally, let's switch this to, do you remember that I told you about alternative views? For example, this is how you can switch between them by using a table layout, which looks like a spreadsheet in this case, for the grid element, and we can set column and row headers. And I think this is it with the elements. One last thing here. Probably your application is not using this green, so we can switch to the theme panel here, where we have all the almost 400 CSS variables that I mentioned before, and all of them has an input. Actually, we can change this green to maybe something like a purple. And maybe your form has fully rounded inputs, so we can go to the input section. Input, border width, this should be like 20. I don't know what happened here. Yeah, so this should be like 20. And now we could go ahead and just like fill in this form. But instead, right now, we will just go ahead and copy this and import it in our project. Now, we can import it or export it as a single file component or schema object or inline. We can stick with the schema object, and we can export the styles globally. Now we go ahead and copy it, and I already prepared a demo project for it. It says create account and registration form. I will go to the other screen and look for this file. This is the registration form, and I will just copy everything that I have here. Yeah, now this background looks, probably because I was demoing for some people before, but yeah, this input looks like this, and you can enter data here. Yeah. Let's actually redo the theming, so let's start from scratch. Let's change this color to purple. Once again, change the border radius to 20, change the hover state to 200, and let's re-export it. Now this seems a bit better. And now we have an email address, we have validation, we have tags, we have file uploads, editable to-dos. You can disable them so they're no longer editable. And we have this schedule here. So yeah, I could show you more features. Oh, thank you very much. And of course, the most important thing, the builder has a dark mode as well. Yes, so this is one way of using the builder. You can export this code, use it in your project, but you could also open this pop-up and just like copy this as a full JSON. And you can copy it and import it back later. If you want, you can play around with it. Can you see? Actually, I should. You can play around with it at build.vueform.com. Again, it's completely free to use for anyone. But Vueform Builder also comes with an integrable version. So when it's integrated into a project, your application, users of any kind will create forms. And you can use the JSON export to save them in the database. And you can use this export to load them back to the form builder and restore the state and continue editing. Or you can use it to render the forms anywhere in your application where the users will submit the forms, and you can store that data in your database as well. This way, Vueform Builder can be integrated into any project or workflow by giving you full control over your data without having to rely on any kind of third-party tool. And it comes with a lot of customization options. You can change its layout. You can turn on and off features. You can reorganize panels or remove them if you don't need them. You can customize the list of elements that are available, or you can add your custom ones. Same goes for categories, or you can create configuration options that's on the right side panel. And of course, you can tweak the branding to match your design. And the integrable version of the Vueform Builder is actually a paid product, and this is how Vueform sustains itself. So if you're using a licensed version for it, you are also supporting the open source parts of Vueform. And this is about it. I see a long road ahead of me with Vueform because I see many ways it can be improved and used for more and more exciting challenges. I'm always happy to listen to feedback and ideas. In fact, I set up Vueform's GitHub in a way that everybody can throw in new ideas or give feedback and upvote them. And I actually take these into account when planning new features because I think it's the best if I work on a tool that's useful for the most people. So if you have any idea, feedback, or just want to check it out, feel free to check this, scan this QR. This will take you to the Vueform's GitHub. If you'd like to sponsor my work, there's something even more helpful that you can do for me than sponsoring me on GitHub. If you know anyone who would actually gain value by integrating the builder in their project or workflow, the best thing you can do for me is just let them know about it. Working on Vueform has been the most rewarding professional experience in my whole life, and I'm very grateful that I could be here today and share it with you. We have our booth set up in the main lobby. I have my beautiful girlfriend, my brother, and his beautiful girlfriend here, so you get a whole family package. If you come around and say hi, and maybe spin a real fortune to get your hands on some cool Vueform swag. This would be it, but as this is my first presentation on such a big stage, I'd like to do a little selfie with you, if that's possible. Can I ask for some light, maybe? Okay, great. Thank you very much. See you guys.
All right, give it up for Adam, guys. This is his first talk ever. Woo! Are you guys ready for our next speaker? So how many of you are working currently with Vue 2? Woo! And how many of you are considering of working fully with Vue 3 or are already working in it? Oh, also a few. Oh, nice. Okay. That's what I'm going to get into. You know what I mean? So, well, we all know that upgrading to a newer version of a framework can be, well, I'm not going to use any curse words here, but How do you do this without breaking everything, right? Because it's not an easy task. Our next speaker, and I hope I pronounce his name right, Johanny, will walk us through a step-by-step approach to migrating from Vue 2 to Vue 3 using module veneration and CSS scoping to make the process smooth and manageable. Please give it up for Johanny, everybody.
Okay, okay. Do we have some kind of like... Sorry, do we have like some clicker or something? Do we have like a clicker? Sorry. Completely went over my head. I can maybe click like this, but would be better. Okay, sorry for trouble. And today my talk is granular update to Vue 3 for big projects using CSS scoping and model federation. So first thing I want to talk about is emotional impact of this project. So I thought a bit about like as a dream, like can you use both Vue 3 and Vue 2 in one project? Like, is it possible at all? And my thinking before, like maybe half a year ago or so, was like, yeah, no, it's madness. Don't do it. Like you will have a lot of pain. Not possible. And I still made an attempt, and it's kind of worked. So I want to share it with you today. And a couple of words about myself. I spent some time with front-end development, and I mostly worked on Vue.js, a lot of projects. Some were like as a developer, some were so like more of like leadership positions. I'm currently holding a CTO at Epic Max position, and I'm also creator and lead developer of Vuestick UI. And I also have a lot of experience transitioning from Vue 2 to Vue 3 for projects of like different sizes. Okay, so today's talk agenda. First, I want to just give you some kind of scope, a landscape. What is your possibilities for transition? What options do you have? Second thing, I want to have a bit of a project with you, a demo project, where I will explain steps you need to do to achieve this like model federation CSS scoping approach. And second, I will cover some edge cases. These are not full edge cases. It's an experimental approach. It's like mad scientist stuff. So yeah. And my goal is that by the end of presentation, we'll have a powerful tool for project transitioning. And the cool thing about model federation is that it's not only for Vue 3 transitioning. You can also use it for other technologies. Like you can transition from React to Vue, or like something else, maybe jQuery. I don't know. Okay, so here's the ways you can transition. First is single step, like you just transition everything at once. Ideal option if you have if it's an option for you. Second, I think would be something like gradual transition with iframes, and instead of iframes, you can just use static pages. Works kind of the same. And third approach is like in the middle of these two. Conceptually, is a gradual transition with module federation CSS scoping. So, when to use? Okay. Sorry, I think I have to go here. first time using Vue.js, so it's still like not smooth for me. So first approach would be single-step transition. Here you have like, before you have full project in production on Vue 2. After you have full project on Vue 3, there is no intermediate steps. Why it's not good? It takes a while. Like literally, you can spend maybe a year if a project is big or more. And it has to be fully completed at once. You cannot like leave some parts untouched. You have to do everything at once. And that might sometimes not be ideal because there could be some parts of your application that are just low priority. You do not just bother with them. Maybe one client is using it or something. And it's also pretty tough for QA because QA has to pretty much go through all application after it's done. So it's like also a big staggered effort for them. The benefit is that it's focused development work. Nothing goes outside of this project. It's like everything. You don't throw away everything after that. And it doesn't impact any end users in any way. So end users will just get everything packaged after you're done. They don't know about your transition at all, which is pretty cool. When should you use it? When performance is paramount for you, because this is most performant approach. And you don't need incremental upgrades, which could be the case if your project is small, or you can just have a lot of development power and you can do it fast. So, second option is gradual transition with iframes. Here, you will start again from Vue to application. Then you would do a part of the application on different subdomain, and you would use an iframe to contain it. And I have an image here that is like a Vue 2 wrapper, but you can also start with Vue 3 wrapper. It doesn't matter much. And you will go like creating more and more parts of iframes that are Vue 3 and less than Vue 2. And by the end of this transition, you will have a full application or maybe some small parts that are on Vue 2. Why it's not a great solution? This is also like, this is something I talk from experience because we had a lot of customers' complaints from iframes. We thought as a developers it's not noticeable. It actually is. So performance overhead is big and very noticeable. It's also, you have to use serialized communication, so just like connecting all this system of iframes with each other is a pain. You will also probably meet some course issues with just domain communication iframes again. Why it's good? Allows incremental upgrades. This is an incremental approach. And very good thing is that you won't have CSS and JS conflicts because iframes are doing a very good job at like containing this stuff. There is no leakage. When you should use it? So when it's very important for you to avoid regressions because you won't have any conflicts there. And performance is not important for you. Maybe you can spend some time with like poor performance. Maybe it's an internal app or something like that. And this is a third approach, and it's a bit of a spoiler because I didn't show you a project, but hope you can forgive me. So we will start again with Vue 2 project. And we will create a host and remote pair, where remote applications would be on Vue 2 and host application would be on Vue 3. And then we will change remote pages, remote components, to Vue 3 native components one by one. And our end goal is again fully transition Vue 3 application. Why it's not good? It is experimental approach. I didn't find a lot of data, of someone else doing this. So there might be some hidden dangers I don't know about. There is also potential for conflicts because for iframes we have iframes. They provide nice containment, and here we don't have anything like that. So there is potential for conflicts definitely. Benefit is that it allows incremental upgrades. Performance is less of an issue, so you have a bit bigger bundle size, but apart from that, it is very smooth for end user. They don't notice. When should you use it? So where performance matters for you, but doesn't have to be like spot on, super perfect. Yeah, and we can start with example project repo. If you have laptop and you want to follow me, you can scan the code and check the repo on your own. But I can get started with that. So we will start from Vue CLI project. This is something maybe you're familiar with if you work with Vue 2. So we will use modern technology all the time, Bootstrap CSS, Vue CLI, Vue 2.6, and Vue Router 3. Let's imagine this project starts, and it looks like this. Very modern Bootstrap application with navigation and some checks we need. Next step for us would be we need to prepare our project a bit. So it is always a good idea when you do a technology transition, you want to actually try to refactor some stuff you can do in advance. So in our case, we will do transition from Vue CLI to Vite, and from Vue 2.6 to 2.7. And 2.7 is needed for us to use Vite version, so it's mandatory kind of. Using Vite at both host and remote applications would help us with configs again. It would allow us to have consistent configs instead of doing like a mess of Webpack and Vite. And we would also do some refactoring and updates. After that, my suggestion would be to go with a monorepo project, but this is not mandatory. You can just use 2 separate projects, 2 repositories, not a big deal. But I used PNPM workspaces, and in PNPM workspace, you would have like 2 folders, maybe grouped in packages or something. And in my case, it's 1 folder for Vue 2 application and 1 folder for Vue 3 application. And then we would create an empty Vue 3 project within monorepo. There we would use modern technology of current time, which would be Tailwind CSS and Vite. Maybe not super modern, but good enough. Here's how project would look like. Nothing maybe interesting here. Next step for us would be set up a module federation. So for module federation, there are 2 concepts that are very important, is like host and remote. And host application is the like top level application, and remote is like a bundle piece. And host would assemble these bundle pieces into itself and present something you want to present. For that, we need to add dependencies. We would use a Vite plugin federation. Both projects use Vite, so it's possible for us to just add it to a project root, to a monorepo root, and make it accessible for both projects. Then we will configure remote. So here what we do is we expose some files, compiled files from remote to a host, and we define them there. So in our case, it would be like main federation.js. And if we look at main federation.js, we have some like view logic, and we also expose router. And it is important that this file wouldn't work in dev mode, so you wouldn't like be able to just run npm run dev and it will be available readily. Doesn't work this way, sadly. Maybe like will in the future, but not now. Instead, you have to compile it every time. So you would compile your remote application, and then you would run host in dev mode, and then it will be fine. But you cannot run both in dev mode. After that, you would configure host application. And there, as you can notice, we mentioning remote entry. We would also mention like on which host it's located, full URL to it. And after that, we would set up a Vue 2 application within Vue 3. So for that, we would create a component, and there we would fetch remote and create routes from this remote. And we would have an application that looks very close, exactly the same, but it is more modern application. It is like right now model federated. So another interesting approach here is how do we sync router here. So for that, we need to use 2 features of the router, router mode. You can have a memory mode for router, which is like it wouldn't sync anything to URL. So it's like self-composed thing, and you can like interact with it with methods, but it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't like do anything with URL. And second mode is router. So for our approach to work, we need only Vue3 router to operate with URL, and then Vue2 router would just sync with Vue3 router. And in code, it would look like this. It is pretty simple. So as soon as one row change, we will just try to change another. If there is no change, we do nothing. So pretty straightforward. Third technology we want to use here is CSS scoping. And this one is actually, I'm surprised it works so well. The problem with transitioning from like old technology is, let's say you have Bootstrap and you have Tailwind, and both of these have a bunch of helpers. And these helpers do not really like each other, so you cannot use both. And just moving from one technology to another is very hard. So what we can do instead is we can prefix Bootstrap so that it only applies to a particular area on the screen, particular DOM element. And we can do this with use of auto-prefixer. And the configuration would look something like that. And conceptually, it would just add this like hash app view ID for all your CSS. And this would solve an issue of CSS for us. After that, we would migrate pages one by one. And our end goal is Vue3. Hopefully, we can reach it. And I have an example app for you to show, so that you know I'm not lying. It's still possible. Here's an application I showed you, and here you see this shows Vue3. So this component is rendered in Vue3, and this component is rendered in Vue2. And here we have Bootstrap, and here we don't have Bootstrap. So we are kind of achieved what we want. And you can have this example again in the repo by the link to see how exactly it works. Now I have some time to go through edge cases because this is very experimental. And I covered some areas, I tried some stuff, but not too much. So first thing I tried is whether DevTools do work with this approach, and they do not really well. They only work for Vue3, but for Vue2 you would have like just a dev element, nothing, no information will be you have. So the way you can solve this is you can run two applications at once. And that way, DevTools would be applied to Vue2. You will use Vue2 DevTools, and then for Vue3 application, you would use Vue3 DevTools. One more gimmick is that you need to support two versions of build for your Vue application when you're doing this. So one version of build would be for you to enable development work on Vue2 application, and this would be main.js. It will look the same as main.js you had before. But then you also have to support the second entry point, which would be remote.js. And they're different. So, and these are also bundled differently. So this is a bit of a pain to have, but this has to happen. You won't be able to make it work with only one file. There is also a small performance decrease. So we have, for these model federated applications, two sets of JS and CSS. And it's not perfect, but it's still tree-shaped. So if you don't land on the page where this JS and CSS is fetched, it's actually not fetched at all. So there is no impact as long as you don't land on the page. So there are a couple of things you can actually reuse straight away within host and remote. And the things that you can reuse very well are utility functions, and you can also reuse API handling. So this is just import and no issues at all. But there are things that are a bit trickier. So I tried to play with reactive objects, and this worked kind of fine. So if we go to the application, and we go here, there is a reactive state. We can click here, and it syncs here, and this is done just by using view observable and view reactive, and it syncs fine with one object. But I wouldn't recommend to rely on this technology heavily because I can foresee some very unexpected performance issues with it. So it's a bit scary for me already. And I tried store, and store is like didn't work for me at all. I think someone smarter than myself would be able to figure it out, but yeah, my verdict so far is it's a bit too much. It's a bit too much. So I would rather serialize data and pass it in serialized shape rather than rely on this like very dangerous stuff for production applications, especially. Also, CSS scoping is a bit of a tricky thing in itself because you might have noticed that we have that Bootstrap is scoped. That is fine. That is fancy. Works good. But Tailwind, it's kind of going its way because it's like attached to the top level of application. And there are some approaches we can make it work, but there is no like good one-line approach. Okay. So you can let's say rename. Look through the list of Bootstrap helpers and look through a list of Tailwind helpers and just rename helpers that don't do clash and then move them back after your transition. And you can do some other stuff, like maybe you can scope Bootstrap, scope Tailwind, and then for root level stuff, apply maybe BEM and then replace it. It's possible, but it's a lot of pain to do. So yeah, no good approaches here, but decent approaches. It might get better after we get support for scope at rule, which allows you to like select a scope of DOM, which you want to apply a selector to, and then we would be able to just like set Tailwind to apply like only on root level or only like for these pages. But right now, Firefox is like holding us down, so we have to wait for it for major browsers. And I guess that's about it from my side. So takeaway from this is that you can use model federation and CSS scoping for your Vue 3 transition. It is an effective solution, and you can also probably use it for some other transition from different frameworks. And thank you so much for your attention and time. And you can catch me after the talk if you have some questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Yeleni. All right. Are you guys ready for our last speaker of today? Awesome, awesome, awesome. We've had some really special, amazing speakers of today, but we're closing off with a special one, because what's more exciting for you guys than AI and Vue.js combined together? AI is already changing the way we build things as developers, from writing code to optimizing workflows. But how can Vue.js developers use it to work smarter? Well, our final speaker, Daniel Kelly, has some AI-powered development tricks up his sleeve to boost your productivity, workflow, and, well, to just work more efficient. Oh, I was about to say, maybe even add a little bit of magic to your coding. Who doesn't want that, right? So let's end the day on a high note. Give it up for Daniel Kelly.
All right, hello everybody. Great to be here. Give me a little clap if you've enjoyed the conference so far today. Has the conference been good? Beautiful. Give me a little clap if you are ready for some beer. Okay. All right, my name is Daniel Kelly. I am first and foremost a husband and a father. I'm also a full-stack developer, did that for about 10 years, really going on 15 years now, but doing a lot of content creation. I'm kind of in the midst of that. I am the lead instructor at BitterBrains. If you are not familiar with BitterBrains, you're probably familiar with some of their kind of underlying companies. Companies like Vue School, companies like certificates.dev that has certs for vuejs, Nuxt, JavaScript, and Angular. So BitterBrains has been a really great company to me. We've been growing a lot in recent years, and we are currently open for some investment opportunities. So if you share our goal of empowering developers, then we definitely recommend you at least go to bitterbrains.com and read up a little bit on it and see if it's something you would like to be involved with. All right, so the name of my talk is Vue Magic, AI Development Tricks. Full disclosure, AI came up with that title. In fact, AI came up with absolutely everything on this slide. So AI, in some ways, makes me feel like a wizard. But AI also makes me feel like an awkward teenager. Makes me feel like I really don't understand my place in this new world. It makes me feel like I'm not really sure how my job is going to change. I'm not really sure how the environment is going to be for developers 1, 2, 5 years from now. It makes me feel a little scared, a little insecure, and to be honest, I don't think I'm alone with this feeling. But, at least speaking for myself, I think I'll figure it out. All right? Web development has progressed since I first started doing it. We're not using jQuery anymore, right? I'm not coding things in WordPress, though there's plenty of people still out there doing that. That's great. Point is I've adapted and I've evolved, and I think it may be a larger step than some of those other adaptions, but I've done it before, and I think you can do it as well. But this statement is not just a, hey, we'll figure it out, good feeling kind of statement. This statement is also a little bit of a warning, to be honest, because I think it's going to be very important that you make an effort to figure this out. Because, to be honest, if you aren't on board and jump on the AI train, at least in some capacity, and use it to optimize your workflows, you are going to be left behind. There's magic to this, okay? It's not just a trend. It's not just a fad. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. No, it's not perfect, but it's something you need to start familiarizing yourself with if you've been dragging your feet up until this point, okay? But I think we can all do it. We've all, in development, we've learned new things. We've adapted before. But not only that, not only is it a hurdle to jump over, because there is some hurdles here, right? I'm 37 years old. That doesn't feel old, but a lot of times I feel like, ugh, do I really have to learn a new thing, right? But there's also a lot of magic. There's a lot of power in it, and I think developing alongside AI can produce some really great results that you're proud of and gives you a good feeling at work, okay? All right, so let's just kind of introduce AI for just a moment. Number one, AI at this point is certainly still just a co-pilot. It's not a developer. Okay? It still needs the developer in the mix, though I will say it's getting, the more and more I dive into it, the more powerful it becomes, but it still needs you to guide it, all right? So I don't think developer jobs are going anywhere, but I do think there's going to be a reduction in the number of people required to produce the same amount of results as this time 2 years ago, right? So AI will absolutely boost your productivity when you use it responsibly. However, it can also destroy your productivity. I am 100% guilty of this. If you think AI is going to do it all for you and you turn your brain off and stop thinking and rely on it completely, it will absolutely
destroy your productivity. So there's a balance when it comes to working with AI. Finally, just one little warning here. Don't believe everything you hear on social media. I did for too long, and it really made me feel like I was terribly behind, but I don't think all of them are telling the truth. Okay? Yes, there's a lot of power in this AI, but somebody who has never coded in their life probably isn't making $1 million off that app they built over the weekend, right? So it's not too late. You can learn, you can be productive with AI starting today. Why choose AI? Number one, you're able to produce code more quickly. This is the obvious one, but it also helps to surface solutions that you have never even thought about. Just a quick little example of that. On Friday night, if you have, I believe there's like an extended ticket or something. But anyways, we're doing this little game on Friday night after things are over. It's a JavaScript quiz. I built this little application with AI very quickly using Cursor. And each question in this quiz is just basically another slide. And the way I was thinking about the slides was each individual slide was like a question slide, and then the next slide would be the answer slide, right? Well, I told AI to start building this for me, and it said, no, I think you should have a keyboard shortcut for showing the answers. And it did it for me very well, and it actually gave me a little bit more control over this presentation. It's something that I didn't even think about doing, but it was a good feature add for me, the end user. That's a super small example, but the point is AI can really kind of help you brainstorm and figure out different ways of doing things that you wouldn't have thought about by yourself. It's not just about writing the code. It also helps you think at a higher business level. A lot of times, us developers, just by the nature of what we do, we're in the weeds of the code. We're thinking technical thoughts, right? But AI allows you to take a step up the ladder, think less of those technical thoughts. I didn't say don't think about them. I said think less about them, and it's able to think more about what's good for the end user. You know, how does this particular feature impact my business's bottom line? A quick little case study that I put together in order to prepare for this talk was a textbook exam generator. It was built with Nuxt.js. Essentially, you scan a page, take a picture of a textbook page. This is my daughter's science book. You upload it to the app, and it creates a quiz for you based on the content of those pages, okay? Pretty cool, fairly simple, but actually a really robust application. Okay, so with that use case, that test case in mind, let's talk about a little bit about how I used AI to help me actually develop it, how I used AI to write the code, but then also how I integrated AI into the actual application. So this talk is twofold. We're going to talk about boosting your workflow with AI, and we're going to talk about using AI inside of your app to boost your end user's experience, right? First thing first, download Cursor. Visual Studio Code is free. It's awesome. I used it for a long time. Copilot is free now, at least to some extent. With my experience, it doesn't hold a candle to what Cursor can do. I dragged my feet on this for a long time. Just go ahead and download Cursor, bite the bullet, spend a month's worth of subscription on it, and you can tweet at me if you haven't changed your mind, okay? Cursor is really a game changer. It's super, super handy. It has inline AI auto-completion abilities, so just press tab. It's context-aware. This is nothing new. Copilot can do that. It also has an AI chat where you can ask it questions that are also context-aware. It knows what your project is about, and so it can answer the questions more intelligently. That's not new. Copilot can do that. But its agent mode is super powerful. This is where you have basically another junior developer added to your team that can actually write code for you. It can generate code not just in the file that you have open, but it can generate code in multiple files. It can run commands in your terminal. And all of the things that you're working with, all the code that this agent produces is completely version control. So if it produces something bad, you can just get rid of it, right? It writes files to the file system so that you can accept changes without actually or so that you can preview the output without accepting those changes. You can see, did the bot do what I wanted it to do? Open the browser. Oh, yeah, it did. Great. 5 seconds later, I'm good to go. Okay? It's great for generating components, tests, or even full application features. So let's try out generating a feature in our little test maker app. Let's see if this works on the Wi-Fi here. We shall see. Okay, so I'm going to open up my chat with Command I. Make sure agent is chosen right over here. Then I'm going to create a new tab, and let's say, so over here inside of my app, I've got this avatar, and there's a settings menu item, but this settings menu item doesn't lead to anywhere yet. The feature just doesn't exist. So let's see if we can have AI create a settings page for me. Please, because we're polite, please create a settings. Let's go back and say, please create a user settings page. I could give it more direction if I had something more in mind, but I'm just brainstorming at this point to see what it comes up with. Let's give it a run and see what happens. Okay, I'll help you create a user settings page. First, let's understand what we have in the code base. Oh, that's a great idea. Then create the necessary components and functionality. So it searched for any existing user-related files. What did it find? Okay, it found several things. Found some database schema. It found some pages. It found, oh, look at that. It found the navbar component, the dashboard navigation component that settings menu item was in. Okay, I noticed that we have Supabase auth set up. We're using shadcn vue. Yeah, let's skip through some of this. So it looks like it's creating a new schema to store some of these user settings inside of my database. So man, it's getting kind of handsy. Now I'll create a server service for handling profiles. So I've kind of given it some rules to say, hey, don't do all your server-side stuff directly inside of a server-side endpoint. Instead, kind of create some services, like some utility things, and use those inside of the endpoints. This is Nuxt, so now it is creating an API endpoint for me, which is pretty cool. All right. Taking a little longer than I thought it would on stage with my time just running. But let's see if it's actually going to output something on the page. We won't try to run it. Yes, that says settings form dumb. That's some of my dumb rules that I was experimenting with and didn't turn out exactly like I wanted them to. Okay, let's come back. We'll see how it does in just a minute. Okay, but now let's talk about generating a component, okay? I've found that besides generating a feature, which can be kind of hit and miss, generating components that's a more focused scope is oftentimes extremely useful. For example, I needed a way to upload these scanned pages more than one at a time. So I used the agent, put in maybe 2 or 3 prompts, and came out with this upload component that shows the image previews. It has an error on the individual file uploads if any of them errors out, and it works. It saves it to my backend. It saves it to my database. This would have taken me hours in order to produce all by myself. But this took maybe 15 minutes tops. So some tips when generating a component. Be specific about what you want. If you have something specific in your head, the AI is not a mind reader. Tell it what's in your head. If you do want to experiment and just kind of see what happens, be a little looser. That is fine too. Just don't expect it to read your mind. Also, don't expect a perfect working solution. It's not going to get it right the first time every time. A lot of times it does. But it won't every time. You'll have to do some back and forth. Also, use a .cursor rules to specify preferences and then to steer the LLM away from common mistakes. Now, I gave this talk a couple months ago, and just to show you how fast AI is moving, that .cursor rules file is already deprecated. There's a replacement, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. But let's just take a look at a few of the cursor rules that I used for components in this project. Number 1, I said shadcn vue there on line 5. Shadcn vue is installed and can be used to generate most common UI elements. Okay, so I kind of told it what library I was using. I also said shadcn vue components can be installed with a bash command, like so. Then never try to generate a shadcn component. Rather, always prompt me to install it when needed. So this is a good example of if an error comes up multiple times, go throw something in your rules file or another place we'll talk about in just a second to make sure it doesn't do that again. I found it actually trying to generate the shadcn components directly in my code base instead of using the command to install them, right? And then I've just got some other more general preferences in here, things like use script setup, provide component sections in this order, so on and so forth. So this .cursor rules is a great place to kind of tailor the project to your personal likings. Okay, now the project rules feature inside of Cursor is what now replaces .cursor rules. It essentially breaks up those .cursor rules into different files for the sake of organization and for the sake of the program being able to better target what it needs for the context. Okay? All of this is on the Cursor website, so I won't read those. Okay, some general workflow tips. Just a little bit of a I don't know, a warning here maybe. I haven't actually done all of these things. I've done some of these things. Others I've just heard from other people work well. But pretty much everything else in this talk I have experienced myself. So, generate a log of features. Don't generate everything from scratch. Use existing libraries. When I first started this project, I tried to generate an entire user management system just with the AI from nothing, and no lie, I lost hours. When I could have just, I already had Supabase installed, I could have just used the Supabase off, and that's what I ended up doing eventually. So don't rely on the AI to do everything. The humans have already done a lot of work. You just have to install it, right? Provide screenshots. So for example, if it had trouble, so it seems like our feature has gone awry. Okay, but look at this. This is pretty cool. So this is the agent trying to create that feature. Look, it's prompting me to run this command to add a new shadcn component. I can hit run command right there from within the agent. You can also turn on a mode called YOLO mode, and it just does all that stuff for you, right? But I'm a little bit more conservative, and I don't want it to take over my computer. So yeah, it continues to do some things there. But anyways, the point of taking the screenshot is that sometimes it doesn't understand your words. Sometimes it's easy to just take a screenshot and kind of circle what you're talking about with your annotation tools on your machine, and it has vision. It can look at that image and get a better idea of what you want. Commit early, commit often. AI can get it wrong. Make sure you're keeping up with Git. Don't trust the bot. Review the generated code. Some people recommend that you review the responses from the AI completely. I think that's stupid. Because a lot of times it's just telling you, this is what I did. Okay, I'm just going to go look at it and see what you did. Okay? So there is some value to actually reading the response, but definitely read the code, right? Definitely read the code that it generates. Don't try to do everything at one time and describe in detail what you want. Use the .cursor rules to provide coding preferences or common patterns. This is actually a really big one. Slow down, all right? It's really, really tempting because the AI is so fast to just keep hitting enter, okay? I think I've heard, vibe coding, that's the term they use now, where you're just hitting enter and just letting it do all the work. No, that's gonna wind you up in a really bad place after a little while. Slow down, and I guarantee that if you slow down, you'll actually end up doing more work together with the AI in a less amount of time than you did in the same amount of time with no AI. Even though you're going a little bit slower, you're reading, right? You're checking things out. Copy and paste examples of your API payloads, JSON data, etc., to pass to the LLM. This is almost outdated advice at this point because now, with the Model Context Protocol, we can grab context from all sorts of different external sources, okay? This is something that Anthropic came out with not too long ago. I think it was a few weeks ago. So for example, they have an official MCP server for Google Drive. So you could have context from your Google Drive right there inside of your agent while you're developing. Maybe your, one of your other teams keeps up with some product specs there. You could have that piped right into your IDE, so when your agent is working, it knows what those specs look like. The Postgres SQL MCP server I installed on this project. And what that allowed me to do was to communicate directly with the Supabase database I had set up. I could ask it questions about the schema, and it knew exactly what my database looked like. I could also ask it questions about the data that existed inside of that database. Here, I asked it something about how many exams exist for my app, and it told me. It was the exact right answer. And of course, it's using this not only context to answer my questions, it's using this external data as context as it's generating code for your app, so it knows your structure better. Okay, those are my workflow tips. Now let's talk about some tips about integrating AI into your applications. Some quick use cases. Extracting text from an image is extremely easy with AI. Did it in no time in this app. You could also generate like image alts. You can easily have AI figure out what is in an image and describe it for you, and boom, there you go. There's you an image alt. You can translate text into different languages. You could support smarter semantic search with RAG. So this is search that not just accounts for keyword matches, but like semantic meaning. It understands things more so the way we understand things. Things like summarizing content, generating images and video, and almost even totally rethinking how users interact with your app. To be honest, y'all, I think there's going to be less UI in the future, and there's going to be more stuff, there's going to be more text that's supported with AI. I'm not going to say the UI is completely gone. That's not the case at all. But I think there's some room to rethink whole user interfaces for optimal performance, optimal user experience with AI. Okay, here's an obvious one, but a really concrete example I thought would really make a point. Use the right model for the right task. When I first started this project, I was using Claude 3 Opus in order to generate those pages, in order to scan those textbook pages. And to scan a single page, it cost me 9 cents and took about 35 seconds. By just changing the model, a single line of code that's just a simple string to Claude 3.5 Sonnet, I reduced the latency down to 17 seconds, and I cut my costs significantly, down to a penny per page. Choose the right model for the right task. That often just takes a little bit of experimentation to find which is the dumbest model that still gets the job done. Okay? So provide examples in your prompts. This is my prompt that I'm sending to Claude in order to extract the text from those pages. Please extract and return all the text content from this textbook page, format it naturally, blah, 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 but then at the end, return only a JSON object with the following structure. I'm giving it an example. This is the exact object I want back, and this is what the values in that object look like. See there, it says page number. Give me a page number property. What does the value of that look like? I've described it for you in detail, okay? Give it detail and give it examples in your prompts. And then ask for JSON-only responses. I had someone recently ask me, well, how in the world do you actually build like apps with UI? It's text, right? It's chat. Like I understand the question asking on ChatGPT, but how are you actually, creating an exam from the response from an LLM? Well, all I did is ask for a JSON object back, and that's something I can parse and then I can work with in Codeland very easily, right? So I found that you have to be very explicit with this. Do not return anything else, okay? Or else it'll say, hey, here you go, here's a JSON object. No, you don't want that. You want to be able to take that response and parse it. You want to be able to mitigate latency with streaming or queues. AI is still slow. Okay? If you need a JSON object back, can't really stream, you need the whole object at one time, do it in the background in a queue. If you just need straight text, stream away, just like ChatGPT does. By the way, here's an example of a scheduled task in Nuxt. Super easy to set up queues in a Nuxt project. Chunk larger requests into smaller pieces and then pass along a summary of the context. For example, when I was generating longer quizzes, that is quizzes from 5 to 10 pages worth of content, even though I was very explicit and said, generate 30 questions, because I was passing along all that page content all at once, it simply ran out of tokens in order to get back the number of questions that I needed. And so I chunked it up on hindsight, I probably should have chunked it up by page, but the way I chunked it was a little bit weird. But I chunked it up so that I was in a loop and was only requesting 10 questions at a time, and ultimately got the 30 that I needed, right? All right, real quickly in closing, maybe the most fun part of this talk, because who doesn't love a AI tools roundup? This is a really cool site I found online. It's called database.build. It's a quick way to chat and get some database schemas created. So you can say something like build a Stripe clone or build me an e-commerce app, and it'll generate SQL migrations as well as a nice chart here describing the relationship between all those different tables. It's pretty cool. Speaking of databases, Supabase, their whole client that exists there in the web browser that allows you to interact with the database, it has full support for AI. You can do things like write queries, debug query issues, set up row-level security policies, and more just with English, right? With the way you talk. Bolt.new is pretty cool. To be honest, this is what turned me on to AI to begin with and really blew my mind that this is not just a fad. Go check it out. Don't have time to talk about it right now. There's also a couple of Bolt.new alternatives, I would say. They also exist completely in the browser. I would say these are great for people who are brand new to code because they literally don't have to install anything at all on their machine. They just open the web browser and go. All right? I would suggest Claude over ChatGPT. Of course, there is also DeepSeek. Okay, the advantage of this is that it's completely open source. I paid $20 a month for Claude. You can run DeepSeek for free. You can run it locally, and since it's being run local or on your own rented server space or whatever, all that data is private, right? So this is great for use cases like in the medical field, in banking, things like that. Photoshop, yes, I still use Photoshop. It's still a thing. And it actually has some really cool AI powers now. Check out how I'm able to select this flower, and very crude selection of this, right? There's no tedious selection like you had to do in old Photoshop days. And then I'm able to remove it within a matter of seconds. Then I'm able to paint on the page somewhere else, and then generate some brand new object using AI right there on the page. As web developers, this might not be so handy, but as web designers, this is really cool. 11 Labs has some fairly convincing text-to-speech technology. Check that out. Runway has a really great video generation. I played with this just yesterday. You can go from text to video or image to video, and I created this, I think, pretty cool little animation for the Vue Amsterdam logo after 3 or 4 iterations and in about 20 minutes. All right, I am Daniel Kelly, IO on Twitter. I'll tweet out these slides as well as the code base for the little the TestMaker app once I'm off stage. If this topic does pique your interest, then at Vue School we are planning on creating an AI for developers masterclass, because the topics that I share with you certainly. Oh, is it? Sorry about that. Thank you. So the topics that I've shared with you certainly aren't comprehensive. In this, we plan to go much, much deeper, collaborate with other experts in the field, and really make something that's going to boost your career. All right, come say hello at our booth if you have any questions, just want to chat about AI or anything at all. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. And yeah, y'all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. Wow, that was cool. That was cool. So, we have come to the end of day 1 of Vue.js Amsterdam. And so, how many of you had fun today? Hey, awesome. So I know that you're going to be in a treat for the next 2 days. And before you guys go, let's take a moment to thank some of the people that made this event possible. Okay, so of course, slides are going to come up. The amazing speakers of today. And next up, the sponsors of the event. Give it up for them. And of course, the amazing team that made this event possible, of passionate people. So we are so happy that you are all here, and we love to see you tomorrow. And by the way, just before I forget, there will be an after party tomorrow at the Black Box at 6:30. So you'll just have even more fun through the next days, okay? So thank you so much for coming today, and see you tomorrow.